Brought to you by Builders First Source. Things keep falling into place for the Tigers' run to a wildcard spot. First, they're taking care of their own business on the road this week. A 4-2 final. Tarek Skubal going 5 solid innings. Hanafi, Genther, and Vest took care of the rest, and now they've won 5 of their last 6. Meanwhile, in Cleveland, the Twins are spiraling, blowing a 4-2 lead in the 10th as the Guardians walked them off. Minnesota just a half game ahead of Detroit again, and the Royals are just 2 games ahead of the Tigers as they're sputtering. Also, Seattle lost. They're 2.5 behind Detroit in that race. Good to see Amon-Ra St. Brown as a full participant in Lions practice, the hamstring injury not limiting him. Marcus Davenport also returning to Allen Park, and Alex Anzalone does remain in concussion protocol. No practice for Arnold, Rakestraw, Glasgow, or Melifonwu. And 167 modern-era candidates were announced for the next Pro Football Hall of Fame class. Among the first-year names on the ballot will be Eli Manning, Marshawn Lynch, Luke Kuechly, Marshall Yanda, Terrell Suggs, Adam Vinatieri, and 11 others as well. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
And it's another Tigers win. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen with a smirk on his face. Does he believe? Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. John.
Buckle up. Here we go.
Half game, baby. Half game away from that final playoff spot.
It's unbelievable. And by dinner time, I mean, we could be even with the Minnesota Twins because they play at 1:10. Tigers don't play today. I mean... Buckle up. Let's go.
We are in the thick of football season, and for the third show in a row, we begin with the Detroit Tigers.
It pinch me to wake me up because is this September?
Yes. Yeah, John.
Is this September baseball? This is crazy. And everybody loves right now, whether it's you wake up and you're watching a sports show, we're going to do the same thing. It's the graphic of how far they were back at the All-Star break. And that doesn't even really do it justice.
No, I found a stat that really does it justice. So why don't we just start with that?
Okay.
The Tigers were 55-63 at the end of play on August 10th. They are now 80-73, half game out of a playoff spot. The only MLB team to ever make the playoffs in a non-shortened season after being 8+ games under 500 in August or later was the 73 Mets. This is a season 50 years in the making. The Tigers are digging out of something that hasn't happened in 50 years. It's miraculous, John. And it's a sweep of the Royals, as you heard Dickerson say. It's a bullpen that gave up just 3 runs in over 16 innings in this gotta-have-it playoff caliber series. It's Skubal. He's roaring. The Tigers are getting with Jay Shunk's kick slide into home plate. Everything about this team is rolling.
And today is the last day where the Twins will be playing and the Tigers aren't. Because if you look at their schedules, they match up day for day. They both have the same off day. It's, Monday the 23rd. So a week from, no, that's Monday. Yeah.
Yep.
And so you're going to be scoreboard watching both of these teams as we have been over the last couple of days. And the beautiful thing was the Cleveland game started, about an hour earlier. Cleveland, Minnesota started an hour earlier before Detroit and Kansas City. So you kind of had a preview of what was to come. And it was nip and tuck the entire way until they went into extra innings.
I was going to say, there are a couple games you're monitoring as a Tigers fan yesterday. Both go to extra innings. Both go the Tigers' way. The first one, you're right, in division, wrapped up before the Tigers game did. And it was the poetry of it. They're down a run. Naylor hits a home run the same time that Riley Green hits a home run for the Tigers. Like, cosmically, something's happening where the Guardians come back and tie the game up. They also had to come back in extra innings, down multiple runs, not the one with the extra runner, but multiple runs, and the Guardians came back to win. So you go, everything's breaking the Tigers' way. In addition to them playing well, they're getting the help they need in Cleveland. But, John, as your head hit the pillow last night, and as my head hit the pillow last night, there was still baseball to keep an eye on. Seattle playing the Yankees. Seattle's just right behind the Tigers, and you don't want to forget about them. They got to break in that game as well. Because here's the scenario, and then we'll play the call. The Yankees are up 2-1 in extra innings. Seattle has runners on the corner. Julio Rodriguez is on third base. He gets picked off third base because he stepped off to avoid a bat that had been let go and nearly hit him. How does that happen? How does any of this happen?
Have you ever seen that?
I cannot recall a time, because you guys asked me not to look at what happened in that game last night. That is, I mean, if
he went 10 feet off the bag. Almost, I guess you could have called him out of the base path. Probably. But the Yankees third baseman's down there and he's tapping his glove to the catcher. Throw it. And then Rodriguez realizes, oh no, I can't protect myself. I got to get back or I'm picked off.
Yeah.
And he got picked off. All-star caliber player. I've never seen that in my life. Something's going on here, guys.
John, you were saying?
I mean, I can't say, hand of God. Because.
Why not?
Well, because he technically should be on both sides.
Sometimes he picks one side.
They pray just like we do.
The inexplicable in sports is happening here.
Yeah. There's so many things just simply outside. If you just look at what is going on with the Tigers, and I mean, go back 2 nights ago, the balk, the broken bat bloop single. I mean, and there's multiple moments. That's just the most recent, unexplained phenomena that has happened for the Tigers. And then you start looking outside the Tigers and you look at what's happened in the Twins and Guardians series. You look at what just happened with Seattle that we were talking about. It's team of destiny.
They go to a reliever last night. Gunther comes in, ground ball right away. Everything that needs to go well for this team is.
I put that one on a tee for you.
There you go, John.
He said it.
I admitted.
You're on board?
I just admitted it.
John's on board?
It is. And so I think there's been a misconception where people don't think I'm having fun with this. I have, yes, I have been the wet blanket for going on 2 weeks now. And this defies all logic, but it doesn't mean I haven't had fun. I've been watching the Twins. I talked about watching the Gamecast and how painful that can be when you're trying to be updated in the moment, and it takes a little time, and everybody else around you is like, "Hey, did you see what?" No, I'm waiting for the update, and it has been unbelievably fun. But I there's so much that's happened that I can't explain that I'm just like, you know what? All right. I'm on board.
John
They're
believes.
going to the playoffs. They're going to the playoffs.
John believes.
9 games left, 3 series, and 2 of them are against teams that, should they sweep Tampa Bay? Yeah, I'll take a win in the series.
Let's say at least 3, or at least 2 of the 3.
But should they sweep Chicago?
Yes.
100%.
So you got 5 wins there. You just took 2 or 3 against Baltimore, and they're struggling. Can you get 2 or 3 of them in Baltimore?
So does it have to be 2 of 3?
Well, so
could it be 1 of 3? Because you're in Baltimore this time, and this is one where you're looking at, so long ago, Baltimore themselves was out of reach. Now, I don't think they overtake Baltimore. They are, 5 games back of Baltimore? You said 4?
I thought it was 4. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think they've got the half game. It's the same. They've got 1 more game to play than, I believe,
either way,
the Tigers.
That's tight.
4
right,
4.5.
The only reason is because they directly play them.
Yeah.
If they somehow swept Baltimore.
Oh.
They would put being the number 1 wild card on the table. From being a team that was laughably out of the playoff race to potentially being the number 1 wild card team.
But think about this. This is a team that you were in discussions with about trading your Cy Young candidate to. It didn't work out, and I don't know. I mean, we talked to Scott Harris, and he, everything's on the table, and nothing ever got to the level of Jackson Holiday and all this stuff. This was a team that you were going to sell and try and take their top 3 prospects because they needed pitching help. And now you are talking about playing a 3-game series with that same team, even though your Cy Young candidate isn't going to be pitching against them, and they're within reach.
248-539-9797. Are the Tigers changing your fall plans? They are for us. Third straight day we're opening Tiger baseball. Didn't see this coming. Your investment level in this team. John is officially bought in as a believer that we will have playoff baseball. That makes it unanimous on this show. We've used Destiny. I think the afternoon show's got Voodoo, and I think Hatchet's the only holdout there, but it's only a matter of time before everybody's on board with what we're watching because they leave you no choice because the inexplicable happens on a nightly basis, not just in Detroit, but in the other cities that you're watching for. This is absolutely beautifully absurd, and I love it. 248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, it's about time the history starts leaning the Tigers' way. We've been getting the short end of the stick for years. All caps. Eat them up, Tigers.
Yeah, obviously there's not going to be a 163. It's not a possibility.
Correct.
But you just hope that it doesn't come down to you miss out by the tiebreaker. You don't want to be left out from a tiebreaker.
Doug was going through it yesterday. He said our city has experienced this not once but twice in the last 2 seasons. He brought up the Lions on the final day of the season when they beat Green Bay.
Yep.
But it didn't matter because the Rams blew not 1 but 2 chances in that final game against Seattle. He also brought up last year with the Red Wings. And yes, the Red Wings had chances and they should have won the game against the Capitals. But on the final day of the season, they needed help. The Flyers, who were eliminated from the playoffs but didn't realize it, pulled their goalie in a 1-1 hockey game, lost, and eliminated the Red Wings. The point about history, in the very short-term history, I know we haven't seen a lot of winning collectively in the last decade, but heartbreak at the end of the season is an annual occurrence, and the Tigers have a chance to avoid that here. Because you don't want to let it get to like someone goes, well, they're actually technically more than a half game back because of the tiebreaker. Who says it has to come down to the tiebreaker? Who says it has to come down to the final day of the season?
I want to ask you a question about this, though, because if we're talking about Voodoo, we're talking about Mojo. We're talking about. I hate to bring up a very critical, mystical point, but I will when we come back.
Ominous. It's next, 97.1. And we talk about the car buying process, and we talk about Moran Chevrolet. Get off the sidelines, get into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 Blazer EV. That's the A-lister of SUVs, and you can get it starting at $299 a month, 0 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price. Period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. Take the stress out of car buying. They're going to have the vehicle you're looking for. Score your best deal. Shop online, moranexpress.com, or see them in person. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
I love fun. Thank you, Mr. Benetti.
John, this texter says, what's going on? I'm hearing John this morning, team of destiny. Next thing you know, he'll be talking positively about vegetables. What got into Jansen?
Well, there are things that unexplained in this world. Trust me, vegetables are only eaten because it's a necessary evil, not because you like them. And I still argue that nobody eats them because they taste good. They eat them because you have to at some. And this is a recent revelation to me.
Well, that's
anyway,
what people are saying. Things are changing.
No. Yeah,
the unexplained is happening. John, go ahead. You had something before we hit that last commercial.
If we're talking about the mystical, the unexplained phenomena, and I don't think we're going full poltergeist on this, but if we're talking about this, do we also have to include the other side where don't things happen in threes? Good or bad?
Sure. Yeah, I've heard that.
Okay, and what did you just say before the break? What are the two things that have happened? The Lions missed out on the playoffs on the very last game of the year.
Yep, made amends for it.
The Red Wings, okay, let's just go with the two.
Okay, fine.
All right, and then the Wings miss out, and yes, they had many opportunities throughout the course of the season to take matters into their own hands. They didn't do it, and they lost out on a tiebreaker. What's the third bad thing that would happen?
So you think their destiny is to get heartbreak?
I'm just bringing up the devil's advocate.
John.
Debbie Downer.
This is a relapse moment. I thought you had...
I'm just saying, if we're going full on one side, and I do believe...
But you think we need to consider the possibility that their destiny is not the destiny of a playoff team, but the Detroit destiny of last-second heartbreak.
But I will say this. If we are following that destiny, all right, heartbreak is a mere 9 games away. However, the Red Wings today take the ice, right?
Do they? I mean,
practice. Yes,
okay.
yes. Mr. Red Wing, I thought you.
I got preseason.
I thought today was the car flag, the start of the car flag season for you.
John, I have preseason hockey tickets for the first time in my life, and I was like, wait, is that tonight? No, it's like next week. But okay, yeah.
Yeah, so they take the ice for the first time today as a team.
Yeah.
In practice up north. Anyway, if we're going full on destiny and heartbreak is on the horizon for Tigers fans, then next, March or April, instead of heartbreak, the Lions, what did they do after the heartbreak? They made it to the NFC Championship game. Are we looking at a Red Wings season that should at least get to conference championship, one moment away from the Stanley Cup? And then next year, for the Tigers, if they're following the same team of destiny, the same path that the Lions, and now we're assuming the Red Wings, they should be moments away from a World Series berth.
If you were telling me that that's how it has to be, like the deal with the devil is you have to lose in agony.
Here we go.
But it means they would go to the ALCS the following year?
Yeah.
I would take that. Having said that, I think they're just going to make the playoffs and good times are going to happen finally for the city of Detroit.
So I don't like what you're doing here. And if you're going to tie in the Red Wings, I would just tie in this fact that whoever would have thought that Scott Harris would put together a playoff team before Steve Yzerman.
But if this follows the team of destiny, then it's not. Then Steve Yzerman will be in the playoffs this year, and Scott Harris doesn't put together a team until next year.
I'm not going with this lot. I don't like this at all. This is about now. This is about the Tigers now.
You're
There's
only
no
looking
stopping
at
them.
Yeah.
The one thing, the
reason
good. I love sports the most out of any reason is what my favorite baseball team is doing right now.
Yeah.
I love that sports is unscripted, best
it's
reality
the,
TV.
Ultimate reality TV.
Best reality TV in the world. And when these things happen, and if they complete the deal, it's the greatest thing in sports.
That's why people love sports, because there's things that you can't explain.
DeVell in Madison Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you
good morning.
this morning?
Good.
That's good. So I don't know. I don't do the team of destiny and, all the stuff about a hand of God doing this and that. But here's the thing. the thing, of course, the whole thing with Julio Rodriguez last night, avoiding a bat and getting picked up, I've never seen that.
No.
That can't be explained. The other thing is, just what we're going through with our pitching staff. What was it, Hannigan? How do you have an 8 ERA in AAA, not only get called up, but comes up to the majors and dominates, not just holds his own or not just, hold them there. No, dominates along with the bullpen. That can't be explained. I've never seen – that guy doesn't get a call-up in any other year.
Right.
At all.
Right. The only reason he was here is because they had two pitchers.
Right.
They had a two-man rotation. Right. They just said, I don't know, who's a mudhead.
Who's next in line?
Right. This guy is the Kenta Maeda of the AAA and getting tattooed and shelled and everything, and not only gets caught up, but is dominating. Now, here's the other thing with the mention about the threes that you were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
How about this? Maybe the heartbreak is that the Tigers do get into the playoffs, but actually loses on some bad calls in Game 5 of the ALDS and disappointing loss like that, and then comes back next year, gets into the ALDS or something. That could happen. I don't like the other.
Yeah, I like your scenario a lot better. That made a lot more sense to me. Sean, what's wrong with you?
I'm just saying, this is how it's gone.
Heather in the news. We don't need any more of that.
Well, a wrong-way driver caused a deadly crash on M14 in Plymouth Wednesday morning. Officials say a vehicle was headed the wrong way on eastbound M14, then exited the freeway onto the eastbound entrance ramp from Godfredson, and that vehicle then crashed head-on with another car that was attempting to get on to the highway. 3 people were killed in the crash. There is still an investigation ongoing to determine whether alcohol or drugs played a factor. You might have heard this as well. I was actually kind of shocked by this news. The man accused of fatally shooting 2 men at Eastern Market will not face charges.
Yeah. Why?
Self-defense?
Yes. So Wayne County prosecutor Kim Worthy decided not to charge the man, saying he acted in self-defense. On Wednesday, Worthy explained her decision, saying that evidence indicated that one of the victims, Jalen Welch, walked into the argument holding a pistol in a threatening manner and approached the shooter. So the shooter then pulled out his weapon, shot Welch. But what's crazy is that he only shot 1 bullet, and it was that same bullet that also happened to kill this innocent bystander, Rayshawn Bryant, or Palmer. He goes by 2 different last names. But either way, that 1 bullet then shot this poor man who was there trying to break up the fight. And that's where I was just shocked when I saw this headline, and some of his family are clearly not pleased with this decision, which I can totally understand. She also explained that in Michigan, the law allows deadly force only when necessary to protect oneself or in defense of others. So they're not going to release this man's name because,
of course,
he's not charged with anything. Yeah. It just seems crazy to me. I understand
that you can defend yourself.
No, so that's not crazy.
I know, but that's what it boils down to is.
But then you have this innocent man who wasn't involved in the fight at all that died.
Yeah. Well, that's sad, but I didn't know that detail. It makes sense if he was approached with an armed person approached this person. Sure. That's
which we didn't know. We didn't know any of the details. Yeah, that's what she said. There was a physical fight in Shed 6 that did not involve the shooter. Okay. But then shortly after, a group of about 5 men got into this verbal argument. That's when one of the victims walked in with his gun out, ready to obviously shoot, is what it seemed like. And that's when this man acted in self-defense. It is a tragic story all around, especially for this guy who was there trying to stop everything from happening and ultimately lost his life. And I can see why his family is not happy with the charges. The person that took your son, your father, your cousin, your uncle, whoever it may be, took his life is not going to sit in jail for that. It's tough. It's tough to understand. Speaking of Eastern Market, they are launching a new fundraising campaign with hopes to add another shed and also a whole lot more. So the goal is to raise $15.5 million, and some of the major plans include a new shed that would be called Shed 7. It would be a regional wholesale distribution center that would include a 100% cold chain compliance facility. They also want to replace Shed 4 with a 2-story building that will allow for indoor climate-controlled market space. And then also on the second floor, a community food, nutrition, and education center. And they want to do a whole lot of upgrades. So they're on a mission to raise some money. This is some sad news. We may basically skip over what I think is a lot of people's favorite season.
Don't say this.
Yeah.
We'll just stop
We're
the
going
news
straight
right
to
now.
winter?
Don't say this.
Fall may just be this quick little blip this year. Yeah, I mean, we've had so far higher than normal temperatures for September, right?
Yeah,
so
but they've still been beautiful.
They have.
Yeah.
It could be cooler.
I'm ready for I'm ready for some jackets.
Yes.
I want to throw on the boots. Like
Hoodie.
I'm ready for the fall weather. I'm not going to complain about the warm weather. It's been nice to spend time outside, but I'm ready for fall. But anyway, we've had warmer than normal temperatures in September, and meteorologists basically say that this extended warmth and unseasonably dry spell will likely lead to delay in like the fall colors. So we might not even get to experience a lot of that as well, because they say you need these cool, crisp nights to achieve these vibrant colors on your trees. So they say by the time we feel that shift in the temperature, most of the leaves could already be crisp brown and on the ground. And it could quite possibly be that by the time, you want to go get that pumpkin spice latte, we're just going to be getting like the mocha lattes and watching the snowfall.
The peppermint lattes.
Yeah.
This is devastating.
I know. Fall's my favorite season.
Yeah,
I'm bummed.
by far.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1. and a slide into home plate by Jackson Jobe. Or not Jackson Jobe. Sorry, someone texted about Jackson Jobe. Jay-Sean, double J's. Karate slide, as Andy Dirk said on the TV broadcast. Everything continues to come up Tigers. Riley Green with a home run. You're getting a young player with an athletic slide into home plate. And for Jace Young, he's that fourth run and that final run for the Tigers, who got the bullpen to do what the bullpen does. Shut the door. 4-2 win. Tigers now within a half game of that final playoff spot because the Twins lost and blew a 2-run lead in the 10th inning. Everything you need to go right is going right. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. I love this Tigers run. This is 10 times better than the Wings. The Tigers have taken this. The Wings were sputtering. That said, if the Tigers miss out, the letdown factor will be way higher. Last night's game was the first game I watched from first pitch to final pitch on the ticket text. Yeah, I do think people are buying in that hadn't been paying attention all year and for years. Because, listen, if you're a casual baseball fan, we haven't had baseball that means anything in September in 10 years.
Well, how about August?
Yeah,
how
sure.
about July? I mean, let's keep going back. When was the last time? And even and that's where this whole story really becomes unique and fun and interesting and exciting, is because they were following that same path. We talked about it after they sold at the deadline. What we were talking about, could this team lose 91, 92 games?
Yep. Can't remember the last time I watched 5 Tigers games in a row. Go Tigers, Connor in a truck on the ticket text.
Yeah.
One thing about this ride I can appreciate, the Tigers from 06 to 14 were fun, but they were hunted. These guys are the hunters, just trying to have fun. Mm-hmm. That's from Will on the ticket text. Houston, you're about to have a problem. Jeff in St. Clair Shores. Jeff's already looking at playoff matchups. Guys, the Tigers are on point. Just win this Orioles series, and they should be in the playoffs. That's crazy. The playoff odds, by the way, don't make sense to me. Fangraphs has been bumping them up with each win. It's still at 36%.
Well, that's up from 20 yesterday, right?
Right, but John, does it make sense when I tell you the Twins have a 71% chance to make the playoffs? They're separated by a half game. I know they have the tiebreaker, but that doesn't make sense to me. And the Royals, who are also within this 2-game pod, have a near 90% chance to make the playoffs. I think it's too close for any one team to be 40, 50 percentage points ahead of another one. They're all in the same pod. I mean, it should all be around that.
Kansas City is, I mean,
they're a game and a half up on the Tigers, aren't they?
I think they're further than that. Hold on. Let me
go ahead. You can double check it.
Yeah. They're 2 games up.
Okay.
On the Tigers.
In this 2-game pod, they're all close.
Right.
Ticket texters. Guys, they've mastered the bullpen days, and that's what the playoffs are all about. People keeping an eye on it. This one says, John, the new threes. NFC Championship game, Tigers playoff berth, and the Red Wings make the playoffs this upcoming season. There's your threes, Chuck in White Lake. And a ticket texter points out that we've already had 3 heartbreaks.
Oh, what are the? Oh, I mean, the Pistons season. Is that what you're bringing up?
They didn't mention the Pistons. Lions, Red Wings, and a Michigan national title. #Go Green.
Love it. Well done. Well done.
A few more. 248-539-9797. People jumping in. They are not happy that you brought up this like heartbreak comes in threes bit, and people want this drop back in the system.
Very appropriate.
Uh-huh.
You know, I just don't get it.
Are we just going to throw everything away? Like we can't just sit there and say, well, everything is always going to be roses. Everything is going to be peaches and cream.
For this team, with destiny,
they have all the hallmark looks of baseball teams that pull this off every 5 to 10 years. The miraculous run, the things that go on that break their way. Enjoy it. Instead, we gotta go, hey, what's the next negative thing that's going to happen around here?
They can't keep this up. But we've all done that. They can't keep this up, but then when it goes on for like a month and a half, you just realize, like, I don't know, they've tapped into something weird, bizarre, and it doesn't have to make sense.
I mean, you could start writing a movie about this. I'm serious. What happened last night in Cleveland? Come on. What happened last night in Seattle?
It doesn't make sense.
I've never seen that.
We had a call who referenced the ERA of some of these guys in AAA. Went back and pulled it up. Brant Herter had a 5.8 ERA in Toledo. He's one of these key cogs in the Tiger bullpen at the major league level right now.
Yes.
Cater Montero's ERA was over 5 with the Mud Hens. He's one of the few reliable starters this team has at this point in the season. Hannafy had a 5.1 ERA in AAA. He pitched yesterday. It was nails.
Yeah. It's just over 2 right now. So, and you look at it and you say, okay, well, if one guy comes up and, finds his rhythm, finds his groove at the major league level, I could accept that. But you're talking about 3, 4, 5 guys.
Everybody.
That have come up and improved and have played and pitched better at the major league level when everyone, it's a consensus. Everyone says there is no bigger gap at any point in history between AAA and Major League Baseball than there is now. And these guys are all coming up and performing as top-level pitchers, not just average dudes, top level.
We asked people, have your fall plans changed because of the Tigers? Acknowledging ours have. We've started 3 straight shows with Tiger baseball when the Lions are a couple games in, and they got a pivotal game this weekend. And Michigan's got a big game on CBS coming up this weekend. Yet every day except Monday, we've started with Tiger baseball. Texter says, yeah, my plans have changed. I'm buying more tickets. I got tickets for next Wednesday. Eat 'em up, Tigers. This has become a movement in the city of Detroit.
I'm entertained strongly trying to get to a game next week. And with youth sports and everything else going on around here, I mean, we have 4, like my job, 4 sports are converging on one. So it's a little chaotic. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get down there. I was eyeing next Thursday's afternoon game.
There you go.
Pulling the kids out of school.
That's the final game against the Rays.
Connor has a game that night. That could get complicated. We'd have to leave early, maybe. You think I'm going to do that to them when they clinch a playoff spot? And then they're in hardcore pursuit of the Orioles?
Oh, you think they're clinching on Thursday?
I'm just messing. Come on.
It's not off the table.
I'm being positive.
I'm a little confused with you, John. And I know we're going to get to the Thursday touchdown.
I'm having fun. I just brought up the fact that
No, but in 45 minutes, I believe they're making the playoffs.
I do.
You still do? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we're all there. John is a believer. He is given into the absurd like the rest of us. John believes they're making the playoffs. Because
I don't believe in the mystical.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of things that are unexplained, but they're playing good baseball. Like, I can believe in them playing good baseball. I can believe in guys getting better from game 1 to game 1, 62, 72, 82.
182 games. Do some math on that one.
Yeah.
All right, we got the the Thursday touchdown. We have the 2 Grand Slam as well on today's show, and Gary Danielson, who will be on the call for that Michigan USC game, will join us this morning as well. Gary Danielson at 7:35, 2 Grand Slam at 7:25, and the Thursday touchdown is next. It's 97.1. As we shift into the football weekend, we have 7 questions, 6 points, and an extra point. It's the Thursday touchdown.
You hear that Summerall touchdown? Greg got it in there. Thank you, Greg. All right, Friday night, we have a Big Ten matchup between 2 ranked teams. 24th ranked Illinois travels to Lincoln to take on Dylan Raiola and 22nd ranked Nebraska. Is the winner of this game a sleeper candidate to make the college football playoff?
A sleeper, yes. Likely no, because
that's what a sleeper is.
Yeah,
right?
Okay. Yeah. If Nebraska wins, they play at Ohio State and at USC. Those are tough games because they're on the road, they're in their venues, and how will the Illinois win age? I'm not sure that's a resume builder. If you lose your 2 biggest games, we had talked about this with some of our local teams earlier, and if Illinois wins, all right, you could say, I think just on terms of brand, that the Nebraska win, that'll give you a little juice. They also play at Penn State, at Oregon, but they're home against Michigan. If they win this one and beat Michigan in Champaign, I think you're looking at 2 notable wins for Illinois, even if they were to lose on the road to Penn State and Oregon. I think it bodes better for Illinois than it does Nebraska.
I think there's a case for Nebraska because I think they're the team more likely to get to 10 wins. I think you'd need 10 to be on the bubble, or what do we say, the fringe.
Right. Yeah.
Veteran defense, high upside quarterback, Matt Rule year 2, look it up. Always a big leap for his teams. Yeah, I think they could be a sleeper team. They avoid Oregon, they avoid Penn State. Sets up for them to get to 10 wins. That puts them on the fringe.
So I saw this game on the schedule. I'm like, does this game really matter? And I think it is Nebraska, although I like your argument, and that's why I thought it was a fair question.
Sure.
But Nebraska, what you said about Rule, and if they can get that USC game, we don't know how good USC still is.
Right.
And they've got maybe the player with Raiola,
buzz,
which would kind of be a little bit RG3-ish.
Yeah, could they get just some juice on
when Rule had him in Baylor? So that'd be wild. 11-1 Nebraska. Think about that. All right, 12th ranked Utah travels to Stillwater to face 14th ranked Oklahoma State. Is the winner of this game a virtual lock for the college football playoff?
No, they're a virtual lock to make the conference title game, but you got to win the conference title game to guarantee your spot in the playoff.
I thought you wanted 2 Big 12 teams automatically.
I do. Doesn't mean it's going to happen.
I think it makes them a virtual lock because who else in that conference is going to step up? Okay, I know Kansas State, yeah, they're undefeated, but I don't, and they're ranked 13. That'll be a big time opponent. I think especially if it's Utah, I think they run through this, and even if they lose in the Big 12 championship game and there's a rematch, that's 1 loss. Yeah, and if Costa's on the committee, I mean, that's a gold star.
Right.
Like you get a gold star.
I think early on, at least, we're going to see just 1 ACC team, but 2 Big 12 teams. And that's why I think the winner of this game is a virtual lock. All right. Every week seems to be drama with Shedeur, like Matt LaFleur, and Deion Sanders. The latest was Shedeur the other night when he didn't shake hands with the Colorado State quarterback after the game. If you were an NFL GM, would you shy away from drafting Shedeur Sanders?
It all depends on how good they think he is. If he is near the can't miss and is going to redefine our franchise, then no, it doesn't make you shine away. Everything is a ratio in the NFL. If you're really, really good, they'll put up with a lot of drama and all of the off-field, all of the antics that come with it. If you're just you might be all right. They're not going to put up with any of it. And I don't necessarily think it's the handshake issue. I think it's the family that comes with him.
I don't think he's can't miss. So all this stuff does matter. Throwing your O-line under the bus.
Yeah. That's bigger to me than the handshake. And it's not just because I was an O-lineman.
Not shaking hands with an opponent does get thrown in there. But you're right, John. It's also the gaslighting helicopter father, too. Sorry, if you're not can't miss, all this stuff matters.
Yeah, he just seems to be a headache right now. And can you imagine like him being a Lion and with him and Dion comes along too and they're doing all these commercials in town, the reaction we get? I mean, people are already fed up with Campbell and the Applebee's ads.
Well, yeah. I mean, and Dion brought his luggage with him. How much of that baggage is NFL teams willing to put up with Shadir?
Shadir. You like that, don't you?
Yeah.
Most Lions fans realize the offense is not clicking right now. What is your number one reason why the Lions offense is out of sync?
So I think John might say Laporta. I'll save that for him. To me, it's play action passing. They need to get back to that. They ran it the second most last year and for the most yards. Put the defense in conflict in an area where space is a premium. Play action pass. Please, please, more of that.
Well, I don't like it that you're trying to put words in my mouth and you think you know exactly what I'm going to say because you're wrong. All right? It is inconsistent offensive line play. The three interior guys have not been good enough in pass protection. They haven't given Jared Goff enough comfort in the pocket, and they haven't, even though there's been one really good drive in overtime against the Rams where they absolutely dominated, that is what we expect. That's not what we've been getting through 2 games. They've been inconsistent, and when that happens, the play action pass isn't as good. You don't hit your tight end. You're not successful in the red zone. So the offensive line, step up.
I thought you were going to blame the Tigers because they're being a distraction to the Lions right now.
No, they asked Jared Goff that question yesterday. He goes, yeah, I know they're in the playoff race, but I don't really know what's going on.
Sure, Jared. All right, the Vikings are 2-0, but nobody seems to take them serious right now. Even John didn't have them in the top 6 in this week's Power Surge. What do the Vikings have to do for you to see that they're a threat in the NFC North?
Sam Darnold has to be consistent. He is a quarterback that in college and through early opportunities in the NFL has been a turnover machine. Now, through 2 games, he has not been that. And he's got, I think, the best receiver in Justin Jefferson. I think Jordan Addison is a nice compliment to him. He's got a lot of weapons, and the running game has been good. And the defense, we know under Flores, is going to be really good. They're going to be solid, even though minus Danielle Hunter. But I think it's just a matter of I don't trust Sam Darnold because of what we've seen up until this point. Now, if he is consistent, I mean, they could be a factor.
Coaching matters. We've seen it with Campbell here in Detroit. They've got good coaches, offense and defense. The next 4 games will be very telling. Houston, at Green Bay, the Jets, and the Lions. I will take the Vikings seriously if they go 2-2 or better and beat the Lions. Until then, it's still the Lions division.
All right, the Bengals and Ravens are both 0-2 and both have had bad home losses on their record. Who is more likely to recover and save their season?
So you can't go 0-3. The Ravens have a toss-up on the road in Dallas. The Bengals have a more winnable game against the Commanders. The Bengals have guys who've beaten Mahomes in the playoffs. I think they're the team more likely to rally between the two.
I think it's the Ravens, less drama. I don't know what's going on with Jamar Chase. We already know T. Higgins. There's been drama there. And the offensive line, I just don't trust them to protect Joe Burrow. I don't trust Joe Burrow to stay healthy.
All right, we're not going for 2 this week. The Lions face Kyler Murray and the Cardinals this Sunday. Murray is 2nd in QBR and 4th in QB rating, and he has 0 interceptions so far. Did we write off Kyler Murray too soon in terms of just being a good starting quarterback in the league?
No, I don't think so. Because he is, I think he's the definition of a front runner. When things are going great, I'm playing great. My teammates are awesome. I love my coaches. And then it's because we saw this 2 years ago. They started off the season with the best record in the NFL through like 10, 12 weeks. And then all of a sudden we saw at Ford Field when they played the Lions, the body language. When things go bad, he's going to throw everyone else under the bus and not take any responsibility for himself.
October 25th. That's when the new Call of Duty comes out. You got another month of Kyler before things go off the rails.
I think we missed an opportunity as Detroit media. I think yesterday was when they do conference calls with the other opposing players, and I'm sure he was probably on it. Somebody should have asked him from Detroit media, do you play college football 25? And just create a story.
Yeah.
Because his answer would be, oh, yeah, I love it, man.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Distracted.
That's how I get my practice reps in.
And that is terrifying. And the Thursday touchdown. It's 97-1.
Well, things keep lining up for the Tigers during this playoff chase. The Twins blew another game in Cleveland, and in Kansas City, Detroit busted out the brooms against the Royals 4-2 the final, putting the Tigers 7 games over 500 and less than a game behind Minnesota. They could be tied with the Twins if the Guardians beat them again this afternoon, while the Tigers are idle. Tarek Skubal's Cy Young resume getting a little stronger. He holds the Triple Crown lead right now in the American League with 17 wins, a 2.48 ERA, and 221 strikeouts. Also, Colt Keith's X-rays on his jammed shoulder. Those came back negative. AJ Hinch says that it could have been much worse. They're hoping he's back in the lineup and will play again tomorrow in Baltimore. During his time with the media, Lions coach Dan Campbell thought that Jared Goff may have been trying to do too much during that Bucs game, resulting in some bad passes and hasty decisions. But when speaking with Doug and Gator on 97.1, Goff didn't disagree. And Goff also said that Campbell is one of the best at keeping things in perspective after a loss, and that's why they rarely lose 2 in a row. Elsewhere in the NFC North, Packers quarterback Jordan Love, returning to practice, did not rule out playing on Sunday in Tennessee, just a couple of weeks removed from a scary knee injury that was thought to keep him out for a month or more. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Tom, you requested Summerall in the touchdown montage. We have a ticket texture that says Dan Miller needs to be prominently featured in that as well. He's in there, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Some more ticket texters coming in correcting us. Matt Rule was not our G3's coach. Art Briles was. So strike that from the record. But I think Nebraska is still a team to keep an eye on as a sleeper this season. Plenty of thoughts on the Tigers. You can keep sending them in, 248-539-9797. Want to talk a little Lions, and we've got some football later in the hour. Gary Danielson, CBS, will join us at 7:35, talk Michigan USC. He's on the broadcast call of that game on Saturday at 3:30. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. John, the Lions are 1-1, and there's been some angst at the fact that they haven't played crisp offensively through 2 games, and that's supposed to be the calling card of this football team. I think it's noteworthy, though, as we look at this division, their odds of winning it have actually increased. If you look at their odds preseason compared to their odds this morning, the Lions are bigger favorites to win the North after those 2 weeks where they weren't clicking offensively. Does that make sense to you? Are you more confident that this team wins the North?
Well, yeah, and so part of this goes back to some of the things that we covered in the Thursday touchdown, where do I trust Sam Darnold to be a franchise quarterback? Not through 17 games. And then I look at opponents, and you could say, okay, yeah, he beat San Francisco. San Francisco did not play a good game. They're down 2 of their stars, so they lost one more in that game in Deebo Samuel. So I'm just trying to figure out, and this is the issue that I ran into yesterday when I was trying to put together my power surge of who should be in the top 6, because Minnesota is 2-0, and they have a win over a team that played in the Super Bowl last year, the San Francisco 49ers, who I believe is a really good team and will be contending again. I don't believe Minnesota will be contending ultimately. I think they are walking a very thin line of health and injury. Justin Jefferson now has a quad injury. How much will it affect him? I think he's going to play. Jordan Addison has an injury. And you go right down the list of different injuries that they have. They got injuries in the backfield. So that's where I just don't think anybody trusts what they're seeing from Minnesota. Green Bay, we've already seen the injury. They're 1-1. And Green Bay concerns me more than they actually did at the beginning of the season, because they went out, even though it was the Colts, and got a win with Malik Willis, who I don't believe is even a decent backup. He's proved otherwise in regards to that, coming in and getting a win. But he's only there 3 weeks. And that's where, and I always wanted to judge their coach, Matt LaFleur, on how good he is without Aaron Rodgers. and we saw at the end of the year last year with Jordan Love and very young, not top-end receivers, be damn good in how he puts together a game plan. And then to put together a game plan that Malik Willis goes out and executes after he's been there for 3 weeks. Damn. And Chicago, I think we can all just take a moment and enjoy what's going on in Chicago.
Yeah, like they have the same record as Detroit, but it does not feel that way.
No, they shouldn't have. I mean, if Will Levis doesn't hand them the win, they don't get a win.
And we talked a lot about this in the run-up to the season. We weren't buying this Bears stuff. This is a great situation for Caleb to be drafted into.
Not wrong with those weapons. But what did I say at the beginning of the year?
Offensive line.
Well, offensive line, but you're still coached by Matt Eberflus.
Right. I thought while it was a better situation than most number one picks have been drafted into, it's not like it was a ready-made contending roster. And the offensive line has not been very good. Caleb Williams is going through predictable rookie issues. So everybody that wanted to put the cart before the horse with the Bears, they may be a threat in 25 or 26. They are not a 2024 NFC North threat. And while the Vikings are 2-0, I'm not ready to call them a threat either. Right. And with Green Bay, I respect LaFleur, but I don't know that it's wise for Love to come back this soon. It's possible he could be back as soon as this week. John, I think you get the one Malik Willis game. If he has to be the starter for a month, a couple weeks even, I don't think they're going to fare very well. So, again, this is the Lions division to lose. They're the kings of the North. They have the best roster in this division. Their defense looks much improved, and the offense is they're going to hit their stride. It's not a question to me. It's just a matter of when it clicks.
Well, and here's the thing, too. Even if the Green Bay Packers get their quarterback back this week, they're hosting the Houston Texans, who I think is greater than the Green Bay Packers. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, I'm actually looking at Minnesota's schedule.
Let's say Minnesota's got Houston.
Yes, Minnesota has Houston. So I think we get a reality check there as well. But Green Bay, they could continue to look hot because they're playing at Tennessee.
Yeah.
And then they've got the Vikings. They got a division opponent. Do the Rams in Week 5? Do they find a way to get healthy by that point? I mean, there's a lot of question marks. I know they're 0-2 as well. So the start of their season is on the easier side of things.
Who's your biggest threat right now in the North? Green Bay?
Oh, I still think it's Green Bay, yeah.
Okay. Me too, but the Love thing, I think, has put some of the fear factor on hold, right? If Love was healthy and he was looking good and he was clicking and the Lions offense was sputtering, you go, all right, I got to keep an eye on my rearview mirror. I'm not even at the rearview mirror stage in this division right now.
So they beat the Colts by scoring 16 points.
Yeah, they ran the ball really well,
and the Colts' offense is horrific.
Yeah, their defense 3 turnovers
is all right, but that's fine. You play against Tennessee. Now the question is, Will Levis? I mean, through 2 weeks, there might not be 2 worse turnovers by a quarterback or by a team than what we've seen from Will Levis. And hopefully, I mean, per his words, hopefully he is able to rewire his brain to be able to not try and be Superman. You eat the banana rind, you put mayo in your coffee, this is what you get.
Something's wrong in the brain.
Something's wrong, yeah.
Well, it's good news for the Lions. They'll also play Will Levis this season. So everybody's going to get spotted a free touchdown, turnover, whatever from Will Levis.
But if he can just play sound football, they're playing at home against the Green Bay Packers. If he can just simply play sound football, he's going to make mistakes. I'm not going to even say mistake-free, but avoid the catastrophic mistake. I think they beat Green Bay.
248-539-9797. Some of the ticket text pouring in on both the Lions and the Tigers. Lions are a huge story as well as the Tigers. Ticket texters say, in regards to the Bears, you guys are ridiculous. They had a chance for a game-winning drive against the Texans. It takes time. Worry about your own team, Kevin in Chicago.
Oh, thanks, Kevin. Have a great day. Enjoy your season.
Says the defense has the potential to be elite. Seems like they will be elite. The offense will get it together, but it's going to take time.
But that's where I struggle why should it take time? It shouldn't for the Lions. That's the frustration about that loss. There have been big changes defensively. The secondary revamped. You got 2 rookies back there. You've got a second-year player. You bring in two guys in free agency, one through a trade, one through free agency. And I look at it and say, the offense of any of the 3 phases of football should have been the one that hit the ground running.
Yeah. Texter says, way to downplay the division, guys. If anything, the Lions are the team that doesn't look like a contender. When's the last time Detroit went to Arizona and got a win? Signed, Aaron.
Oh, what, the last time there was a tie? Or no, a couple times ago? Wasn't that the Matthew Stafford Trust Me game?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Have they played in Arizona more recently? I feel like they have played in Arizona
they have.
more recently.
I know Arizona came here 2 years ago when they just fell short of the playoffs. The first of 3 bad things.
The Lions won in Arizona in 2020.
I'm annoying, Tom.
So it's not like it's been forever. No. Ticket Texter says, you guys missed the point with the Applebee's ad. If the head coach is getting what he can, everyone else is too. The Lions' offseason was what Super Bowl champions do, and the margins in the NFL are too thin to not be dialed in at all times. They'll go 10-7, Steve and Clarkston.
I hate that argument. I absolutely hate it.
I don't think there's any merit to it either.
No.
How long do you think it took him to cut a couple commercials? Like an afternoon? I mean, come on. If they didn't miss out on any Super Bowl prep because he's doing an Applebee's
Does he take away time from his family vacation to do the Super Bowl or to do the ad versus taking away time to prepare for Week 16 in May?
Everybody's entitled to their opinion. This little narrative that's being written by some fans out there is just a joke. It doesn't matter if you're cutting commercials. They do these things so long ago to air for the football season. You don't think? Like the first time I saw the Applebee's one was Sunday Night Football. I'm pretty sure that's when it debuted. Why? Sunday Night Football is brought to you the pregame by Applebee's.
Makes sense.
And we got a ticket text. Could you guys please talk about the Tigers and stop overanalyzing the Lions? Spent the first 45 minutes of the show talking about the Tigers. We're going to do it again at 7:50.
Yeah. I just referenced the 3 bad things too.
Yeah. Well, John's still not buying in. He thinks the Tigers are going to collapse.
No, I think they're going to make the playoffs.
Morning, guys. I'm pretty sure I heard Jason Benetti use the word destiny last night. Might want to check that patent. That's from Dave.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, listen, the way Torque was playing defensively, something we haven't seen all season. How do you explain it? Destiny.
The leaping grab.
Leaping grab. That's phenomenal. All right, we've got the 2 Grand Slam coming up. Heather's News. Gary Danielson. And yes, as Tom said, we'll get back to the Tigers at 7:50. Don't worry, guys. We're aware of what's going on with our baseball team. It's 97-1.
I've been giving you a lot of different details about injury attorney David Feminino for some time now, and just listen to some more details. Here's some results that David and his team have been getting for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a client. You need an injury attorney that will fight relentlessly for you. And you can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, let's get to Heather's news.
Dan Campbell and his family are moving because fans found out where he lived. This is such a shame.
I know.
Because it really sounds like he did love this home. In 2021, he and his wife, Holly, bought this beautiful house in Bloomfield Hills after he was hired as the head coach, right? Yeah. Now, according to reports, his house was listed at $4.5 million. And after just 24 hours of being on the market, it is now pending.
Right.
It sounds like it's actually a really big Lions fan is buying this home. But like I said, it sounds like they really love this home, but it was because of security reasons they're making this move. They say it was a necessity. And he told Cranes that he's moving because people figured out where he lived when they lost.
It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that one loss and all of a sudden either people start showing up at your home. It's embarrassing, honestly.
It really is.
It's unacceptable. We got to be better. And I know it's probably just a couple idiots.
Sure.
But it should never happen, period. Ever. Even if you don't like the guy's coaching. It's his personal life. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
No charges will be filed against the man who shot and killed 2 people at a Lions tailgate party last Sunday. So the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office says that he was acting in self-defense. The prosecutor's office says that there was a physical fight that took place in Shed 6, and it did not involve the shooter, this 40-year-old man. But they say shortly after that, a group of about 5 men got into another verbal argument, and one of the victims, Jalen Welsh, walked into the middle of this argument holding a gun in a very threatening manner towards the shooter. That's when he pulled out his gun and opened fire. Prosecutors, they say that they looked at all applicable law and there is no crime that can be charged and proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And they do call it tragic and heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And you're, of course, sad for the person who was an innocent bystander. But the person who should be blamed for his death is the person who first drew the gun and escalated the situation to where self-defense was required.
Agreed. When I saw the headline, I was like, what do you mean? How can there be no charges? This man killed 2 people. And I think I understand now under the situation, the self-defense. I totally get. It's that innocent man who wasn't involved at all.
Yeah.
It's hard to, as I'm not even related to him, don't even know the guy, but it's hard. I can only imagine what his family's feeling. They want justice, right? And it's
horrific.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. This is a really cool story. A Detroit Lions, let me start over. The Lions, obviously we know, are super, super popular, more than ever. And there's some really cool proof. The NFL Players Association just dropped their latest top 50 players in merchandise sales list. And it features 6 Lions, including 3 in the top 10. And it's incredible when I'm going to read you some stats. So Hutchinson, number 3. St. Brown, number 4, and Gibbs, number 8. Those are the 3 in the top 10. Then you got Goff at number 19, Laporta at 44, and Sewell at 46. And this is the cool information. Hutchinson is the first defensive player to break into the top 3 rankings since 2019. Khalil Mack did that in 2019. He was also among the top 3 in cap sellers. And then St. Brown jumped all the way from number 33 to number 4, which is awesome. And Penei Sewell became just the 3rd offensive lineman ever to crack the top 50 list.
It's awesome.
If there was a market that would appreciate offensive line play, Detroit is on the short list. And what I love about that is the variety, John. We saw it out at Lions training camp. It wasn't like everybody had the quarterback's jersey. There's a lot of guys on this team. The variety stands out.
It's pretty cool. So Diddy, he wants to get out of jail, and his legal team just made another swing to get him out on bond. So he and his legal team declared that he won't have any contact with females if he can get out. So his legal team explained that if he were released, a security company that keeps a log of all visitors to his home would be there, and they would hand over the logs to the government nightly in order to be fully transparent. He also would limit visitors to, family and property caretakers, but basically not going to happen. Federal prosecutors basically fired back saying, he's just too dangerous to even be out walking the streets. We're not letting him out. Makes sense when you read the details.
It's Heather with the news. Let's give away some money.
It's really...
Oh, yeah. More money, more problems. I know. $2,000. We only gave away $50 on Tuesday. And, I mean, it was It was a tough one. This one.
Don't say it.
I'm not going to say it.
Don't
I'm not going to say it. Do you guys have family that will only listen to the two Grand Slam? I do too. I mean, Ruby and Ellie, they're driving in. They play every single day.
How do they do?
They got the goose egg on Tuesday. Oof. So challenge is out to them. I know they're listening right now. You better do better.
Wow. All right. Rules are simple. 10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly. Hopefully, if they get all 10 right, they'll get $2,000. Of course, you can use the time any way you'd like, hopefully wisely. If you don't know something, pass. And if there's time, we'll get back to it.
Our contestant is Steve in Livonia. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, it's real hard here in Livonia.
There's a reason for that.
Steve, have you played before?
I have.
Oh, how'd you do?
The last time I got 9.
Whoa!
We're on alert.
Our expectations have gone through the roof.
All right, Steve, then you know how to play. Your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Here we go. Who do the Tigers play this coming weekend?
Baltimore.
The Michigan-USC game will air on this television network.
NBC.
Who played Chubbs in Happy Gilmore?
Carl Weathers.
Jonathan Gannon is the head coach of this NFL team.
Tennessee.
Julio Rodriguez plays for this MLB team.
Seattle.
The Red Wings signed this player to a $64 million extension this week.
Lucas Raymond.
This artist had the 1983 hit Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
Cyndi Lauper.
What is the nickname of Texas Tech University?
The Red Raiders.
Who will be Michigan's starting quarterback on Saturday versus USC?
Orgy.
Who is the manager of the Kansas City Royals?
Oh. Pass.
Who is the manager of the Kansas City Royals?
For old time's sake, Dick Hauser, because I can't remember who the current one is.
You used your time really well.
Did.
Yeah.
You flew through that, and you got a lot of them right. John, what's the final tally?
7. Got 7 right. Well done. That was a tough one.
Gannon, didn't it?
Yeah, you missed Gannon. You missed Michigan USC. It's not on NBC.
It's on CBS.
It's the first Big Ten game in that CBS deal.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
And then obviously the last
Appreciate
question.
it, fellas.
Hey, well done.
Steve, we'll put you on hold. Make sure you get paid. That's $175.
Yeah.
You know, he had gotten 9 before, so he's probably one of the few people disappointed
I know,
that he got
sounded
7.
a little disappointed,
Right,
but he played really well.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, his knowledge, the varied knowledge that he had, to be able to come up with Carl Weathers, Cyndi Lauper, the Red Raiders, the Mariners. I mean, he's obviously been listening. We talked about the Mariners earlier.
Yep. Okay, so to go through it, yes, the Tigers are playing the Orioles. Michigan USC is on CBS. Chubbs, it's Carl Weathers. Jonathan Gannon is the coach of the Arizona Cardinals, who will face the Lions this weekend. Julio Rodriguez plays for the Mariners. Lucas Raymond got paid. Cyndi Lauper had Girls Just Want to Have Fun, the 1983 hit. Texas Tech is the Red Raiders. Alex Orgy on Saturday for the Wolverines. And the Royals manager, John?
Matt Quattraro.
Well done. Coming up next, well, first of all, 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Genesis Credit Union. And coming up next is Gary Danielson, who will be on the call of that Michigan USC game. He'll give us his thoughts next. It's 97.1. As the college football landscape changes, so do the TV broadcasts. 3:30 on Saturdays, CBS. It was college football, SEC on CBS. No more. Now it's the Big Ten. And on the call for this weekend's game between Michigan and USC, it's Gary Danielson. Gary, good morning.
Hey, guys. Looking forward to this one. Good to be back, to tell you the truth.
It'll be great to see you in the big house. I can't wait. And so, as we're looking at this matchup, I mean, what do you think of Sharon Moore making the change to Alex Orji, and how much of a difference do you think this could possibly make?
Hey, John. Yeah, I think they had to do it. If you look at what Michigan is this year, their best formation, I think, is two tight ends. Now, whether they go two backs, but basically an H-back, two wide receivers, and one running back. When they're in that formation, they really needed another weapon if they're not going to be a great passing attack. I mean, you lose a number one draft pick at quarterback, what JJ was able to do on a predominantly running team. And, I did this a lot in my career with the Browns and the Lions. We were a predominantly running team, so I had to do a lot of third down throws, and JJ did that really well. But for young quarterbacks like Davis and Warren and now Alex Orji, that would be tough on them. So I think they need another running attack. So when they're in their two tight end offense, bringing Orji on the field gives two weapons in the running game, and I think they will be able to easily slip out those H-backs and tight ends and running backs in the flat and give them some easy throws. So I think Michigan had to make the change.
Story of this game, story with the quarterbacks, I would say on both sides. The story of USC post Caleb Williams is what?
Well, number one is they still have Lincoln Riley. I mean, Lincoln Riley has done it with a lot of different quarterbacks. You guys had Sarkisian in there with Texas. Now, this team is not as talented as Texas moving the ball around, and Quinn Ewers is, one of the best quarterbacks and a veteran player. But if you're looking at Sarkisian, I would group Lincoln Riley in with Sark, Lane Kiffin, Josh Heupel as four of the best play callers in college football. So, this USC team has a lot of talent at wide receiver. They have a lot of talent at tight end, good receivers at tight end. Their running backs are good. So you're going to get an attack very much like Texas. And that's why that front four of Michigan has to become more of a factor than they did in the Texas game.
I think the catching the ball out of the backfield is underrated, and how that much of that can be a weapon. Woody Marks has caught a ball in 47 consecutive games. He caught six in their last game, or I think it's six overall this year. I can't remember which it was. But how much more difficult does it become to defend a team that has a back that's basically a receiver coming out of the backfield?
So the key to the game to me is four players for this Michigan team. We know what Graham and Grant are going to do inside. I mean, they should hold up well, inside running. That's not the way that USC likes to attack you. They like to run the ball on the edges. They like to throw the ball on the edges. They like to get the ball to their H-backs and their slots. And that means Stewart and Moore and Barterman, Hauserman, those inside players have to come up and make the play. It was too easy to get the edge against Michigan. Stewart and Moore have to do a better job holding up the edge on this defense. And you're right. All of these running backs now in college football are looking at the NFL and going, you don't make any money running the ball if you're just a runner. All of them want to get out in space and prove to the NFL people they can catch the ball, and Woody Marks is one of the best. No, other guys do it well. Donovan Edwards does it well. The trouble is you've got to have the quarterback. Short passing is harder than long passing because the balls have to be very accurate. And Alex Orji hasn't had a lot of experience doing those short passing games.
What do you make of USC's defense? For years it was soft. They didn't get enough stops. We imagine Michigan's going to want to run the ball. Do you think USC's defense is up for the challenge?
Well, they're much better than they were a year ago. Watching tape of them a year ago was like, how is this even possible that USC can be so unathletic in the back seven? They're better. They're better coached. It's not that they had poor athletes a year ago. It just seemed that they were always out there on an island trying to make tackles. And parenthetically, that's been one of the problems with the Michigan defense so far. It just feels like they don't know where their help is at the secondary. The tackles that they made easily a year ago seem to be that they're missing a few. USC has taken a step forward, but they're not a physical defense. And I think if Michigan's going to win this game, you know, what other people consider to be boring football is not boring football to the Michigan fans. They want to run the ball. They love seeing Michigan make first downs on the ground. Orgy will give them a few passes and maybe some deep shots, but the key to the game is, can, you know, this Michigan offense play keep away? That was the formula that worked well for them last year. They want to slow the game down. They want to keep the possessions at a minimum, bring the crowd into the game, and that's right up the way Michigan loves to play football.
I think defensively as well, other than Kamari Ramsey in the back end and Anthony Lucas up front, every single guy is a fourth or fifth year individual for this USC defense. How much of an advantage is it when, especially when you're playing against an offense that has basically 10 new starters on offense?
So we saw that last year with Michigan, right? I mean, after the tough, embarrassing loss to TCU, Michigan reloaded with a lot of seniors, fourth, fifth, sixth-year guys coming back to give it one more try. And obviously they did it. I mean, one of the great seasons in Michigan history last year. Well, that's kind of where this veteran defense is, and team for USC. They wanted to come back and prove that they could do this. The guy that's interesting, for this team is Miller Moss. He's so much different than any quarterback that, Lincoln Riley has had. He was known as kind of a gunslinger coming out of high school, throwing it all around. But so far he's played very maturely, hasn't had an interception yet. And that's, the thing. Where can Michigan get USC out of their comfort zone on defense? So far, they have not been able to be very good on third down. They just don't seem the same. I got to tell you, the guy that impressed me most doing games last year and watching them play is Sandra-Still. Mike Sandra-Still is one of the best football players I saw all year. He made plays all over the field. Where is that playmaker for this Michigan defense? It's going to be tough for Will Johnson to do that because the way the way that Lincoln Riley likes to attack is just that you said it. They like to attack with their running backs. They like to attack with their slots. They like to attack with their tight ends. It's going to be interesting how they get Will Johnson involved in the football game for Michigan.
Well, and so that was my question. Against Texas, they never actually threw at Will Johnson. Yeah. If that's going to be the case moving forward against these top-end teams that have more than just one receiver, and you can't just say, well, we're going to put Will Johnson on their number one guy, how should the defense adjust to account for, hey, let's leave Will Johnson here. They're not going to throw at him. How should the rest of the defense adjust to provide more success?
John, that's one of the really struggles that college defenses are having against the modern college offenses. I just covered this a long time with Alabama, with Georgia, with LSU, with Tennessee. The new game, and you're seeing it now in the NFL, you don't have those possession receivers. The guy I played with at Cleveland, the Brother Rice star Brian Brennan, where he's out there getting you those 8-yard first down plays. Teams are putting their fastest, most elite receiver in the slot, and Michigan's going to see that. Zachariah Branch is going to be in the slot. He has not had the big plays yet, but that provides tough matchups for the defense. How do you switch? Because Lincoln Riley gives you shifts and motions and up tempo, and if you try to get too fancy, you're going to give them a big play, which is exactly what they're doing with their up tempo. It's probably best, even though you want to get them involved in the game, is not try to be too much of a blackboard defense where it works all week on the blackboard, but once they get in the game, they start making mental mistakes. I know that's frustrating, but I don't know making major changes to try to get Will into the game plan would work for Michigan.
Gary, great stuff. Gary Danielson, CBS. Just final note, bye-bye SEC, hello Big Ten. Your reaction to getting more of these Big Ten games now for your Saturdays?
So I had a great 18-year run in covering SEC football. They won 13 national championships. We had first pick of games for 18 years, and out of those years, I probably did not do 20 games that weren't of national championship, qualifying type games. The SEC is not going to come down a step to the Big Ten. What's been great to see is that Ohio State and Michigan now in the last 2 years have proved that they can play with that type of football. For the Big Ten, with the entrance of Oregon, USC, and perhaps Penn State, that's what they need. They need more depth. It just can't be Michigan, Ohio State for the Big Ten to make their mark. It seems like it's working. Nebraska's getting better. You look at Penn State, looks like they're getting better. Oregon's going to be good. USC, not this weekend. I get it for Michigan fans. But the key to this conference as far as equaling up and playing and people giving the Big Ten respect is USC. That's the other blue blood that has to come through for the Big Ten to get on equal footing with the SEC.
Gary, we'll be watching on Saturday. Thanks so much for your time this morning.
All right, my pleasure, guys. Thanks.
It's Gary Danielson, CBS. It's 97.1.
Hey, when I needed a new furnace and AC, I called the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In fact, I've just called them for plumbing, and let me tell you what, the best equipment, the best prices, and the biggest difference is their customer service. They get back to you immediately. There's also a 5-year warranty, so I know I'm covered on my furnace and AC. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Even as we saw a couple of weeks ago, you lose power, they've got generators. Tell them John Jansen sent you for up to $500 off fast installation and same-day service. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
I like it, personally. Scuba lets out a roar after that strikeout. And the Tigers win again. Mm-hmm. And, John, it's not just the miraculous plays that the Tigers themselves make. Shout out Spencer Torkelson in the ninth. Some people comparing that to Air Gostisbehere for the Red Wings.
It's just a play that he doesn't commonly make, but yet in this moment, in this run, he does.
On that night, it's Jace Young with the karate kick sliding into home plate, getting an extra run for the Tigers. It's the plays Detroit has made. It's Hannafy, who had a 5 ERA in Toledo, coming in and shutting the door. It's also what's happening around the Tigers. The same moment that Riley Green hits a home run, Naylor hits a home run for the Guardians to tie things up against the Twins. The Guardians have to come back down 2 runs in extras, and they did. It's Seattle. And for people, I get it, it was late night. You're probably asleep. I was asleep. Seattle's right behind Detroit, and you can't forget about them. They're down 2-1 in the 10th inning against the Yankees. They have runners at the corners, Julio Rodriguez on third, and then this happens. He steps off the base to avoid a bat that was airborne, and he gets picked off third base, and the Mariners lose. 2 extra inning games outside of Detroit, both going the Tigers' way. John, it's why we have this drop, and you roll your eyes, and it's kind of annoying. It's destiny. It's voodoo if you listen to the afternoon show, but it's destiny. It's miraculous. It's whatever word you want to use. And, John, every day I look at you, and I wait for you to accept the destiny of this baseball team.
I do. I accept the fact that they're going to be in the playoffs. I'm on board, fully on board. And there are things that aren't explainable. And even in their own house, in their own clubhouse, the way Spencer Torkelson has been able to come back and contribute. Parker Meadows, you sell at the dead. Like, we've gone through all of the different things that have been stacked against the Tigers, and now all of a sudden, I mean, by the time we sit down to dinner tonight, they could be even with the Twins.
And someone will go, well, but technically, it doesn't have to come down to the tiebreaker. Detroit can just keep winning, and the tiebreaker doesn't even have to come into consideration here.
There's 9 games left, and I think they finish with a better 9-game record than the Twins do.
Think about it.
And if the Twins lose today, that's all they have to do.
Detroit's going to finish 6-3, 7-2, 86, 87 wins. Who would have thought? It's ridiculous. Their playoff odds have gone up now. It's 36%. Still feels low to me. I don't know how the Twins have a 70% chance and the Tigers only have a 36%. Because
they're in the catbird seat right now. If they just simply win today, they're 1 up.
But that's like a 36% gap between teams that are half game separated. And the Twins are in a tailspin. The Twins continue to lose. The Twins have struggled for the better part of a month or more, and the Tigers have been fast approaching. I think the Tigers have made up 9 games in just over a month. I mean, it's what's one more? What's one more with 9 games to go?
This weekend's, like, obvious. It's all crucial, okay? So I'm stating the obvious to a degree. But this weekend's extremely crucial because this is the Red Sox last stand. If they think they're in it, they host the Twins after the Twins finish up in Cleveland today. The Royals play the Giants, who have been beating the Orioles. But the reason I say this is because next week there's a little bit of a lull, and the Tigers need to make sure they absolutely lose no ground this weekend. They get the Rays, the Royals get the Nationals, and Minnesota gets the Marlins. And they're basically the National League White Sox.
Yeah.
So you got to at least hold serve right now and hang in there to get to that White Sox series to make it matter.
So we want to check in with Tiger fans. We've started the show 3 straight days talking about this baseball team. We're giving them some prime real estate right here for you guys to call in as we roll over into the 8 o'clock hour. How invested are you? Are you changing your fall sports plans at all because of this baseball team? Watching more games? Dedicating more time to this baseball team? John, we are as a show.
Well, and not just to this baseball team, but what else is going on around this baseball team? Because, yes, they need to keep winning. There's no question about that. But the Twins also need to continue to lose. We talked about the Mariners. Now they're creating some separation between the Mariners and the Tigers, between the Tigers and the Red Sox. We're watching the Twins. We obviously had a chance to watch the Royals because they had 3 games against them. They're only 2 back of the Royals, who are 1.5 above the cut line. And don't look now. I think this is ridiculous. But they have 3 games against the Orioles. They're only 4 back of the Orioles.
There's a scenario.
Just saying.
There's a scenario where the Tigers not only get in the playoffs, but are the number 1 wild card team.
It's possible.
Have home playoff games. What are we talking about? This is awesome. This is absurdly beautiful and wonderful and everything that this city deserves.
All right, 4 games in 10 days is absurd.
Sure.
But they do directly play them. So
Right,
they
yeah.
can actually...
You can peel off too quick.
That's why it seems like it could be possible.
Why not? We said 3 weeks ago they're fake contending and this will be cute. And then, they're 3.5 games back of just the Twins. And somebody would text in and say, well, the Royals are 6. And we'd laugh at it and go, blah.
Well, but
they just keep doing it.
The difficulty becomes the fact that, okay, they've got 3 against the Orioles, and we could talk about what that means in drawing nearer to where the Orioles are, but the last 3 games of the year, we actually will be rooting for the Orioles because they're playing the Twins.
Yep. To close the season.
By then, we'll be 3 up on them, and we're rooting for the Twins. Think about that. We'd be rooting for the Twins last week. We just need Chris Fillar's team to take care of business today. Get that offense going.
They've been doing it.
Come on, man. Come on, Ohio, man.
Their offense has evaporated randomly for the entire year. I'm just holding on for dear life.
I texted you guys this last night. I can't believe I've been forced to cheer or at least hope for a team in the state of Ohio.
Bring it on, John.
To win.
You want more proof that things are upside down?
Yeah.
That's the latest.
This is insanity.
So what stands out from this baseball team? And how have your plans changed? How has your investment changed? We'll get the phone calls in. 248-539-9797. And yes, John Jansen officially believes they will do it. Destiny. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Winners of 4 straight, the Tigers swept the Royals in Kansas City, a 4-2 final last night, pulling to within a half game of the Twins in that playoff chase. Tarek Skubal won his league-leading 17th game, also taking over the American League lead in strikeouts. He only went 5 innings, but says he did not hold back against a team that he's struggled with on the road before. Riley Green hit his 24th home run of the year. Trey Sweeney delivered a 2-run double in the same inning, and Will Vest locked it down for the save in the 9th. Cleveland, by the way, shocking the Twins in extras to bring Detroit even closer, and Seattle dropped further back in the race with a loss to the Yankees late last night. Lions star Amon-Ra St. Brown, a full participant in Wednesday's practice. Marcus Davenport also returned, but both rookie defensive backs Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw were sidelined. Presale has begun for the Red Wings versus Blue Jackets Stadium Series game at the Horseshoe in Columbus. The event will take place on March 2nd for a Michigan versus Ohio NHL showdown. And training camp at Traverse City begins today for the Wings as their first preseason game coming up very quickly. They'll be on the ice today. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
John, how does it go? At the big house, they sing, "Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes." That's this baseball team, man. Everybody's glued to the television. Got to see what's going on with this team. A loss today by the Twins, and the Tigers are dead even for that final playoff spot with 9 games to go. Everything continues to break their way. It was Friday the 13th. Last week, and we did Do You Believe in like luck and bad luck, and like we said, you make your own luck. The Tigers are making this happen by winning games. They're forcing the Twins to sweat this out down the stretch. They're pulling Kansas City. Thank you, Stoney. They're pulling Kansas City within 2 games. This is awesome.
It is.
And let me just say this before we get to the phones, because we get these ticket texts, and I'm starting to get more social media messages about it too. Like, what do you guys think about AJ for Manager of the Year? I don't know that he's going to win it, but this show unequivocally will state that nobody is doing a better job with what they are given than AJ Hinch. And the guy who's supposed to win Manager of the Year is the Royals manager. That could switch in an instant.
Oh yeah, I mean,
imagine the Tigers finish with a better record than the Royals. It's not out of the question. They just swept them.
Right, doing more with less. That is the job that AJ Hinch has done, greater than anyone in Major League Baseball this year.
They have multiple pitchers whose ERA was north of 5 in AAA, and they are part of the best bullpen in baseball right now. I mean, can't say enough good things.
Well, I just have to ask you one question before we go to the calls. Do you think AJ's done a good job?
Yes, John. Let's go to Robert. You're next. You're on 97.1. AJ's doing a great job. Robert, good morning.
Hi. Just want to say I started this season off just kind of hoping, not much more than a fool's hope, but in the last month and a half, I've definitely grown a lot more hopeful, and I'm starting to watch every game now, and I can't wait to see where they go.
Yeah, like in the middle of the season, you could be honest with the whole Bally thing. I mean, were you kind of tuning them out?
It was hit and miss. If it was on, I watched it, but I wasn't going to go seek it out. But nowadays, definitely I'm seeking them out.
Yeah, now it's appointment TV. 10 years since we've had September baseball like this.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking. We were excited just to be talking about them in August. Thought it was cute, thought it was fun, and now we're talking about a legitimate baseball team that is winning a lot of games at a better clip than anyone else that they're competing with right now in September.
Ticket texter who refers to himself as Scumbag Kevin says, it's like the boys in the clubhouse are telling Harris, hold my beer, we'll show you. Because this team wasn't given a lot to work with. Both offseason, deadline, any of that. And here they are. Let's get to Bud in Madison Heights. Bud, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Bud.
Hey, always a Tigers believer. Man, I've been watching them forever. 1987, guys. What were they, 7 games back with a little more than a week to go? I was screaming they could do it. They can overtake Baltimore. It's a game, guys. These boys are playing. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it certainly is fun. You think they're in?
Oh, sorry.
No.
Just dropped them off. We got Mark and Monroe next up. Sorry. Trying to get everybody in this morning, guys. Mark, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I got a huge conundrum. The Bally's things. I never had Bally's. They fell off by Dish Network, as far as being able to watchability on TV. Now, I have this challenge in my mind. I don't want to jinx anything. I don't want to get Bally's to start watching this run and have them go the other way. I mean, what do? I'm trying to catch it on 97 when I can, but, man, I want to watch this so badly, but I just don't know, man. I don't want to be held accountable in my own mind if it goes sideways because I all of a sudden got Bally's and started watching them.
All right, so I think I possibly have the answer for you because there's 9 games left. What I would do is the Baltimore series, I would just find a local pub to go and enjoy and have the group experience. The final 6 games, Tampa and Chicago, those I would probably get the Bally app because you have the free I think it's a 7-day trial to start things off. And if things go south, you can back out at any moment.
Yeah, and honestly, the long-term costs incurred for me, if it does go south, that's not really a concern. At this point, it's all about the team.
You just
I'm
don't
a
want
guy
to
that
jinx
watches the Red Wings.
Yeah,
I'm a guy that watches the Red Wings, and he switches over to another game because usually when you switch, the Red Wings would score, and then that's kind of how my mindset works. So you guys have a good one.
You too.
Appreciate it, Mark.
That's the mindset of a fan. Like, I don't want to do anything different than I've been doing all summer long because I don't want to be the reason I jinx them.
Ticket texters pouring in, 248-539-9797. I was actually muting football games on Sunday so I could listen to the Tigers. That's how compelling they are right now.
Question about the jinx.
Yeah.
Now that I'm on board, you concerned that...
You're going to jinx it?
So I think I have my out. I've got the caveat. I've got the workaround.
What's the workaround?
The workaround is the thing I said earlier. If we're using this
cosmic,
the mojo, the mystical, everything mystically is happening for the Tigers. And I can get on board with that, but you also have to think about some of the other quote unquote jinxes.
John,
I love you.
And you don't have the power.
Okay.
And
well, it's the same, but it's the same thing every other fan. You don't have the power. If you get Bally's app, it's not going to determine if the Tigers win or lose.
Nobody can
jinx
this.
That.
Nobody can jinx
It's unstoppable. It's destiny.
When you see Julio Rodriguez get picked off because a bat was flying at him last night, and I've never seen that ever in baseball. Bobby Witt scuffling 3 balls this series that he typically would field at least 2 of those 3. Guys, the magic. The Cleveland last night with the comeback. I mean, the Cleveland is helping us.
But the workaround is, good things and bad things happen in threes, right? That's the other mystical, thing that nobody can ever prove. So what are the things that have happened badly to our Detroit sports teams, where in 22 you put a great run together at the end of the Lions season, yet even though you win in Green Bay, forces outside your control at that moment force you to be left out of the playoffs. The Detroit Red Wings tie, and they lose the tiebreaker and don't go to the playoffs. The Detroit Tigers now, the third opportunity for our teams to make the playoffs, are right there. Do we really believe that they're going to break the string of 3 and leave it at 2 and make the playoffs?
So your belief is heartbreak comes in 3s?
Well, that's...
Here's my official response
out there as a theory. If we're going to take all the positives, all the mystical things, all the magical things that are happening for the Tigers, do we also have to admit that if we're going on the mystical side of things, there are other things the forces at work that could be working against them?
I have a response. My official response is actually something you said.
Oh.
Let's get to the phones.
Good one. He's Dr. Doom this morning. He says he buys in, and then he's the one that came up with this crazy thing that bad things happen in 3.
I didn't come up with it. You guys have all heard that before.
Yeah, like when a famous person dies, it's
they happen in 3s.
Yeah.
Better keep AJ off the Applebee's commercials.
Yeah, we got that ticket text. People, come on. Dan Campbell can't even go to his house after games.
Say, where does AJ live?
He's got to move by next week.
Yeah, let's not invite any of that. Mike in Livonia, you're on 97.1. Mike, talk to us.
What's up, fellas?
What's
How
up?
are you? John,
Good.
man, keep that negativity out of our mindset today, man. We'll talk about it a different day. Thank you, dude. Because I love you, John, but not today, man. It's everything's going our way, and I love it. I think we are going to make it. Let's think positive. The one thing I did want to add, and Pat Caputo actually brought it up yesterday, you can't explain this. This is magical what's happening, right? But if you look at it, most of our players actually are coming off the DL. You're talking about Riley Green and Carpenter, right? So they've been well rested. A lot of our other players are rookies and, call-ups. So they're fresh, and most of these teams are worn out at this point. So we're giving it to them, and we're dealing at this point. So I'm loving it. Let's keep it going, and we're definitely going to make the playoffs. And I think actually, given what's happening right now, we're just such on such a roll, and these players are so confident that we might actually do something in the playoffs. You never know, but
Mike, you're right. Baseball's weird. Momentum's a thing. No matter what analytics people want to say, momentum's real. The Tigers are playing loose. These other teams are feeling tight and tense. And if you get in the playoffs, when they get in the playoffs,
look at the Cardinals back in the day when we played them. Right, we rested. And they were hot, and honestly, we had a better team, and we should have beat them, right, in the World Series, and they ended up beating them.
A best team doesn't always win. Best team doesn't always win. There's no doubt about it. And I'm sorry, when they make the playoffs, the way they're playing feels playoff baseball-esque, right? Where you kind of manage the matchups in the bullpen and you're just worried about winning the game that day. It's how AJ's managed his team for a couple months now, 6-8 weeks at this point. John, the ticket texters are pointing out a couple things. One, they think you meant to say the third time is the charm.
I'll go with that.
And they've also pointed out that we've had more than 3 bad things happen to our teams over the last few seasons. We're more than due. We've cashed in all of the bad, right? They point out how many Piston lottery lucks didn't go our way. How about the Pistons just existing as a basketball team?
I could get, hey, fine. That's
we've had enough bad. It's okay. We could balance this out with some good.
I just brought up the theory.
Don't bring it up next time. 248-539-9797. Tiger phone calls, ticket texts, and your thoughts before we get to the Thursday touchdown and Dear John, both later in the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, this year FanDuel is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday with FanDuel Squares. And it's the same Super Bowl Squares game that you've always known, only way better. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get a chance to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like. You're going to get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and bet on Squares. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets absolutely guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's get to the phones. Becky in Garden City. How you feeling about the Tigers? You're on 97.1.
I'm loving it right now. At the beginning of the season, mid-season, I saw some shaky plays. The Colt Keith wasn't really in his form. Parker Meadows. They send these guys down. They come back. They're energized. I almost feel like they've been sandbagging for most of the season, and now they're just really kicking it in like when they said other teams are tired. It's just exciting to watch. I can't wait to watch a game, and I feel that call it destiny, call it whatever you want. I just think this is going to be their year to get in the playoffs, and who knows where it might go.
When they get back from Baltimore, are you planning on going down for a game against Tampa or Chicago?
Yeah, I'd like to, for sure. I've already been to one game this year, but it's just so much fun. And getting Carpenter back in the lineup, and I'm not a huge A.J. Hinch fan, I got to admit, but it's kind of impressive how things are coming together. Everything's clicking right now.
Really? You're not an A.J. Hinch fan? Why is that? Is it what happened before he came to Detroit?
Yeah, I know that's wrong of me to be that way, but yeah,
No.
to me, I think he just really got to prove himself.
Okay.
I haven't seen any trash cans be utilized in this run, so I think we're good, Becky. I think
it's
we're
okay.
good.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's got like a witch doctor at home or something, but something's going right.
Yeah, I mean maybe there's some voodoo dolls.
John,
he's sticking pins and needles in them.
I think that's allowed. The trash can sign stealing, not so much. I think voodoo is not technically banned by Major League Baseball. We can look into that. Dan in Ypsilanti.
It's allowed in the movie.
Certainly is. Dan, what's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm like every one of your other callers here. I'm driving to work on a Thursday, and I'm excited. It's not even Friday, and I'm pumped because of these Tigers. But I wanted to so Scuba is set up to start Tuesday against Tampa. So I wanted to point this out. I don't know if you realized it. That would line him up. I know I'm looking far ahead here.
Say it. Go ahead and say it.
Either Saturday or Sunday, probably Sunday, to maybe set the Tigers into the playoffs and give the White Sox the worst record in MLB history. Is that stadium going to sell out if that's the case?
And keep in mind that Sunday, the Lions don't play because the Lions are on Monday night.
Okay. That would just be insanity. I think there would be, well over 30,000, 40,000 people down there.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm hoping for that.
I thought you were going to point out something else. What if they just skip Scooble's start because they want to line him up for the playoff game later?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, do they bump him up a day and go Saturday so that he'll at least be available in that first round versus pitching him on Sunday and then you're looking at days of rest? I mean, they got to pitch him in the playoffs if they make the playoffs. Of
course.
I don't think they're taking.
I thought about that, but I mean, beggars can't really be choosers. They, unless they go on this streak here where they win 5 more in a row, and the Twins keep stinking, they're going to probably need that Scooble start. But that would be great if they could hold them off.
You start lining this up. The Tigers took 2 or 3 against Baltimore, swept Kansas City. Can they take another 2 or 3 against Baltimore? 2 or 3 against the Rays, sweep the White Sox. That'd be a 7-2 finish. And I know that sounds crazy, but it shouldn't be if you've been paying attention to what they're doing. That'd put them at 87 wins. And is there a chance that they could clinch before the last day? I don't want it to come down to a tiebreaker. We've heard enough about it. The Twins have the tiebreaker. It's actually more of a gap. It doesn't have to come down to a tiebreaker. Just keep winning. Twins are mid-self-destruct right now.
You know what? We had a text earlier that we really didn't get to, and it was referencing a guy had to have a conversation with his wife recently and said, I need to watch the Tigers tonight. They could actually make the playoffs. And the wife was like, this is BS. You just don't want to spend time with me. In terms of this is still people realizing that this is happening. And it's happening so fast where it's actually become credible at this point. And it's a legitimate possibility now. We went into this stretch with the Orioles, and thought, man, go 4-5, 5-4, and just survive and give yourself a chance the last series. I just don't see how it doesn't happen at this point. They're playing different than everybody else is. They're beating their direct competition.
People are starting to get fixated on this baseball team. People who otherwise said, hey, they weren't very good in the summer. I checked out. People are tuning in now, and they should be.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got more to get to this hour, including Dear John at 8:50, the Thursday touchdown at 8:35. But first, Heather, what's going on?
Adrian Wojnarowski is retiring from his role at ESPN to become the general manager of the men's basketball program at St. Bonaventure. So he is an alumnus of the school, has a strong relationship with the program, and he says that he is hopeful that he can bring value in a lot of areas to the basketball program and open doors for young men's futures, both professionally and personally. And he did make a nice heartfelt post on social media, kind of said, you know what, he is leaving a dream job, right? What he has at ESPN, but he wants to pursue something that's more personally meaningful for him. So
good for him. No more Woj bombs.
Nope.
And if you understand, Adam Schefter talked about it, the life that is as an insider, where you are glued to several phones at all hours of the day, this should be a less stressful experience for him too.
This is pretty cool. 2 Detroit area chefs will be competing on 2 Food Network shows this month. So you can tune in. One show is called Last Bite Hotel. It's going to premiere on Tuesday, the 24th, and it will feature Chef Gabriella Baldwin, who works at Testabara in Macomb. And it sounds pretty cool. So this is going to be her 7th time competing on a television cooking show. Wow. But she says this one's a little different. There's going to be 8 chefs that will only have 13 ingredients to cook with for their entire stay at the hotel. So she says it's going to be different than things she's done before. She graduated from the Culinary Institute of America. She's a mom, avid skateboarder, so you can check that out. And then also there is a Troy-based pastry chef, Jonathan Elias, who will be competing on season 14 of Halloween Wars.
Oh.
I like those ones. I don't typically watch a lot of cooking shows, but I liked the Christmas theme, the Halloween theme.
When we got to the pandemic, I binged a lot of those like cooking competition shows because you needed something to watch, and I kind of dig them.
I watch. Well, they're kind of calming. Like they're like I'll have them on in the background, or like what was the big one, like the British Bake Off or something like that. I'll have it on in the background because it's just like it's there's not a lot. Like you don't have to be glued to the television. It's just nice, calming background for sure. Dan Campbell and his family are moving because fans discovered where he lived. And they bought this house, a beautiful home in Bloomfield Hills in 2021 after he was hired to be the head coach. And according to reports, he listed the house already, $4.5 million. Less than about a day on the market, it is already pending, so somebody is buying it. And he basically said that he's moving because people figured out where he lives after they lost. And it's for security purposes.
And my understanding is it's not from the most recent loss, but like this goes back to last season.
Right.
And it doesn't matter when it was. It should never happen to begin with.
That's awful.
It's embarrassing that our fans
seriously
would be acting that way.
And call it what it is. It's not all Lions fans. It's probably a couple idiots.
Sure.
Yep. So before Ohio State plays Marshall on Saturday, Marshall head coach Charles Huff made this really lighthearted offer to Ohio State players to transfer to Marshall in exchange for some free breakfast. So while Huff was admiring Ohio State's roster during this news conference on Tuesday, he went ahead and offered his players all-you-can-eat biscuits.
So, I mean, it's a great advertisement for that restaurant chain. I looked it up.
Yeah.
Their menu looks amazing.
It's all it all goes around their biscuits, correct? Every meal, I think, includes a biscuit. So, you know, if that's your thing, maybe.
Oh, I love a good biscuit, and just looking at these, they're mouth-watering.
This year's Toy Hall of Fame nominees are out, and you can go and vote on them. They include 12 finalists. We've got the good old trampoline, Apples to Apples. We got this, the balloon.
The balloon is not in?
the balloon. No, I don't really think of it as a toy, but it can be quite entertaining.
When the kids are playing with it, it's
That's
a toy.
true. The Choose Your Own Adventure books.
Love those.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Or I used to. Hess toy trucks, remote controlled vehicles.
It's been a little while since I read one.
You're clarifying that it's not still an active hobby of yours.
The stick horse, Phase 10 sequence, Pokemon trading cards, My Little Ponies, and Transformers.
Okay.
How many make it?
3 or 4. So last year, the inductees were baseball cards, Cabbage Patch Kids, Fisher Price, the Corn Popper, and Nerf foam toys. So you can go, fans can go and vote for their favorite now through the 25th at toyhalloffame.org.
And that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Thursday touchdown. It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, I have a really cool story to share with you. I was talking to Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, and he told me about this wedding he was just at. He said it was a beautiful wedding downtown when all of a sudden one of his patients came up to him, so excited to introduce Dr. B to his fiance. And he continued on to say that his hair restoration treatment with Dr. B changed his life, so much so that it was because of his newfound confidence that he was able to go online and meet her. And then a little while later at that exact same wedding, another one of Dr. B's patients came up to him with almost that exact same story, but they were already married. And this patient was so excited to introduce Dr. B to his wife, who he says he wouldn't have met if he didn't go to see Dr. B. How cool is that? And you guys, your life is waiting for you on the other side of your hair loss treatment. With a full head of hair that you can run your hands through, who knows what you'll have the confidence to do. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today and schedule your consultation with Dr. B. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Easy there, pal.
You brought it on yourself today.
This is the first time I think we've gotten into Dear John where you haven't given me a little teaser.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't know what's coming his way.
Do I get a heads up on the topics today?
Yes, and people can submit theirs, Dear Jon Jansen at gmail.com. Dealing with a bully.
Oh.
Not in it for the money. Refusing to sleep on the couch. And who's right, me or my wife?
Happy wife, happy life.
Sleeping on the couch and who's right, me or my wife, are they the same one?
These are different scenarios.
Oh, boy.
All right, so we're going to start with number 1. This is the dealing with the bully. Dear John, my son is in middle school and he's been dealing with a bully situation. Just stupid, mean kid stuff. This guy's calling him names, puts him down every chance he gets. Now, the bully won't steal his lunch, but he does take the Powerades we pack with it. He said something to the school, but they haven't actually taken it seriously. Well, my son took it into his own hands. I don't know how he got laxatives, but he added the powder to his drink last week, and the bully had to miss half the day because he got really sick. My son was called to the principal's office, and they said he drugged the bully and is now suspended. I know my kid shouldn't have done that, but didn't the bully get what he deserves? How should I handle this?
No, I mean, yeah, you cannot drug another individual, and he rightfully should be suspended. But if this kid keeps stealing the Powerade, you've gone through, hey, we're going to take it to the principal, take it to the school board. Next stop is the police station. This is stealing. And so if it happens again, this is the route that it goes.
Arrested for robbery?
Yeah, I mean it's
stolen Powerade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you have to keep going up the chain of command, and if something is not being done, first of all, the principal should handle this, and it's poor leadership in the school. It's probably not the only one that's happening, because if this is allowed here, it's going to be allowed elsewhere. You got to keep going up until something actually happens.
But did he actually drug him? It was his own Powerade. Maybe he just wanted some better
bowel. He did put the powder in there not to drink it himself.
Yeah,
he put it in there for this bully.
Yes.
Maybe he was constipated. I don't know.
No,
we'll never know.
Nice.
But definitely the school is at fault here and did not handle the situation correctly at all.
Yes.
Bottom line.
This next one says, not in it for the money. Dear John, as a former professional basketball, not famous player turned coach trainer, I'm having trouble getting a coaching position, whether it's an assistant or a head coaching spot. My thoughts are they're afraid of the words former pro player, thinking I want all this money. I don't really do it for the money. I just want to do it because I love the game. Help me out. It's from Daniel.
Keep trying. Somebody's going to give you a job at some point. They'll give you a shot.
Does he need to explicitly say he'll work like as a volunteer? I mean, your
sure,
time is valuable.
That's one route. Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
what if he just doesn't say former pro player on his resume? I don't know.
Is he overqualified? Is that his concern?
Just says, I've got a lot of experience playing the game.
I mean, you could go that route.
I don't know.
I mean, so people do tweak their resumes.
Of course they do.
And not to be dishonest, but for the job that they're applying to. But then when you go in and they say, okay, well, what is your basketball resume? And you say, well, I played pro for X number of years. Or contact the individuals who have not given you that opportunity and say, what is it? I'd like to do a little self-evaluation. What is it that is preventing me from getting these opportunities?
This feels odd, too, because I would think the first thing you do is you go through your network. Like, where did he play high school? Does your high school coach know other high school coaches? College coach, does he know other college coaches? Like, that's typically how that goes, right?
Can I get an opportunity from a friend of a friend, if not somebody that I directly know?
Yeah. Okay, this one is called Refusing to Sleep on the Couch. Dear John, so my sister is having an annual family weekend get-together, and she thinks her house is big enough to accommodate 12 people, but I learned my lesson last time. 1, she will not let anyone use her Wi-Fi. 2, morning lineups for the shower. She's got 2 showers for 12 people. Doesn't work. 3, I was regulated to sleeping on the couch in her den. So this time I booked a hotel room not far away, about 20 minutes to drive there. I get to sleep in my own bed, get my own shower, and I can use the Wi-Fi, and most importantly, I get privacy. My sister was mad that I got a hotel room. She wanted everyone under one roof, which is insane. I suggested she needed a wellness check because 12 people just can't sleep in her house. Well, other people did the same thing for night 2, and she called the whole thing off. Should I have sucked it up to keep the peace?
No, you're grown up. You don't have to sleep on the couch. You don't have to. She's not going to share the Wi-Fi password. What does she think is going to happen? This is an insane individual.
Who does that?
I don't get that.
Definitely stay in a hotel. And even if, and in the future, even if she says, hey, there's no one else staying here, we'd love to have you stay with us. I'm setting the precedent. I'm staying in the hotel every single time. I want monitored amenities. You don't provide them.
I'm with you. I feel the exact same way as you. There's nothing wrong with getting a hotel room.
Yeah. Like my brother has moved out of the state. If I go visit him, I'm going to get a hotel. I'll still see you, but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Mainly for privacy, right?
Yes.
For yours and theirs.
And theirs. Yes.
It's ridiculous.
This last one says, who's in the right, me or my wife? Dear John, my wife and I were at the bar this last Saturday night with 2 other couples, all really good friends. It was getting late, and the wives like to wander and go around the bar on their own. My wife's very attractive. She gets plenty of attention from men, especially when she's not around me. Some guy starts talking to her, and he offers to buy her a drink. She says, I'm married, and he has to buy around for all the friends. He agreed. They sit there for a while talking. I see what's going on, and I ask her to please stop with this. I make enough money. I can pay for the drinks on date nights. There's no need to accept drinks from other guys that are buying them for one reason and one reason only. 2 minutes later, she's back over there with this guy and her girlfriends. So we leave, and I let her know I wasn't happy. Her response was, I'm insecure, and that if I can't handle having a hot wife, I, quote, deserve a 4. Was I out of line, or was she?
Yeah, get over yourself. It's a drink you don't have to buy. And so the key components here are he offered to buy her a drink. She said, I'm married.
Good step.
And then a good step by him to say, you know what? Hey, that's great. I'll buy a round for everyone. Takes the pressure off of everything. And if he wants to keep buying drinks, she's going home with me, pal. Not you. Get her sauced up. Get her ready. Just don't serve her too much.
The only issue I have in this whole thing, you're right.
Nothing worse than being overserved.
The only issue I have is if your partner...
Are you sleeping?
Oh, God. Didn't know we were going there.
Stop.
The only issue I have is if your partner communicates something bothers them, you should listen to that. The initial drink,
sure,
don't freak out. When she's going back over to a guy that you said, hey, I don't like that. That makes me uncomfortable. Don't you have to consider your partner's feelings in that moment?
But okay,
and she did go out to dinner with her husband.
Yeah. Now, are the other women that are there all partnered up as well?
That's a fair point. Maybe she's wing woman.
Yeah, she could be wing woman. Yeah.
I was going to say that, but it did say that she went
with
Patricia
to
her
Belichick.
Yeah, what a wingman. No, it says that they were there with 2 other couples. So all of these women were there with other.
Yeah, but are they married?
Does that matter? Like if you're there, you've been dating for 2 years, but you're not married. Does that matter? Like you can go over and hang out with this other guy. I'll just sit at the table and watch.
Matter, no, but I think it would change.
People cheat. Is that your point?
Yeah, some people do. Yeah. No, but
they're all booed up. There's no reason.
Yeah. They're all what?
Booed up.
Wow.
They are spoken for.
Wow.
They have partners.
Yes. I think Greg was trying to figure out what that was as well. I mean, I get the concept, yes.
Yes, and it did take me a while to figure it out, but I do agree with Jim. Acknowledge your partner's feelings. I think that was her mistake in this.
Yes. And that is Dear John. Get to the Tigers next. 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. AJ Hinch says that he loves watching his Tiger team continue to grow, and they are winning big-time games here in September. A 4-2 victory to complete the sweep of Kansas City on the road, and the Twins' pen blew another game in Cleveland. So Detroit now a half game back of that final wildcard spot, and there's still 9 games to go. 3 at Baltimore starting tomorrow, 3 versus the Rays at Comerica, and a final home series against the lowly White Sox to finish things off. Elsewhere in baseball, Shohei Ohtani getting a little closer to an unprecedented 50-50 season. He added a steal last night. He's at 48 home runs and 49 swipes with 10 games to go. No one's ever done that before. As for the Lions, preparing to face the Arizona Cardinals, who just laid waste to the Rams in Glendale last week, Dan Campbell paying very close attention to the great play of their quarterback Kyler Murray and the challenges that he presents. Coach is also hoping that rookie Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't catch fire against them, but he says he trusts their DBs such as Carlton Davis and Terrion Arnold in coverage. And the Red Wings are back on the ice today. Training camp begins at Traverse City. If you're up north through the weekend, it's $20 for general admission to check the team out as they prepare for the season. And they're going to be practicing at Center Ice Arena. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Open up the phone lines. You want to talk Tiger baseball? Now's your chance. 248-539-9797. Put in perspective what's going on. Everybody goes, this is improbable. It's crazy. It's destiny. It's voodoo. It's really rare. How about this stat? The only MLB team to ever make the playoffs in a full season, being 8+ games under 500 in August, was the 73 Mets. They've been playing baseball for over 100 years. Only one team has done what the Tigers are within a half game of doing. 8 back on August 10th, now a half game out of a playoff spot. Ticket texter. Dear John, why are you such a Tigers hater? Trying to suck all the joy out of this run.
I'm having fun. Love it. Love fun.
And the news today is you officially believe they are going to do this.
They're going to be in the postseason.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. You don't have to do the thing where you bring up bad things happen in threes and bring up the Lions or the Red Wings or anything like that.
No. I could see the light at the end of the tunnel. I see Tampa. I see White Sox.
Yeah.
This 3-game stretch here against the Baltimore Orioles. But let's not forget, it's not like the Baltimore Orioles are lighting it on fire right now.
No. They're struggling. Giants have been taking it to them. Everything is setting up for the Tigers, and it's why, even if you have been skeptical, even if you look at the percentages, and percentages right now say they're not getting in, only 36%. That doesn't tell the whole story. The whole story is when you watch this team, and it's Spencer Torkelson in the 9th inning making an uncharacteristically brilliant defensive play at first base. It's every time they go to the bullpen, they get the double play ball. They get the ground ball, they get out of there. They swept the Royals, giving up 3 runs from the bullpen in over 16 innings of work. It's miraculous. It's Jace Young, athletic slide into home plate. A karate kick, as Andy Dirks said on the TV broadcast. It's Riley Green hitting a home run the same time that Naylor hits a home run for the Guardians to tie things up against the Twins. Then the Guardians come back and rally down 2 in extra innings. It's the Mariners, who are in this thing too, having the lead runner picked off of third base in extras because he avoided a loose bat that had been released and nearly hit him. It's miraculous. It's the balk and the bloop from the night before. It's a playoff-bound baseball team.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We also have reactions to Dear John.
Oh, please.
The sleeping on the couch story?
Yeah.
Was the couch used?
Ha! How many kids does she have?
Heather, would you sleep on a couch if you were staying at a friend's, or would you go get a hotel?
Sure. I mean, it all depends. I don't mind sleeping. Yeah, I don't mind sleeping on a couch for a night. That's fine.
Ticket Texter says that little kid is thinking outside the box. He's going places. Signed Stu. Talking about the bully and the laxatives.
Yeah. Okay, Stewie.
Ticket Texter says the bully.
Does that sound like a bully on that one?
The bully Powerade situation. Say your son was constipated and you put laxatives in his Powerade. It's the bully's fault for stealing. What world do we live in, guys?
Yes, but that's not the reason it was put in there.
School doesn't know that. I know, John. What's right is right and what's wrong. Texter says, I love this bit. Dear Meathead.
Dear Meathead?
Dear Meathead.
Well, the Meathead would say, yeah, put some laxatives in there.
He had it coming.
Let him crap his pants. We had a caller yesterday.
Right around this time.
Yeah.
Ticket Texters. It says, John, that last story, that wife is emotionally blackmailing her husband with, if you can't handle a hot wife, you don't deserve me. Was she gaslighting him?
Probably a little bit. I think there's some issues going on there.
And this one says she's sending a mixed signal, letting that guy think he has a chance. Keep going back for more drinks.
I go to, drinks at the bar aren't cheap.
No.
Let somebody else buy them for you. Again, you're coming home with me.
Ticket Texters, I feel like this Tigers season is Major League. We are getting so many ticket texts comparing this to the movie Major League. I feel like the Tigers watched the, quote, win the whole effing thing scene for Major League during the All-Star break, and that's what got things going. Other people want to know how many articles are left on Chris Ilitch's, how many clothing pieces are still there.
Yeah, I don't want to go down that road. I think it's Costa, and it's the Cabana outfit.
It's the owner in Major League, so it can't be me.
Well, this is a different script.
Yeah, this is a different script. You're Mr. Smarm. You were the one that asked AJ, "You're doing a good job."
He said it's all on him, and they had a losing record. So I asked if he was doing it anyway.
I think I think you're on the dartboard.
This
probably earned and deserved.
No, but yeah, nobody is trying to take the Cabana outfit off of you.
Oh, okay, good.
So, John, you were out of the studio. We were talking in one of the breaks that me and Jim that how fun it would be if this thing goes a little farther and they make it and maybe win a round to actually have Scott Harris call in and interrogate Costa.
Oh, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Let's make that happen.
You wanted Matt Chapman. We didn't need him.
Maybe it's there's more on the line than just that. It's Mr. Ilitch himself.
Oh yeah,
Scott Harris.
You wanted us to spend. We didn't need to spend.
Yeah, call from the headquarters too, right, guys?
Oh God.
Oh, you call from the headquarters. He could say, you know what? Hey, this is a model employee. He got more done with less. He saved me $75 million, and we're still in the postseason.
Well, my point is you need to win the World Series. Otherwise, people would say, hey, there's always more you can add, always more you could do, right?
And hopefully there is more they can add.
And that would be the goal in the future off seasons.
Listen,
he could call in and go, which one of you wanted to trade Skubal? It wasn't me. It wasn't you. Where's Jeff Rieger? Who wanted to trade Tarek Skubal?
The other thing we got to do before that, though, is call Gibby.
Oh, yeah.
Call him and say, you were right.
I fully support that.
I told you guys to be more positive.
Mm-hmm.
I saw this coming.
He was right.
Right. Say it, Jim.
Is he right if they miss the playoffs?
Oh, so he's going to bring up.
Oh, yeah. Here's the guy that's putting him in the position. I can't be wrong.
No, I'm just asking, if they miss the playoffs.
It's what the king of Smarm will always do.
I'm just asking the question. Let's get to Matt in Hazel Park. Matt,
you want some Powerade? I got some Powerade for you.
Thanks, John. Matt in Hazel Park, you're on 97.1.
I wouldn't drink that Powerade if I were you.
I would not either.
A couple things. The Tigers, I think they're definitely going to make it to the playoffs, probably past the first round. They've been playing amazing since horrendous Javi's been gone. The Dear John thing, I totally agree with that guy. I wouldn't sleep on the couch either. There's 12 people with 2 showers. That's a deal breaker.
Yeah.
And the last thing, I called before and I told you guys I'm from Missouri. I live here now. I root for the Lions wholeheartedly, and this is a pro-Lions thing. But I was listening to Kansas City, the Chiefs radio, and I actually heard an ad for you guys, Jim Costa and stuff.
Oh.
But I was listening to them, and they were talking about how they only see the Lions as the real threat to their three-peat. And they were talking about how, Aiden Hutchinson was an athletic freak, and they got to do more to contain him when it comes if they play them in the playoffs. Because the Lions have beat the Chiefs twice now, once last year and then this year in the preseason. I know preseason doesn't matter, and I think the Lions will go all the way because for another radio station to be talking about you, that means you've inspired fear in them.
Oh, wow.
And that's a good thing.
I agree.
So I'm rooting for the Lions, Super Bowl all the way.
Yep.
Hey, we're on board.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Football is one where bullying is an asset.
It's allowed. Texter says, come on, Cookies. You got to own that you think you're doing a good job to AJ question at some point. Come on. You're still arguing like you did back then or like you have with Goff. No, I concede. AJ's done a great job. I think he's managed his team better than anybody in baseball. Hard to argue. With what they've done the last 6 to 8 weeks, with what he was given, with all the ups and downs this season, with the fact that they didn't add in the offseason, just in totality, the guy's done a great job.
John, this is the things that comes in 3. We got to call Gibby.
Yep.
You got to own the AJ question. Are you doing a good job?
Yep.
And then we have Harris call in and interrogate you.
If they make the playoffs without adding Matt Chapman, yes. And
that's 2.
Oh, Gibby,
Harris, and Hinch.
Oh, okay. All
yeah.
right, yes, they're throwing Hinch in there.
There you go.
You think he's doing a good job, John?
Yes. All the people he's made mad.
Yes.
But seriously, if they make the playoffs, go ahead. Go ahead, Gibby, call it. We should call Gibby at that point and say you were right.
We're going to have a public ceremony.
I got no issue with that.
Well, the public ceremony, and you can remove strike 2.
Yeah, how does that go? It's like a formal, perfect. All right, ticket texters, what else we got on here? This one says, even if the Tigers don't make the playoffs, they've turned heads. Free agents will want to come here. This is fun baseball. Oh, I think there's no doubt momentum is here, whether they make the playoffs or not. Momentum is here. They got to capitalize on it on their offseason plan, but there's clearly momentum even if they don't finish this thing out, and we expect them to finish this out and make the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Dirks line was actually, you got to do a ton of yoga to make a slide like that. It was an awesome call. It was an awesome play. Go Tigers. The best side note about this Tigers run is Mark Ryan getting in Twitter wars with other Detroit media members. Saw him and Tony Paul trading barbs yesterday. I was the only one who believed. I was charting this back in May. 248-539-9797. Tigers text, Tigers phone calls. Your thoughts. We have Gary Yes, you can. We'll have Gary Danielson at 9:35 preview Trojans, Wolverines. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. When dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil, criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
as Green hits a home run, Guardians tie it up against the Twins. It's something. Team of destiny. Will Birchfield with a great note. The last time the Tigers visited Kansas City, prior to this sweep, they were swept. Baez, Canna, and Urshela went 1 for 25, and the bullpen gave up 13 runs. They lost the finale, started by Skubal. Very different baseball team going right now. Some ticket texts. Guys, the Tigers are on a run like the Lions 2 years ago. If we get in, nobody wants to see us. Major 2021 Atlanta Braves vibes. Go win the damn thing. I'll say this. A team that's pitching this well, that has matchups, that's bullpen is this good, it's a team that's built to play in the playoffs.
I agree.
Yeah, the thing about the Braves, though, they had more believable talent.
Yes. More credible, established position players.
I mean, but if, to contradict myself, the Tigers had 2 All-Stars. They have a Cy Young candidate.
Yeah.
But it just seems like it's so premature.
Does it feel like it's more of a sure thing that Skubal's going to win the Cy Young, especially since the Tigers are now relevant nationally?
Yes. I don't even think you can bet on it anymore. It's just waiting for the cash out. Like, he's going to win the Cy Young.
Yeah.
What about AJ?
Well, I think that's real, especially as they get closer to this. As they draw closer to the Royals, everybody thought the Royals manager was going to win it. AJ's done a better job managing his roster than they have.
I think I asked that question about 10 days ago.
Yep.
And at that time, he wasn't even on the board.
He wasn't on, the betting
Is he on the board now?
I can look it up here in a second. I wanted to read a couple more of these ticket texts.
Yeah, go for it.
I would think he would have to be. And
how would he not be? Even if he doesn't win it, the job he's done is worthy of conversation.
You said, do you think he could actually win it? And I said, yeah. And I think the example is from football last year with Stefanski in Cleveland. He surged late and won Coach of the Year. A lot of people thought Campbell was going to win it. And then what they did with Flacco.
Yep. Actually, a good comparison. Texter says, guys, if the Tigers win the World Series, Costa and Rieger need a day where they're just shamed together for laughs. I was on the side. We needed to add Chapman, too. That's from a ticket texter. Texter says, good morning. Regarding the Tigers, I give 0 credit to Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch for this run. They gave up on the team and sold at the deadline. I give the credit to the young players, to Al Avila, and to A.J. Hinch for managing this way. They did it despite ownership and Scott Harris. That's from Mark in a car. I think there's truth to that. This team was not built to make the playoffs. They're making it because these young players have stepped up and because their manager has put them in positions to be successful. I hope to God the Tigers are able to keep Chris Fetter. What he's done with these pitchers is incredible. And another one says, just stopping in to say that, yes, you owe Gibby an apology. It's Mark on his way into work.
I'm trying to find the manager of the year betting odds.
I didn't think they were available.
Skubal, in terms of the Cy Young, he's basically running away with it. Minus 5,000. Emmanuel Clase.
Clase.
That's a very Clase name. Plus 2,000. Seth Lugo, plus 5,000. Corbin Burns, plus 5,000. So, yeah, he's running away with it. Manager
of the year in Major League Baseball. You have to give A.J. Hinch serious consideration. Yeah, the first Google search says he's not on the board, but it's not a credible sports book. A few more. 248-539-9797. The Royals are 26 wins above last season. The Tigers are 13 wins above last season. That's the argument against A.J. Hinch for Manager of the Year.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of different ways that you could, go about it.
Who's managing more talent, though?
Well, that's the thing. You're doing more with much less.
I think the stat you brought up for the 73 Mets, only other team that pulled off this sort of comeback this late in the year, is the reason why he would win it if they do get in.
Did the manager of the 73 Mets win Manager of the Year?
I don't know, Stoney.
Okay. I deserve that. Let's get to Heather in the news.
This is really cool. 6 Lions players have landed in the top 50 players in merchandise sales list, including 3 in the top 10. Pretty cool. So the NFL Players Association just dropped this list, the top 50 players in merchandise sales. And Hutchinson number 3, St. Brown number 4, and Gibbs number 8, which is pretty darn cool. Then you still have more that make this list. Goff at number 19, Laporta at 44, Sewell at 46. And then some more cool stats. Hutchinson is the first defensive player to break into the top 3 rankings since Khalil Mack in 2019. And he is also among the top 3 in cap sellers. And then St. Brown jumped all the way from number 33 to number 4. And Penei Sewell became just the 3rd offensive lineman ever to crack the top 50 list.
That's awesome.
Any surprise Aiden's number 1 or no surprise because of the Michigan connection?
I don't know. I don't really believe it. I'm sure it helps a little bit, but I think it's more just how dominant he is.
St. Brown was an all-pro.
Yeah.
Penei Sewell was an all-pro. I actually think it's a compliment to Detroit.
You're going to get more pub by being an edge rusher than you are just about any other position other than quarterback.
I think it's a compliment for our city, though, that we acknowledge what Penei Sewell is doing. A lot of cities, the offensive linemen don't get the attention. He deserves it.
Yeah, pretty cool. So if we do get some fall colors this year, we're going to get some fall colors, but I talked about earlier how our weather might actually be impacting the changing leaves. But if we do get them, USA Today says that one of the best places to visit in the fall is Mackinac Island. I feel like Mackinac Island is on this list, whether it's like best place to visit in the summer or best place to vacation. It's always in the top 10. So they say that this is the second best place to visit in the fall behind Gatlinburg, Tennessee. And they say, though the island is a prime vacationing spot in the summer, the fun and the beauty doesn't just end when the warmer season does. So there's plenty of opportunities to see the changing colors, whether you're on a bike or you're on foot or you're in a horse-drawn carriage, or maybe you're taking a helicopter tour. Oh my gosh, can you imagine that? No. So according to the fall color tracking, the leaves on Mackinac Island are expected to peak around the second week of October. Of course, maybe that might change depending on our weather. Yep. There's an NFL fan that's going viral for his TikTok post explaining why he believes Derek Carr is performing so well. And it's not because the Saints, hired a new offensive coordinator. It's the fact that it is an election year. So this guy went through all of his stats for 2016, 2020, and 2024 and found that in those years, those were like the best seasons that Carr had. So that's his knowledge. Yes, an election year.
Election year Carr. Stay clear.
Yep. This is crazy to me, but the 47th season of Survivor just kicked off last night, and 2 Michiganders are competing this year. So maybe if you haven't watched in a long time, a reason to kind of tune back in, or if for some reason you've never seen the show, another reason to watch. We've got a graphic designer from Southfield and a construction worker from Sheboygan. They're going to be competing against each other and 16 other people for the $1 million prize, and of course the title of Sole Survivor. So we've got Rachel Lamont. She's 34. She's from Dexter, currently lives in Southfield. And then we've got Kyle Ostwalt, 31 years old, construction worker, grew up in Sheboygan, still lives there with his fiance and his young daughter.
That's cool. Are you guys Survivor fans?
I used to be. Back in high school, like sophomore year in high school, which would have been 2000, which is exactly when the show came out. It came out in May 31st of 2000. We used to have like Survivor parties.
Oh, really? I don't think I've ever seen a full episode.
Oh my gosh.
I never got into it.
Are you serious? Yeah. During the pandemic, when I was watching everything, I went back and would just rewatch old seasons. Like really? I always wanted to be on the show. Now I just want to be the host of the show because I can't go a day with eating just rice. Like I need food, but I think it would be fun to do the competitions is if I was fed.
Rice and salad.
Of course, yes, and potatoes. Yes,
potatoes
yes,
on the list,
and some candy. Give me some Swedish fish, I'd be fine all day long. Yeah. This is funny. A would-be car thief found himself in a unique situation after he got locked inside of a luxury sports car in a Miami Beach parking garage. So this guy broke into a luxury Corvette, right? It happened on Tuesday, but he couldn't get out of the car and he couldn't turn the car on. So this model that he broke into had a security feature where none of the electronical components would function if you didn't have a key. So he got in there, shut the door, and then he was locked in because he couldn't open the doors. He didn't know there was a manual door release. He didn't know that existed. So he sat there until the owner came back and then had to plead with the owner to let me out. Owner did not open the doors, called the police, and this guy was arrested.
Well, I thought it was my car. I got one just
made
like
a mistake.
it. Yeah.
Heather, I thought you were going to say that the security feature is that they put laxative in the gas tank.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta watch out for that.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Men in Black with David Schwimmer instead of Will Smith?
No.
No, not at all. But apparently that is what was supposed to happen. Schwimmer was offered the part first, and turned it down because he had only a short break after filming Friends, and then he was already committed to directing his own movie. Now, imagine if it would have been him, because it could have really changed his career.
Yep.
He said it was a brutal decision, and then at the end of the day, he says, you know what, you just have to follow your gut. You know, you can't look back and be like, oh, I wish I would have done this or that. Like, you have to. That's how it worked out. But
how's he going to get by? Without that
it's going to be tough. But imagine though, because he never really
that became a serious actor or anything.
Not
like
many of. I mean, obviously Jennifer Aniston she continued on acting in movies, but Courtney Cox don't really see a lot of her.
Yeah. And maybe they didn't want to.
Matt LeBlanc. I mean, he's done maybe not.
He had
but
his
you
own
do,
show for a little bit. And there was
but
marginal
you do
success.
kind of get like into
Typecast.
that.
Yes, you do.
It's hard to break out of that.
Yeah.
That's Heather with the news. Couple quick ticket texters. Apparently, BetMGM has AJ Hinch listed as the favorite to win AL Manager of the Year.
Wow.
So they're listening. Yeah, respect's being put on AJ's name. Ticket texter says, guys, you're getting it all wrong. You have to give Matt Patricia some credit for this Tigers turnaround. That's Rick in Downriver. Followed up with give credit to Brad Ausmus. They're finally bearing the fruits of his labor. Austin in Plymouth. Gary Danielson next, 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to do the same for you as they did for me. Sit down with you, ask you some questions, and then they're going to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation, your life, and your family. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. It's where they live and work, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Well, that's exciting about going to looking at a house.
Yeah, I don't even know if we.
We talk about watching the big games, the best place to do it, maybe the best pool in history. Dive into Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can catch all the big games at a viewing experience that's built for us. It's built for the sports fans. I call it a sports fan's paradise, having seen it up close and personal back in August. You can chill in those 6 pools, 3 different levels, always a perfect view of that massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. They're thinking of you. It's Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch all the big football games with the swim-up bars, the Insta-ready selfie walls. It's a non-stop football party. Score your perfect game day spot. Cozy day beds, private cabanas, lounge at the center of the action, but most importantly, reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. Seen the comparison to Air Gostisbehere. Torque goes airborne. Makes the grab. Hope it works better for the Tigers than it did the Red Wings. Mm-hmm. And we are all on board. If you listen today, we all believe this team is making the playoffs. Still a half game back. We will be watching Minnesota and Cleveland today. Go Tribe. Guards, whatever we're calling them.
Yep.
John, we brought up Aiden Hutchinson and the jersey sales in the news this hour. Mm-hmm. He was a topic of conversation with Dan Campbell this week on our show.
Starting to get some love.
It was in my Overreact Gyms on Monday. This conversation about Defensive Player of the Year. It's early, but where are you at on the possibility that Aiden Hutchinson takes that next step and has hardware at the end of the season?
I'm ready. I'm a believer that he can. Now, there are some obstacles that he'll have to overcome. One is you can't just lead in pressures. You've got to lead in sacks. And you don't have to be the sack leader. You could pair that with, lead the league in pressures, have 18 sacks. Like, there has to be a big number in the sack column. Now, obviously at 5.5 sacks, he leads the NFL right now through 2 games. There are, I don't know, was there 9 teams that Aiden Hutchinson actually, as an individual, has more sacks than the entire team put together.
Yep.
You start working your way down the road, and for him to be able to do it, to overcome the reputation of a TJ Watt, of a Nick Bosa, Myles Garrett, who is the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, you're going to have some moments. 4.5 sacks in one day, I think we can all classify that as a moment. There's going to have to be some games at the end of the game that are coming down to the last play, the last drive, and you have a sack fumble that seals the victory for your team. You've got to have, like we talk about in college football, a Heisman moment that you can look back on and say, this is how he directly affected the outcome of games and the outcome of the season. To be able to overcome the reputation that some other guys have that already have a Defensive Player of the Year on the resume.
I mean, hell, there's people within this fan base that still fight about his impact on the game because pressures aren't enough to some people. Pressures are important. Aiden Hutchinson was number 2 in the NFL in pressures last season. He didn't get buzz for Defensive Player of the Year because sacks are better than pressures. And if he's going to have a big season like we're talking about, 15, 17, 18, 20 sacks, it becomes undeniable at that point. And he plays enough snaps and he works hard enough and he's getting better. Yeah, there's another leap for him this season.
It's also about paying your dues.
Sure.
And there's a lot of that in the NFL. Look at TJ Watt in 2019. Finished 3rd in Defensive Player of the Year voting, 14.5 sacks. 15 sacks the following year, finished 2nd in 21, had a breakout season, it's quote-unquote breakout season, 22.5 sacks. That's when he wins the Defensive Player of the Year. So there is also that, well, we saw it one year. Can we see it multiple years before this happens?
And by the way, this week sets up for another great matchup for him. Cardinals right tackle is on IR.
Oh.
So they can chip, they can help. I'm sure they will, but Aiden is set up. And by the way, big moments. Most of his sacks last week were on 3rd down.
Yes.
So he's going to continue to pick up not only sacks, but meaningful sacks.
But
and I think this is the year that he is in that mix.
The mark that he will have to overcome is, okay, week 1, you're doing it against the backup. Pressures. Week 2, you're doing it up against the backup. You get 4.5 sacks. Can you do it against Trent Williams at the end of the year when it matters most?
Right. We're talking Aiden, little Defensive Player of the Year chatter.
And he can.
Yeah.
Can he do 4.5? Probably not.
Well, no.
But you're not expecting it. I mean, the game last week, it was like, okay, open season, man. Go take it. And it was like, he did. And you don't apologize for it. I mean,
nope.
TJ Watt would do the same thing, and Daniil Hunter would do the same thing.
Yep.
Are you doing
Myles
it against
Garrett
the players that you're supposed to do it against?
Yeah, exactly.
And then if you get one against Trent Williams,
that's a win.
Is it? But is it on a 3rd and long on the last drive of the game when it matters most?
And we've seen it from him.
Yeah.
He did that against Justin Fields.
Yeah, did it against the Bears. Had a pick and a sack fumble at the end of the game.
Oh, did he have a good game?
Yeah, it was all right.
Is he a good player?
Yeah.
I mean, he's great. He's one of the cliches in football the coaches like to use is he's got a good motor.
Oh, yeah.
It's a cliche, but it's completely appropriate when it comes to Aiden Hutchinson. He doesn't stop. He doesn't turn it off, and it's how he practices too. I mean, we talked to Jared Goff about it yesterday, and I said, does he like
wreck the drill?
Exactly. I said, does he? He goes, yes. I mean, I couldn't even get the question out, and he's like, yep. He does.
And there's nothing as an offensive tackle than to have a guy across from you where you're like, it's Thursday, we're doing 2-minute drill. Right. I'm just trying to get to the game healthy. And here goes Aiden Hutchinson.
F-speed.
F you. That's exactly what it feels like. You're like,
who's that guy for you?
Come on, man. Reagan Upshaw was one of them that would. The difference was Reagan would never do it in a game. It was a practice warrior.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those were the guys that. So with Aiden, you can accept it because you're like, okay, it transfers from practice to the game. You're starting to see it.
Yeah. Well, his top effort in a practice is as good as his top effort in a game. Reagan Upshaw may have been. Yeah. Top effort in practice was good enough to beat John, who was going at half speed.
Correct. Yes. Okay. Fine. You got it. You win. I'm done. I'll talk to you on Sunday.
Yeah.
One of the phenomenons we've had during the show today is anytime we talk something not Tigers, we get texts from people saying, "Why aren't you talking Tigers?"
Yeah.
This is football season.
We are carrying the Minnesota-Cleveland game today at 105 pregame with Dan Dickerson.
I tried to give you that short show yesterday.
We sent Dan to Cleveland. He'll be providing play-by-play. He and Bobby Scales are actually getting an extra booth at Progressive Field right now.
I think the more important question is...
That's a joke, by the way. We're not really carrying a game. I don't want people tuning in going, where's the Tribe game?
Yeah. But the more important question is, was there ever an answer for the comb?
No, we never found out who the comb was.
Never found out.
I will tell you that we did some digging on it. We found out it was not Dan Miller.
Mm-hmm.
No.
We found out it wasn't Stoney. Wasn't Wojo.
No,
it's not me.
We
didn't ask for Lenny. We should have asked for Lenny.
Yeah, we probably should have asked Mike. But I think we're coming down to it's either an update guy or Mark Ryan.
Why would an update guy?
Why not?
Why would his hair?
I don't know. Why would anybody in radio?
Because it just comes from the placement of the comb.
Well, the comb was right in this spot, which is closer to the update desk.
I do love the 3-2-1.
Mark Ryan.
And you guys both in unison said Mark Ryan is taking strays all day long. Love it.
Poor Mark. Yeah, we'll talk baseball.
Anything else you guys want to be detectives about, or?
No, just baseball.
Okay.
And we'll mix in some Tigers.
The other thing, I was craving
and defend himself.
I was craving a biscuit all day. You guys ruined my day yesterday.
Did we?
The Tudor's biscuits.
I even brought it up this morning when I walked in. I'm like, I got to get one of these.
Did you hear the one I made up?
What's that?
Did you hear the one I made up?
Yeah. I actually would have tried it.
I got a text yesterday from a friend of mine that said she was driving to South
The best part was the name. When you said
Mariner?
The Country Mariner, I'm like, that's an unbelievable name for that biscuit.
We should probably start our show.
Yeah, you guys should. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
It's like every day we get to talk about this sports miracle that's unfolding before our eyes. And it's gotten to the point, Gator, where let me just put it to you like this. Here's how you know you're in a playoff chase. When you're leading in a baseball game and you hear the words, and that's going to bring the tying run to the plate, and it's terrifying. That's how you know. That's how you know you're in a playoff chase. Because when that pop-up dropped in was it the 7th inning or the 8th inning last night?
It was
off the bat of Bobby Wood Jr.
I think it was the 8th or the 8th inning, right?
Okay, pop-up drops to lead off the inning, and you're just like, that can't be the beginning of an unraveling. Yeah. That cannot possibly be the beginning of the unraveling.
Leadoff hitter of the 8th inning. It's Bobby Witt Jr. You get him to pop up, and then your third baseman and shortstop are sitting there. Well, I got it. You got it. You got it. I got it. I'll take it. No, you got it. Okay. Up. And then he's on second base and comes home on a base hit to right. I am so glad the series with Kansas City is done. Yeah, Bobby Witt Jr. is just.
He didn't do anything in this series. Oh, and he was a mess in the field. Yeah,
he was a mess in the field. Yeah,
he was not good in the field.
Last night he was terrible.
He hurt him in the field in this series.
Yeah. I think Tigers got to him finally. No. But that guy he's good God, what a player, and he's so young. You know, only shortstop in history to have 30 season.
Yeah, I mean, look, we should kind of set the table here. Tigers are half game out of first. They're a half game out of first, out of the last wild card spot. Excuse me. They're a half game out of the last wild card spot. They can. Today, Cleveland plays Minnesota at 1:05. No, we're not carrying it live. Although, Powers, would that get a number?
I think
that might get a number here in Detroit if we carried it live.
Could you imagine if Jamie were still around?
I mean, Jamie used to.
Jamie is.
Jamie.
I gotta break the news to Jamie. Hey, guess what, Jamie?
The joke would have been
carrying the Indians game at 1 o'clock.
There's something about doing the midday show when there is an afternoon baseball game and we basically get a half day. Now, it's not 100% true.
It's an hour.
We lose an hour of our show, and one of us has to be here at all times just in case, a locust swarm hits the stadium out of nowhere.
Or if there's rain.
If there's rain in the forecast, we both stick around because we might be filling time. But we are responsible in case something goes wrong till 2 o'clock. But typically one of us gets a half day or close to a half day. Jamie was always jealous. Jamie would, every time there was a Tiger 1 o'clock start, I mean, without fail, Jamie would walk by and go, "You guys see that forecast?"
Yeah, his head would cock to the side.
Yeah. Late developing storm.
Doesn't look good today.
Late developing storm. Yeah. Jamie, it's 82 and sunny. No 0% chance of rain.
Not what I saw.
Not what I just saw. Yeah. And and so the joke, I miss Jamie for so many reasons, obviously, but to tell him that joke, hey, we're picking up the Cleveland, Minnesota game today at 1:05. We got another half day, Jamie.
I would tell him, hey, listen, there's a Tiger Day game today, guys. So you guys do a full show like you normally do, okay?
Just keep doing you.
Just continue doing what you do.
You guys are great.
And Jamie was like, why don't the Red Wings ever play one of those Swedish games that faces off at 7:30 in the morning?
Then they did like last year. Actually, I don't think it was during their show, but yes, it would have. I miss Jamie.
I know.
And this is absolutely the perfect joke that we would have played.
We would have told for our good friend Jamie Samuelson.
Would have had Powers go up and tell him.
Yeah.
No, we're carrying it.
We're carrying it a lot.
It's a big game.
And he'd say, no, that's not possible. And you're like, no, you're right. We're carrying the San Francisco-Baltimore game.
Right. We're going to do that one instead.
You know what I did today? I looked up the Tigers season series against Baltimore.
For tie-breaking
reasons? For tie-breaking purposes.
Well, I got 3 more.
And this is really, it's so crazy. Because here's the thing. If Cleveland beats Minnesota today, then all of the difficult math is over. They'd have to play 800 baseball. And if Minnesota plays 500 baseball, the Tigers have to play 825 baseball, whatever. They're going to have to win 10 of the next 11 games, guys, to even give them all that difficult math is over. If Minnesota loses today, and there are other things that could happen, but essentially it comes down to all the Tigers have to do is be 1 game better than Minnesota the rest of the way. That's it. That's it. And if I were a Minnesota fan and my team lost today, I'd be looking at the Tigers' schedule and go, they get 3 freebies against the White Sox at the end of the year.
There are no freebies.
There are, of course, no freebies, but that's about as close to a freebie as there's ever been.
It's as close as there is. White Sox are
There's
terrible.
no such
However,
thing.
the White Sox have won some games down the stretch here that you're like, how did you just beat? I'm sorry, you just beat whatever Boston and New York.
Of course, it can happen. Yeah. You're right. Of course, it can happen. But I would be as a Minnesota fan. I'm like, how big of a lead do we need to secure a playoff spot with the Tigers playing the Chicago White Sox? Could you imagine how torturous it would be to have to root for the White Sox? Now, look, the Tigers look like a point in the middle of the season where they could be a team that could lose to a team like the Chicago White Sox. And now they look like the best team in baseball. When Minnesota's off playing Baltimore on the last series of the season, the Tigers will be playing the White Sox, which feels like another call to action is just keep it within striking distance. Just keep it within striking distance.
Now, if you really think the White Sox are bad because they've lost 20 of their last 25 games, you're probably right. But in those 5 wins, they beat Baltimore at Baltimore, and they beat Boston at Boston.
Wow.
I mean, they actually have a win. And hey, guess who that helped? Well, Boston is trying to claw and think that they had a chance at that last wild card spot, and now they're kind of screwed out of it because they just haven't won enough games. I mean, it's damn near impossible for them in the wild card, as they are 4 games behind. They're not going to get there.
Remember when we were chasing Boston?
White Sox.
They're now 3.5 games behind Detroit.
The reason the Tigers are 4.5 behind Baltimore right now, one of them is because the White Sox beat Baltimore. Thank you. But right in front of them, you're right. We look here, you got Minnesota a half game in front, and the math becomes real simple if Minnesota loses today. The Royals being just 2 games in front of the Tigers. This is crazy, and yet, is it? I mean, it is.
Oh, it's the crazy has already happened.
Yeah,
to get to where we are today, all the tough math is done. All the crazy is done, especially if Minnesota loses today. And then it's just a matter of if Minnesota wins 4 of their last 9, the Tigers got to win 5 of their last 9. It's simple math. It is so you just have to be better than one team through the last 9 games of the season.
Yep. And if you want to play the schedule game,
oh yeah,
I mean it obviously it favors the Tigers when you look at what they have down the stretch. I mean, you've got Minnesota has 10 games left. They've got a game at Cleveland today. Then they're 3 at Boston and 3 against Miami, and 3 against Baltimore. Kansas City has 9 games left. They play today against San Francisco, and then they've got
Baltimore plays San Francisco today.
I'm sorry, Kansas City has 9 games left.
Yes.
Yeah, and they've got a game against. They have 3 against Washington, 3 against Atlanta, right? And then you got Baltimore has the 10 games left at San Francisco today, and then they have the Yankees in Minnesota.
Kansas City opens a series with San Francisco Friday. San Francisco's playing Baltimore today. Go, Jamie.
Giants.
Jamie's team. Let's go Giants. Right?
Absolutely.
All right, it's crazy. Tiger fans, let's go. Let's talk. 248-539-9797. We'll get into last night's game a little bit. I do have a question for people who've bought tickets because there's something I just can't believe hasn't happened yet, but maybe it has. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, my new credit union. UMCU is the official debit card of the Michigan Athletic Department, and they've teamed up with Will Johnson from the Michigan secondary. Number 2, outstanding player, talented. Anyway, to celebrate this winning combination with the University of Michigan and Will Johnson, UMCU wants to share some exciting news with you. They're offering exclusive fan benefits like access to the official Block M debit card. Now, I have the winged helmet one, and of course, Doug has the helmet one, but you can get the Block M one. People comment on it all the time. My kids love it. If you bleed blue, listen up, because right now is the perfect time to become a member. Get ready to show off your pride this season with the Block M debit card, the winged helmet debit card. They've been servicing customers for over 70 years, and signing up is easy. Get your exclusive Block M debit card today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. That was from the night before. Bobby Wood Jr. had a rough series in the field. Like I don't know if any of the plays that he didn't make, well, one of them, it probably was easy, but it seemed like there were some tough plays that he just couldn't make. And Tarek Skubal gave up a run in the first, settled down, took care of business the rest of the way. And here's the crazy thing. This Chris Fetter guy, people are going to start talking. Sean Gunther?
What, you didn't see that coming?
So Sean Gunther's career, spent like 3 years in the minors for the Miami Marlins. He gets called up, makes 14 appearances back in 2021. Going into 2022, he's back in the minors, and he blows out his elbow. And he gets Tommy John surgery. And he ends up being released. The Tigers claim him off waivers. Sean Gunther. He spent all of last year in the minors. And now they're handing him the baseball in a high-leverage situation, a game they have to win, tying runs at the plate. It's 4-2. There's nobody out in the 8th inning of a gotta-have a game in Kansas City. The Tigers are handing the baseball to Tommy John, minor league, career Marlin, 14 appearance, Sean Gunther, who 2 pitches in, gets a double play, walks a guy, gets a flyout. And they parade him out there for the 9th.
Parade him out.
I mean, raise your hand if you knew who Sean Gunther was a month ago. Sean Gunther. Gunny. Coming through.
I mean, and he was good for the Tigers in the minors the last couple of years. The ERA was in the mid-3s.
But we've discovered that's not a requirement to be good at the major league level.
Absolutely not.
You can stink at the minors, come to Detroit, you get federized, and next thing you know, you go from being Sean Gunther to being Gunny. And just getting people out.
Yeah, Brennan Hanafy pitches last night. It's it's a similar type story, right? Came from the Baltimore organization.
He's not even the most well-known Brennan in Tigers history.
No, he's not. He made, dude, here's how crazy this was with Hanafy, right? He made 34 appearances with AAA Toledo. His earned run average was 5.17. With the Tigers, he's pitched in 18 games, and he's got a 2.16 earned run average.
Right.
Like, huh? How is this happening? And he's one of a dozen pitchers for the Tigers this year that have that same type of story. It's amazing. And yep, Fetter, give him whatever he wants.
Can't say enough about the job that Chris Fetter is doing and the job that AJ Hinch is doing and the job that the players are doing. Like, and not to be lost in all this, they're the ones that are going out there and getting it done. And it's crazy because I feel like if we're to just pick out the single biggest reason this is going on, it's because of this unconventional patchwork out of left field. I don't know what I'm doing. You don't know what I'm doing. Bullpen. I think it's the use of the bullpen. I think it's starting game. And like we've seen other people do openers. They didn't create that, but they're riding that.
Yeah.
They're riding it. And Gator, I think you can make a case that a team has never been resurrected in a town in the history of baseball in one season like this team. And there's that stat that nobody has ever been 8 games under in August 10th and made the playoffs since the Mets did it in 73. So we're talking that's 50 years ago. So you can start looking at that and say, well, this is how rare this resurgence is. But there is something unique here. The Tigers collapsed midseason and took on water. Okay. That's happened before, though. The teams have come back from a midseason collapse. Teams have sold at the trade deadline. That's happened before and still made the playoffs. But what hasn't happened before is teams haven't had the plug pulled on their TV deal and flatlined in their own town.
Right.
Like the interest in this team in the midst of a collapse in the dark, and that's what it was. It was in the dark to much of the community, meant that the interest in this team was probably close to zero. And I'm saying this might be the greatest delta between where the interest is now and where it was. Because you couldn't watch them. Yet we didn't have access to them. much of our community didn't have access to them.
Well, didn't have the same access we had been used to. You could get it, but you'd have to pay more for it, and nobody wanted to do that, right? And well, not nobody, but most people were like, "I'm going to have to live without it, or I'll figure out other ways." And I watched the Gamecast on my phone, which could be painful at times. Which, if you were trying to keep up to date with what was going on with Cleveland and Minnesota last night, it could be painful. It's remarkable. This season really has been remarkable when you factor in the Bally's Xfinity / Comcast angle to it. It's unbelievable, and I'm loving it. It's made the struggle to be a Tiger fan halfway through the season when they were playing poorly, and you can't watch them. And if you had finally bitten the bullet and you got the Bally's app and all that stuff, like I still want to watch this. And now it's so worth it because this end of the season, if they make it or not, it's just been a great run. And I hate roller coasters, but if it's going to keep my interest in a season where I didn't expect much, I love it. I love it.
It's been incredible. 248-539-9797. Now, here's a serious question that I do not know the answer to. I've purchased tickets off DetroitTigers.com, and typically that puts me on the email list. Has anybody gotten an email about playoff tickets? And it's not because they're going to make the playoffs. It's because usually they start taking deposits just in case.
Well, I think the reason that they haven't is
if they haven't is
because it's not impossible, but it's really tough for them to get a first round home game.
Well, that's true. Because of the wild card, it's all on the road.
Yeah, all 3 games are played.
Hey, you're the first one that started talking about Baltimore.
Well,
and by that you mean Baltimore at this point is in line as the number 1 wild card to host a first-round wild card series.
Just saying there.
If Detroit goes to Baltimore and sweeps, everything's in play. And I was looking at the pitching matchup tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's Corbin Burns, 4-time All-Star, Cy Young Award winner Corbin Burns versus a rookie 500 right-hand pitcher with a 4+ ERA and Kiter Montero.
Yeah, but what's Kiter Montero done lately?
Advantage Detroit. Advantage Detroit, damn it. Because, I mean, if they have a matchup with a TBA, I'm thinking advantage Detroit. 248-539-9797.
It is nuts. And I'm just looking at Corbin Burns' splits. Since the All-Star game, he's got a 4.24 ERA.
Advantage Detroit. Those Orioles are gonna parade out Corbin Burns anyway.
Kiter Montero, who I believe has pitched all of his games since the All-Star game, a 4.23 ERA. Even better than Corbin Burns.
Advantage Detroit.
Advantage Detroit.
All right, 248-539-9797. The Birchie kid just sent us this, and this is great. Last time the Tigers visited Kansas City, they were swept out of town. Baez, Canna, and Urshela went 1 for 25. The bullpen gave up 13 runs. They lost the finale started by Skubal. They just swept. None of those guys are in the lineup anymore.
Baez, Canna, Urshela.
1 for 25.
None of them on the team.
Nope. And now we got Trey Sweeney. We got
Jace Young,
and we got Gundog Millionaire going in late in games and shutting down the Royals.
Doug with the nonstop nicknames, man. I love it.
It is great.
I stole that one from Twitch. That was Apple Juice on Twitch. I like it, though.
Usually your department. This is so unbelievable. It's in disbelief. I'm still in disbelief. I don't really know what I'm watching, if it's real or not. But when I saw the Yankees pop champagne last night, I'm thinking, that can't be the Tigers doing it. Like, are the Tigers going to pop champagne? Are these Tigers that you just mentioned, those players, Doug,
yep.
Are they going to pop champagne?
Is Sean Gunther.
Yeah. Is Gundog Millionaire going to pop champagne? What? No way.
Look, what? Today's game feels big to me because I feel like it eliminates all the math. Everything we've all said.
Let's go.
Yeah.
LFG.
No math. He's in.
My cousin who lives in Madison, Wisconsin, calls me last night, and we're talking. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm just watching the Tigers." He goes, "I think the Brewers just clinched tonight." I'm like, "Did they?" Like, "Oh, they did." It has to be fun, and we know it's fun. We've been there. It's just been a minute. It's been a minute. Got 9 games left.
Man.
9 left. I'm sitting there watching that ESPN squeeze play last night to get every minute I could of the Minnesota-Cleveland game. I mean, we didn't even talk about what happened to extra innings. Minnesota was about to blow it wide open. And Cleveland found a way to win. Never rooted for an Ohio team so hard. 97-1 the ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97-1 a ticket. We will get to your Tiger calls coming up, but it is a Thursday at 10:30. And every Thursday at 10:30, we swing around the NFL. Gator, I received for the college football version earlier this week, so you're up first, my friend.
All right.
All right, here we go. Speaking of first, the first overall pick from the former first overall pick, Bryce Young. He's been benched by the Carolina Panthers. Why hasn't it worked out for Young and the Panthers? And is it time to move on?
Well, I'll say, first of all, I don't think it's time to move on. I think he tried to stick with it a little bit. They didn't give him any help. Absolutely no help. The offensive line is terrible. He was sacked 62 times last year. Put that in perspective. Only Sam Howell was sacked more at 65. And the third place guy was Zach Wilson, who was hit 46 times. So 16 more than the guy who was sacked the third most. No help there. You got old receivers to work with, like Thielen and Chark. Nothing wrong with those guys, but they're older receivers. Not a whole lot of youth there. They go out and they draft the receiver in the draft this year with Xavier Legette, but they only give him 2 games and say you're done? To me, it's just ridiculous. But, I mean, he's 5'9". That doesn't help him out. But the organization's a horrible organization. They had big-time trade pieces and decided not to trade those guys last year, and it really cost them because they could have rebuilt this team.
The only way that's going to be successful there is if you have an elite playmaker at quarterback. And that's a huge ask of a second-year quarterback to be an elite playmaker. Adam Thielen averages 38 yards a game receiving. Chuba Hubbard averages 34.5 yards a game rushing. Okay? Now, these aren't great playmakers that he's playing, and they have a bad O-line. They upgraded, but it's still pretty bad. And who's left holding the ball? The quarterback. It's like a point guard on a bad basketball team with the shot clock running down. They take a lot of bad shots and look terrible because they're the one left holding the ball, and that's Bryce Young. This team is terrible. It's not his fault.
Yeah, I think the organization has let Bryce Young down. And I think from the very beginning, and it starts up top with the owner. I think the owner, there's rumors that he had something to do with them taking Bryce Young over C.J. Stroud. And I think when you let ownership start picking players, you're already in trouble. They get a new coach, and then they fire the new coach right away. And then now they have another coach, and now 2 games into the season, they're benching Bryce Young. I think the organization is completely at fault here. It's way too early to call Bryce Young a bust. But is it time to move on? I say yes for Bryce Young's sake. He's got to get out of Carolina if he wants to be successful in this league. I don't think it's going to happen here for Bryce Young. If it happens, it's going to happen elsewhere. Because people have brought up Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield. Well, guess what? Those guys did it elsewhere. I think something's up with the Panthers. He's got to get out of there. All right, since 1979, only 6 teams have made the playoffs that have started 0-3. Of the 0-2 teams right now, and I'm going to give you 4 to pick from, the Bengals, Ravens, Jags, and Colts. Who's definitely going to turn it around and who's definitely not?
Well, I picked the Ravens to go to the Super Bowl, so I'm going to stick with them. And I kind of think they're the obvious one, although that division might be tough. If I'm going to take the non-obvious one, watch out for the Colts. I think with their schedule, I don't hate it. And in that division, you can bank some wins. But I'm going Ravens. My Super Bowl pick, the Ravens.
And who's not turning it around?
I would definitely go with the Jags.
Yeah, with me, I'm going to go with the Ravens as well. I think there's just too much talent to be had there, and they'll figure things out. They're by the end of the season, they're just going to be wrecking teams with their running attack because of Derrick Henry and obviously Lamar Jackson. But the team that I just don't see it, I'll agree with Doug. It's the Jags. Maybe it's just that Trevor Lawrence isn't good. I don't think they've given a whole ton to work with out there. They tried to have the Clemson connection with Travis Etienne, and he's talented, but can he stay healthy enough to play there? I don't think that their offensive line is special by any means, and they just really haven't given a whole lot of weapons. They've got they took the wide receiver Brian Thomas this year. He started off pretty well, but that's it. That's all they have. They used to a whole lot of draft capital on defensive players, and their star quarterback, who is supposed to be can't miss, is missed so far.
Yeah, I mean, none of us picked the Bengals. No love for the Bengals here. And I know you wouldn't, Gator, because that's your sneaky, not going to make the, Joe Burrow's never going to win a Super Bowl pick. But I'm make it 3 for 3. I got the Ravens, too. Lamar is just too good, 2-time MVP. John Harbaugh, is too good of a coach. And I agree. The Ravens will turn this around. As far as the team that won't turn it around, I also agree with you guys. I think it's the Jags. I can't turn my back on the Colts now, right, guys? So I'm not going to pick the Colts.
Don't do it.
But the Jags, I heard a great line from Rex Ryan the other day on TV. He said, is Trevor Lawrence the best quarterback in the league? It's seriously, he got the big contract. He was 1-1 for sure. We all knew, he could have been the number 1 overall pick. He had come out as a sophomore, I believe. But it just hasn't clicked for some reason yet in the NFL as far as being that elite franchise quarterback. He's still got time to do it, but it just hasn't happened yet. So of the teams I don't think turns it around, I'm going to go with the Jags.
And Rex Ryan said something's afoot in Jacksonville.
All right, here we go. The Rams are 0-2 with a ton of injuries. Is the season already over for them?
Dunzo. Both wide receivers are out several weeks. Stafford's getting killed out there. Here's some free advice for the Rams. Trade Stafford. Get some capital for him. Send him somewhere. Maybe you can make a deal with Miami. I don't know how with salary cap stuff, but trade him. Get some capital for him and start over.
Maybe you get 2 first-round picks on a cast-off quarterback and build. Yeah, it's done. It's done for the Rams.
All right, as they say in Hollywood, guys, end scene. The end, Finn. Don't worry about it. The fans won't even care because they don't even know the season started. All right, Going the other way, the Saints are 2-0 with the best offense in the NFL. Are they for real?
I don't think so. It's possible, I guess, that Derek Carr could be experiencing a Jared Goff-like second act revival, but I doubt it. He's 33 years old. They got a first-year offensive coordinator in Clint Kubiak, who came for the 49ers, and I need to see more of Rashid Shaheed to buy in that he is really going to be an elite weapon. But they are running it. They've played Carolina and a dysfunctional Dallas team, so I'm not buying in on their offense yet.
If your question is, are the Saints for real? My answer is no. I refuse to believe in Derek Carr. At least that's what I say in the mirror every morning, my daily affirmation.
Sounds personal. Guys, I'm all in. Yeah, the Panthers is one thing, but the Cowboys, I know people don't respect them come playoff time, but they're actually a pretty good team, very talented roster, and a very good defense. And the Saints just lit them up. 5 touchdowns the first 5 possessions. Sometimes a new offensive coordinator and a new offense can do this for a veteran quarterback. We saw it here with Jared Goff, right? Sometimes it just clicks with the right combo. I think it's working with the Saints this year. All right, the Dolphins have put Tua on IR, meaning he's out at least 4 weeks. But reportedly, he still wants to play and come back. Should the Dolphins just sit him for the rest of the season, and then as long as he passes protocol and things like that, maybe make him eligible next year?
Look, this is up to Tua, and it's up to the doctors. Whatever Tua wants to do, Tua should be allowed to do. If he's cleared by the doctors, then he's cleared to play football. That's exactly what that means. If he's decided that his career is done because he doesn't want to deal with this and worry about it in the future, so be it. But I think we pay attention to this story because it's Tua and we've seen the evidence of what's happened to him on the field because he's a quarterback. But if this happens to any other player, which has happened to countless other players who keep coming back, we don't even make it a story. It's up to Tua.
Kind of uncomfortable answering this question because I feel like you need to be a neurologist to really give a strong opinion. I guess I'd say this. If I own the Dolphins, I would seek multiple medical opinions to look out for my player and to cover my own butt against a lawsuit later because this looks like really, really sketchy putting him back on the field. So I want some independent neurologists to also clear him. And then I would, as much as I could do, I would require, and I know you can't require, but I would strongly do whatever I could to get him to wear a Guardian cap if he were allowed to return.
So, I mean, obviously this is up to Tua in the end, but you're asking the guy with multiple concussions to make a decision. I feel like that's asking the drunk if he can drive home. He's going to ultimately make his own decision with his family, and of course, with as long as he passes the medicals from the doctors. But with that being said, if I were the Dolphins, I'd want him to sit the rest of the year. I don't want that blood on my hands. If he can go through a full off season without headaches, light sensitivity, passes all the neurology tests, scans, all that stuff, then we can talk. When fighters get knocked out in MMA or boxing, a lot of times they will take up to a year off because, I mean, it's just not healthy. Go back in there. They're not even allowed to spar with, and things like that. So with Tua, I really feel like his competitive nature, he wants to play, but give it a year, man. That's what I'd like to see him do. But in the end, I think he comes back this year. All right, last one, guys. NFL kickers are 35 out of 39 on 50-yard plus field goals 2 weeks into the season. 2 of those 4 misses are actually from Justin Tucker, who is one of the best long-distance kickers that the NFL has ever seen. Should the NFL do something about this? Is it too easy for kickers to make kicks now?
No, I don't think they should. I mean, field goals aren't as much as fun as touchdowns, but long field goals actually are kind of fun. So I kind of like that field goal kickers are now bombing them from 50+. It's exciting, and when somebody lines up to take one from 70, which you implied earlier in the year, yeah, I'm going to be on the edge of my seat to see if he can make it.
I love it. I don't know what you can do if you're in the NFL. Why would you want to change this? I agree with Doug. This is an exciting play. When you get beyond 50 yards, everybody's, this is a long one. What do you got, 57? Wow, that's a long one. I think we're going to see a correction soon. When the weather changes, it's not going to be as easy to kick it from as deep as they are now. But let's face it, kickers have gotten better. And there's nothing wrong with this. And it might actually mean higher salaries because these guys are weapons out on the field. Now, if you can kick it from 55 and you're accurate from 55, that's a serious weapon that you have in your arsenal.
Yeah, to change it, I don't know what you could do either. You could make 60+ yarders worth 4. You could narrow the field goal post. You can move back the extra point even more. All that stuff could be on the table. You never know with the competition committee. It's all entertainment, remember. I wouldn't change anything right now. I'd keep it the same. The kickers are getting really good, though, and 50+ seems like an automatic.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. People lined up. Tiger calls are next. Yeah, Tigers half game out of first. Huge game being played in Cleveland today against Minnesota. We'll update it throughout the day. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, guys, hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's hard not to in terms of being a sports bar. No one does it better. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. Food is elevated, and it's impressive. And I drove past there once, rerouting with construction, and it was 7:15 in the morning, and the parking lot was full. And I'm like, are they open? No. It was their crew preparing food. So whether you're in town for a holiday or not, you know that the food is fresh. Twin Peaks has something for everyone. For starters, they smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They start preparing food at 7 a.m. They cut their own New York strips, craft their own meatballs, cut their own chicken tenders and boneless wings. They even make their own salad dressings. There's a lot going on there, right? And they're more than just burgers and wings. There's the trophy trout. There's the mom's pot roast. See for yourself, dine in and enjoy with friends, or carry out and share these barbecue favorites with family. And then there's the bar. They got a bourbons list that you don't see everywhere. Orphan Barrel, Jefferson Reserve, Blanton's. They got high-end tequilas as well. Then there's the Twin Peaks Girls, a 29-degree teeth-chattering draft beer. It's great for football. There's football tonight. There's baseball all weekend long. Heck, if that game's on, I bet they got the 1 o'clock game. Twin Peaks, to find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Carson Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket, having some technical difficulties here, so we're just going to come back and fill time while the engineers get on it. But we got plenty to talk about, and we're happy about it. Because the Detroit Tigers are a half game out of first. We got some Lions stuff we'll get to. It should be, we got a question for Lions fans. But Tiger fans, hey, man, this was unexpected. It's awesome. And you know what? You know the whole who's your Tiger?
Yeah.
This is like,
who's your Tiger?
Now it's like, who are the Tigers? Like, I feel like Federer walks out to the mound. He's like, you.
Yeah. Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Yeah.
I'm a righty. All right. Come here.
All right. Throw strikes. Let's go to Mike in Livonia on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I'm overly attached, overly emotional sports, Detroit sports guy like us all. And, the last few weeks, I kind of feel bad for hopping on this bandwagon. But sitting down and watching him last night, I don't know who any of these guys are. I mean, a few of them I do, but I don't know who I'm watching. And you can tell it's a lot of hustle. There's not a lot of big contract guys on this team. And you can tell they're having fun and playing hard. And I'm happy when stuff like this happens in this city because I think our fans, above everybody else, care the most about our teams. And I was fortunate enough to be at a couple of games back in the World Series against the Giants. And Comerica can be a very hostile place to play too. And I just hope our fans show up in the last 9 games and root these guys on. But yeah, it's like fast guy and hitting guy. I don't know who they are, but it's a pleasure to watch, and that's all I had. So thanks for having me on.
Yeah, you're talking about, and what you said, you don't know who these guys are. Is there a name that pops off that you're like, who? Like when you first heard his name, you're like, who the hell is this guy? Was there someone in particular?
Well, when Jace Jung, I believe, slid into home yesterday, I said, who the hell is Jace Jung? And my wife was sitting next to me, and I can name sports, Lions, Red Wings, Tigers players from decades ago, but Jace Young, and there was a couple. I know who Parker Meadows is, but I didn't know Parker Meadows might be the best center fielder in baseball. So I'm just sitting there with
Parker Meadows was. You're not sure who this Parker Meadows is, but he's playing like it. And Jace Young was a former first-round pick. I mean, some of the hardcores have probably heard of him, but the feasibility of what's going on. It's just fun to lean into this.
It's really the pitching staff more than anything else. I mean, when you
100%.
see Cater Montero and Brant Herter, Brian Sammons, Brennan Hannafy. I mean, these are the guys you're like, what the hell is it? Ty Madden, Sean Gunther, as you mentioned earlier. It's just
Gundog
amazing.
Millionaire.
Yeah, Gundog Millionaire. Ricky Vanasco. Who the hell are these guys? But they're getting it done. And they don't have like extraordinary track records in the minors. That to me is what's mind-boggling, is that whatever it is that they're teaching them in the minors, it's just, fill up the strike zone. And, once you get to the majors, we'll work on the other stuff. Like, what? Is that how it's working? Because that's how it seems that it's working. And it's like, just trust our catchers, trust that we're calling the right pitch for you. We'll tell you location. And we got all these advanced stats on the players. We know how you're supposed to pitch to these guys. You'll be all right.
The Detroit,
and they've been amazing.
Here's an example, though, of it so much being about the pitching, because they just went to Kansas City, a team that's in a playoff spot for now, and the Tigers swept them, all right? And this was a prove it. We'd heard it all. Yeah, wait till they play good teams. And they've taken 5 of 6 from Baltimore and Kansas City. They're playing some of their best baseball of the year. But a perfect example of how it's all about the pitching staff. Do you know what they are with runners in scoring position the last 2 games?
They're not good.
The Tigers are 4 for 29 in the last 2 games. They went 2 for 15 on Tuesday and 2 for 14 yesterday with runners in scoring position.
I think they stranded 10 guys on base yesterday.
Yep.
But, hey, they need the big hit. They get the big hit, and the pitching has been locked down great. When you're giving up 2 runs a game, you're doing okay. And the ERA for this team since the All-Star break is 3.06. That's over 500 innings of baseball, and it's 3.06 for the entire team.
Tigers a half game out of a playoff spot in this incredible run, and the math, all the crazy math that everybody said, well, they're going to have to do this, they're going to have to do that. It's going to get very simple. If Cleveland beats Minnesota today, it's simply be 1 game better than the Twins. Just be 1 game better than the Twins the rest of the way. And they'll be playing some very winnable games. The other thing about this team that's immensely cool is they are young and dumb, like that, and I mean that in a positive way. They are in an authorized area without the proper credentials. They are the kind of team that if I was seeing another team do this, I would be so jealous. Look at this young, energetic, fun team that refuses to lose, refuses to die, and they were all guys just trying to find their footing at the major league level. But maybe doing it all together at the same time has something to do with it.
Well, and they're coming from the minors, and they have had success in the minor leagues as teams. And these players are part of those teams that had success. So maybe that's part of it. I don't know. Just the idea that you're coming up to a Tigers team where the blueprint for success for this team is laid out by the president of baseball operations is really, it's a total reboot of this team. So everybody knows that they've got a chance. Hey, you're going to get an opportunity to come up to the big leagues. I better make the most of it. I'm going to do everything they're telling me to do. Scott Harris wants me to control the strike zone. I'm going to control the strike zone, whether it's as a pitcher or a hitter. That's the edict. Okay, I'm on board. Go out there and play your best. And, these guys are so young and they're doing it, and they're moldable right now because they don't have a ton of veterans on this team. When your veteran players are Riley Green.
Yeah.
And Matt Vierling.
And Zach McKinstry. They're building around.
I mean, these are the
grizzled
veterans of the
veteran
team.
Zach McKinstry. Gator, I've never wanted to see a corporate logo on a Tiger uniform more than I want to see the name Strauss on the side of the Tiger batting helmets.
Oh, because those are the playoff helmets?
If you missed that story last week, Major League Baseball has sold every playoff team's batting helmet to a German clothing company named Strauss. And they're putting this big Strauss logo with an ostrich on the side of every batting helmet in the postseason. I would relish the opportunity to see the name Strauss on the side of the Tigers batting helmet.
I agree. I mean, we talk about how awful that is on the side of the helmet. Hey, It means the Tigers in the playoffs. I don't care.
Alan in Detroit, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Alan.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. How are you today?
All right. We're excited.
Excellent. Hey, so over the off season, I got to have like a little private meeting. There was like 100 of us or so. It wasn't just me, with Scott Harris, and he was explaining his free agents and why he signed them. And he was explaining Kenta Maeda, and I feel that Kenta Maeda is the reason why we're pitching so well.
Why?
So not necessarily because of his performance actually on the field, but because he is a clubhouse guy. And it was more important to Scott to bring him in so that way he could show these young guys how to be good professionals and how to be major league players.
Interesting. And that was according to Harris?
Yep, that was a thing that about 100 or so of us season ticket holders got, and he was explaining all of them. There's other stuff that went on too, but yeah, that was directly out of the horse's mouth.
Okay.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, Maeda obviously is an interpreter.
Yeah.
So that part's interesting.
That seems like it'd be very difficult to do through an interpreter.
But I mean, if you're talking about how to grip a pitch or whatever, that's easy to do without needing an interpreter by your side. And if you're also in the
He speaks baseball.
Yeah, he speaks baseball. But if he's in a dugout, if he's not starting or if he's not pitching, he's got plenty of time to, hey, the interpreter's not, it's not like the interpreter is busy working with the other Japanese players on the team. He's the guy. So that's an interesting insight on it because Maeda has been a bit of a disaster this year. I mean, for a while, he was Jekyll and Hyde, and then he was just terrible. And then they moved him to the bullpen, and he's been more Jekyll and Hyde again. He has some really good outings, and he's got some outings that are, oh, please God, don't let him pitch. But if he's got that kind of an effect on the pitching staff, that's great.
Let's go to Juan in Detroit. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Juan?
What's going on, man? I'm surprised none of you guys talked about this, but this is similar to the team that went to the World Series with Justin Verlander. There was a bunch of rookies and everybody was all been out of shape when they got there and made mistakes. And the first thing a lot of people would say, like you guys, well, they are a bunch of rookies. But my thing is this. We never made it back, one. But two, why do we get rid of people that shows potential that's good in baseball so quick? And, I mean, when you need people, it's like they get rid of people when they still need somebody else to get over the hump.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're referring to what, Jack Flaherty?
That trade that just happened with Flaherty.
Two things. First of all, the team in 2006 that went to the World Series was not a rookie-laden team. That was a veteran-laden team when you had, Pudge Rodriguez and Magali Ordonez and Kenny Rogers and a bunch of guys. That's a veteran-laden team. As far as trading Flaherty was going to be a free agent at the end of the season. And it was back-to-back years that this guy had multiple injections in his back to relieve pain. I had no problem trading Jack Flaherty. And if you didn't trade Jack Flaherty, who's your shortstop right now?
Okay, I don't know anybody, man.
Well, that's the thing. They traded and they got Trey Sweeney to be he's now their everyday shortstop. And if they didn't, you'd be looking back at the guy from UCLA, Ryan Kreidler.
Yeah,
and that's not going to do you a whole lot of good. It sucked to trade Flaherty because he was pitching so well with the Tigers, and he's pitched well with the Dodgers. His ERA is over 3 with the Dodgers, but it's still really good.
I'm just not sure I'd change anything right now.
Oh, I wouldn't change it.
Because, I mean, I said this. I know some people wish they signed a veteran that might be able to put him over the top. You never know. When you bring up scenarios that didn't happen, you can always argue it would have happened, but we just don't know what would have happened with Max Chapman here. But here's what we do know. They have a young team that is establishing themselves as competitive, and I would rather move forward. I hope they make the playoffs, and I hope they make some noise in the playoffs. But if they don't, their plan was to get guys up as quickly as possible and get them seasoned. And that plan has been successful. Now, I don't think they envisioned making a legitimate playoff push. That part wasn't part of the plan. They have far exceeded expectations as a team. But most importantly, they have their plan was to establish the future core as quickly as possible. And that is a success.
Well, they've already won 3 more games than they did all of last year. They're 1 win away from ensuring a 500 season or better. It's been remarkable, and it's been done with, I think, a lot of smoke and mirrors with the pitching staff. And we've mentioned before, give credit certainly to Feder and AJ Hinch and to the pitching staff themselves because they're getting it done. But you can't really explain what's happened to play this many young players on the team for your offense. And you couple that with a rotation that literally has 3 starters in the rotation. That's it. And they played this way for months. And for the last month, it's basically been 2 starters in the rotation. I can't explain it. It's unbelievable.
97.1, the ticket.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Might seem odd, but Tigers fans will be rooting for Cleveland today. With Detroit getting the day off, they can still end up tied for the final wildcard spot if the Guardians beat the Twins this afternoon. It is Minnesota's game in hand. They play down at Progressive Field at 1:10 p.m. if you want to follow. Also on his podcast, Amon-Ra St. Brown detailed his injury that took him off the field at the end of that Buccaneers game last Sunday, saying it was simply bad cramping in his calves that forced him off the field. He practiced fully yesterday, so no fret there. He was also very noticeably frustrated by their red zone struggles in the loss. Yeah, Amon-Ra buffering there. He did say that they guarantees that they're going to be better this next week in the red zone. In the meantime, week 3 of the NFL season will kick off at MetLife Stadium tonight as the Jets host the Patriots. Both teams are 1-1. New York favored by 2 field goals for the 8:15 matchup. And Red Wings hockey is back. Their training camp underway at Center Ice Arena in Traverse City. Practices are open to the general public for the next 4 days with the red-white scrimmage set for Sunday. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. This whole Tiger season, this last month and a half, is Malachi Flynn scoring 50 points every night. Like, I cannot get over what is going on with this team. And it's so much stinking fun. Just talking during the update there with Villar. Scoreboard watching. Intensely scoreboard watching. So last night, ESPN has their squeeze play. I think that's what they call it. Is it squeeze play or triple play? Whatever it is, where they're just bouncing around. They're doing their red zone thing. And during the Tiger game, I'm flipping over to get at-bats from Cleveland, Minnesota, because the Tigers were up 4-1. And I flip over, and one of the quadrants has Minnesota in the 10th inning with the bases loaded and nobody out. And then there's a big strikeout, and I'm like, yes.
Here we go. Getting a ground ball.
And a single. 2-run score. And I'm like, damn it.
And then they got out of it.
They get out of that mess, 1 out, only give up the 2 runs. So here come the Gribe in the bottom of the 10th, and they get a single to score a run. Then I believe it was a walk. And then they ended up loading the bases with 1 out.
Then they tied it up. I think had runners at first and third, and then got a chopper base hit to right that scores the winning run.
What was funny is ESPN was in a commercial break, and so I couldn't stand it, and I brought up Gamecast on my ESPN, and I'm watching the Gamecast, and I see the little graphic, single to right, run scores, final, 5-4. I'm like, yeah!
I probably should switch to that Gamecast. I had another company's Gamecast, and it was like locked. I'm like, come on!
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yep.
And finally.
All right, so now the series with Baltimore, and things are tenuous, but that Friday night game's big. It's huge. And this afternoon's Minnesota, heck, Baltimore, San Francisco's pretty big this afternoon.
Oh, it's all big.
You're a dreamer. You fantasize about stuff, but you were the first one that I said, Baltimore's plummeting. They could maybe catch Baltimore. I'm like, nah, they can't. And they're still 4.5 games back, but if Baltimore loses today to San Francisco, the Tigers will have a chance to cut the lead down to 1. Now, asking the Tigers to go to Baltimore and sweep is a massive ask.
How about just win 2 out of 3?
But everything they've done has been a big ask.
Yeah, well, 1 game at a time, baby. Baltimore is 2-8 in their last 10. The Tigers are 8-2 in their last 10. You know, the Royals are 4-6. The Twins are 4-6. The Tigers are playing baseball, man. They're playing fantastic baseball, better than anybody else right now. And this is so fun to watch. I don't know how many times I referenced what Colorado did at the end of the 2007 season to get into the playoffs, where they won like 16 out of 19 games or something like that.
Yeah.
It feels like that's exactly what the Tigers are doing. They're just getting stuff done. And every night it's somebody else that plays the hero, and they're doing it with makeshift staff, and it's unbelievable. They're getting great defense. I mean, We've seen plays turned in by Parker Meadows and Riley Green, and then you had to play last night with Wenzel Perez going deep into the outfield and going up against the wall and making the play. And it's just sound. It's sound in all areas. And you wish they'd hit the ball a little bit better than what they are. But, hey, if 2 runs is enough to win the game, and 2 runs is enough to win the game.
It's funny because we got a ticket text here that said, if the Tigers had traded their entire roster for the Orioles' entire roster, they'd be actually worse off record-wise because they've been playing better. And, of course, that's not true because you don't know who's playing and who they're pitching against and hitting. But the point is...
Like Hinch and Fetter.
They've been playing better than Baltimore since the trade deadline.
Yes. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
They've been playing better than everybody in baseball since like April 11th or August 11th.
Wow. 248-539-9797. All right, well, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. You can text us. I believe the Twins game is on MLB Network today. I will be tuning in from my desk at work like a sicko. That's from an unnamed texter. DC in Worcester. I watched the first baseball game from first pitch to last out in over a decade. I just wish Doug didn't guarantee a White Sox jinx. What did I do? See, I don't believe in jinxes. So what did I do? Tell me what I did.
I don't know if you jinxed it. You were talking about. I think there was a what if. I hope there was a what if in front of it. If they sweep the White Sox at the end of the season. I mean, counting those as wins, can't do it. You can't do it.
Guys, the bullpen can easily be explained. It's Chris Fetter. He's the best pitching coach I have ever seen. He's the bum whisperer.
That's not very
That's
nice.
That's not very nice to the actual players that are doing it. It's a little funny, but a little funny.
I wonder if a free agent pitcher, would they be willing to sign like a 1-year deal to come to the Tigers just to work with Fetter, get their stats up, and improve themselves in the free agent market the following year?
And now it's like, hey, Chris Ilitch, make this guy the highest paid pitching coach in the history of baseball. He deserves it. The single biggest reason for the success is because Javi Baez is not playing. That's from John in Sterling Heights. Kang, how many of those texts do we get every day?
We get a few. I think more people are really excited about the Tigers right now, but you can't, to a lot of people, you can't ignore the fact that Javi Baez is not part of this run.
I mean, first of all,
yeah, he's not pitching though.
I know, but they're just saying the fact that he's just not there.
I know. It's just, come on, man. I mean, I understand the want to just totally bag on Javi Baez. The contract's ridiculous. He's done nothing for the Tigers since he's really been here, and it's $75 million owed to a guy that doesn't look like he's going to help you out at all. I get all that, but what they're doing now has nothing to do with him, and he's not the reason that the team has taken off. All right, it's not.
I'm seriously readjusting the expectations for Baltimore. This is a survive it series. When you really think about it, remember they went to San Diego and we said they got to survive this series?
Yep.
And they lost the first two games and they were down 3-0 in the top of the ninth with the bases loaded, 2 outs, 3-2 pitch. And they got the bomb from Parker Meadows to survive it. This is I'm the whole idea of I'm readjusting my expectation. Make sure you win a game at Baltimore. Win a game at Baltimore. Especially if the Twins lose today. Because it's also a series that if it goes south, could end your season. I mean, it just is. And so just a bit of for me personally, I'm going to look at this a little bit differently. Just go survive it.
Yeah.
Come out of the Baltimore series still within a game of the playoffs. And for that stretch run at home, do you think they'd sell out Comerica Park for the 3 Tampa games and the 3 White Sox games?
I think if they come out of Baltimore winning 2 out of 3, I think they have a chance.
I'm talking about winning 1 out of 3 and still having a chance at the playoffs.
I mean, I guess it depends what it looks like. I mean, has Minnesota lost? Has Kansas City lost? That's
a game back. Game back when they come home.
Yeah, I think they could.
Sell out Comerica Park for those 6 games?
Maybe not sell out, but I think you'd have crowds well into the 30s.
248-539-9797. All right, let's talk some football. That's going on as well, but we'll continue the Tiger discussion here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. As the weather begins to cool, there's still time to take advantage of a great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Just call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. You can also save 10% off any residential job of over $500 when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. At this point, I think we just scrap all the spots and we'll just talk until 2. Hope the engineers are on it, but
should we hum some bumper music?
No. I guess the buffering issues or whatever's going on here is a major, major problem. So we'll just talk until the engineers give us the thumbs up. Gator, and which is great for the listeners. Nothing but straight content. Nothing but
That's
content.
Right.
Let's go. We might need some help. 248-539-9797. No, want to shift gears here a little bit and talk some football. Spent the first, pretty much the bulk of the opening of the show talking about the Tigers with a little football mixed in. And we'll keep taking your Tiger calls because this is incredible. But Gator, I got a question. The Lions lose last Sunday to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We pointed out prior to the game that there should be some respect for Tampa. They were a playoff team the previous year. They had won their opener. Baker Mayfield's a different quarterback. But the Lions lose. If the Lions lose to the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday, here's my question. We going to be okay out there? Are we going to be okay? Because the level of panic, which you expect to get some panic calls, but they start to feed off one another on this radio show. I can't speak for all the shows. I can speak from 10 to 2. We'd get some reasonable takes after the loss. But we'd get to a point where one person would call and they'd be panicked. And then we'd start getting panic call after panic call after panic call. If the Detroit Lions lose to the Arizona Cardinals, I think this town might melt down. I think people are going to lose it. And as much as I feel like there was not nearly enough respect for Tampa, I don't think there's any respect for the Cardinals, even though they beat the Rams the way they did. They beat the Rams more impressively than the Lions beat the Rams.
I would disagree. I think that there is more concern about the game against Arizona because
I didn't say concern. I said respect.
I think there's more respect for it.
You think there's more respect for Arizona than there was for Tampa?
Yep. And I think it's because they lost to Tampa. So now you can't afford to look past other teams. And I think people are looking at, okay, who's Arizona? They start doing a deeper dive, realize this is a team that scored a bunch of points against Buffalo. And then a team that just destroyed the Rams. And as you point out, the Lions got past the Rams in the first week and didn't look great doing it, but they won the game. So add to that, who's the quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals?
It's Kyler Murray.
And what's his chief asset?
He runs around.
He can scramble. And we know the Lions have had, and the Lions aren't alone.
Yeah.
Teams in the NFL struggle.
I laugh when I hear fan bases say, why can't we stop a running quarterback?
Because they're really good at doing what they do.
Because running quarterbacks run on everybody. Yeah. It's not just your team.
So Murray is an exceptional scrambler. He scrambles all over the place. He'll run all over the field until he realizes he's got no chance, and then he gives himself up.
Mm-hmm.
But we've seen this play out before, and we're going to be nervous about this because Kyler Murray's one of the best at buying himself extra time. I understand that, throughout his career, maybe he hasn't earned the big respect of NFL fans because he hasn't been great. He's had games where he's looked phenomenal. He's had games where he has looked like mung. But right now, their offense has clicked through 2 weeks. The Lions have a much improved defense. It's going to be a test for him, and I think people are respecting what Arizona has to bring.
I guess we disagree on that fact, but let me just put it to you like this. What do you think is going to happen in this town if they lose this game?
Well, that's a different question.
Yes. That was the original. Are we going to be okay is the question.
I think fans will lose it. And then they'll probably blame you because you've brought up that they haven't lost back-to-back games in years.
Well, then it would clearly be my fault.
Yeah. But no, they would lose it because we saw how people have reacted from losing to Tampa. If they lose a second game this early in the season, I mean, it's not the end of the world. But again, how did they lose the game? Does the offense still struggle? Is Jared Goff throwing more interceptions? Are they not finding someone who's a reliable option to get the ball, to get the thing done in the red zone? Has the defense regressed? I mean, it all depends how you end up losing a game. But if they look anything like they've looked in the first 2 weeks offensively, that's not going to be good.
Well, the weird thing about their offensive struggles is I think they're somewhat over-exaggerated. They're just not finishing drives. They've got a top 10 offense in yards and passing yards. In fact, they're top 2 in passing, top 10 in rushing. The other thing, though, in getting the feedback, and I saw this in your show sheet today, and I'm like, if we're listening to what we're hearing this week, I fully expect the Lions to hand the ball to David Montgomery 35 times this Sunday and target Sam Laporta on every other passing. Like these are the repetitive things that we are hearing. And, Montgomery wasn't that effective last weekend.
No, he wasn't.
It's a well-kept secret in spite of all the calls we got for more Montgomery. What was he, 11 carries, 35 yards?
Yeah. I mean, it was nothing special from Montgomery. The running game itself, the Lions got plenty of yards running the football. Jahmyr Gibbs was very good, and they, do their weekly handoff to Jamison Williams, and he gets yards out of it, which is great. But they ran a ton of plays. They threw the ball 55 times, 56 when you count Jack Fox, and they ran it 27 times. It's a lot of plays. But it's a big disparity between how many times you threw the ball versus how many times you run the ball. They always look to achieve balance, but it depends on what the situation calls for in each game. Now, did last week's game, did it call to throw the ball that much? I think that's where the fans will fight back a little bit and say, you didn't have to throw it that much. You could have run the ball more, and we'll see what kind of game. Yeah.
Dan Campbell said that was the game plan, and we're not going to apologize for it.
Well, right. But then game plans change based on what happens in the course of the game. So when you see that that their defense, that their secondary is up to the task, but then you notice that Vita Vea is out of the game. Kalijah Kancey didn't even start. That now you've got this big space up front that you should be able to dominate on, and they didn't try to take advantage of that as much as they did try to take advantage of the weakened secondary.
Maybe they got a little impatient, but they did. You say game plans change during games. They do, but they also reflect time and score. They were down 2 possessions. They weren't down 2 possessions. They were down 20-16 for the bulk of the second half, where a field goal wouldn't do them any good. So they were in a lot of passing situations when they got into 3rd and 4th and long, and they had to get a first down because they needed a touchdown, not a field goal. And I think that also dictated why those numbers got a little bit out of hand.
Well, I think the other problem is that they never got the ball close enough to the goal line where they could use the running game. Everything, it seemed like the drive stalled at like the 18-yard line or at the 20-yard line. I mean, it was in the red zone, but it wasn't inside the 10-yard line in the goal-to-go situation.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens this weekend, but I will start to be concerned if they lose this game. But I honestly, only a little bit concerned, not a ton. I mean, I guess it depends on how they lose the game. But I think their problems so far are relatively easily correctable. And, I mean, that defense, Baker Mayfield is slicing a lot of people apart. He didn't slice the Lions apart.
They didn't have many plays.
No, the defense got off the field.
Yeah, the defense did a good job. They weren't able to run the ball against the Lions, and he only threw the ball 18 times.
Yep.
He got sacked 5 times, and he ran the ball 5 times. So it's 28 dropbacks?
Yep.
In a single game? That's not a ton. Give the defense credit. But even if the Lions win on Sunday, but let's say they win because the defense stands up again, the defense gets a touchdown. Special teams plays a role. But the offense looks just like they did last week, where they can't finish drives. That's a problem.
I think another big concern, if the Lions do lose, other than the fact that just losing the game itself, is they've always bounced back from losses, And Doug, you brought up the stat and all that stuff. It's a thing. This team they're resilient. This is what they do. And if they aren't able to be as resilient and bounce back, and it's way early in the season, by the way, then people, I think, negative thoughts start to creep in their mind. Like, is this not the same team? Or was that last year kind of, I don't want to say a flash in the pan, but, they win after they lose. That's what they do. They never get too down on themselves. So I think Arizona, it's a couple things, man, for fans. It gives them a reason to go. They start looking at the panic button at least, not necessarily pressing it.
248-539-9797. If the Lions lose this weekend, Detroit, are you going to be okay? Game at Arizona. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can take this show and all the shows here at 97.1 anywhere in the United States. Same thing with our website, 971theticket.com, where you can stream as well. And streaming with video, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. You can watch the show, myself, Gator Kang, and anybody else that might pop in like Ken Cal yesterday. And you can stream through YouTube. Go to youtube.com. Same thing. Search bar 971 The Ticket. Gator?
Doug?
The answer is nope. I will ask the question at 11:31, and I'll let everybody in on it, including yourself. That is straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you got a leaky foundation that's putting your home at risk, it's time to call Brickworks Property Restoration. They'll assess your foundation, pinpoint the source of the problem, and give you a custom solution to keep your home dry and safe. I get it. Unexpected repairs can be a hassle. Brickworks makes it easier with 0% financing for 12 months or low monthly payments to fit just about any budget. They are locally owned and operated. Don't wait. Visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. That's brickworksmi.com. Your foundation experts. Brickworks, brick restoration, tuck pointing, chimney services, and more, because nobody works like Brickworks. Gator, I'd like you to go to our Twitter account at DuncanGator971.
Yep.
I'd like everybody to go to our Twitter account at DuncanGator971. Did you see something there?
You want me just to go to our profile page?
Yeah, our most recent tweet.
Okay. This is the new coaster the boys are talking about.
Yeah. And I want you to play the video. Now, remember, the answer to the question is nope.
Why? No. Absolutely not.
Come on, Gator.
No effing way.
Gator, that front seat.
Ever.
Front seat?
Yes.
Any seat.
Any seat.
Absolutely not.
Pick that front seat.
That's a strong and hard no, people. Not going to do it.
No. I mean, there's it's just like the corkscrew. I've done that. I can handle that, right? And then
the new coaster at Cedar Point, you can see it on our Twitter page at DuncanGator971, is one of the most demonic rides I've ever seen, where you basically go up a hill, the track ends, and then the track pivots into a straight 90-degree drop. If you have to go see, I don't know if it makes sense me describing it to you, but
I invite the people, absolutely, go to our webpage, our Twitter account and look at it at DuncanGator971. The other thing that strikes me about this, Doug, the sky looks like Armageddon.
Yes. Yes.
Like, honestly, like the whole world has just gone to hell in a handbasket.
No, that's a good point.
And you're the dumbass that's on this ride.
In any second now, there's going to be lightning and thunder.
Well, it's like fire in the sky. I mean,
I think I see a dragon.
I see a might.
It's like the scene from Game of Thrones.
This is demonic.
Dracarys.
There's not a chance I'm getting on this thing.
Because this is a rendering, essentially.
It's an artist rendering,
it's a fantastic
rendering. Yeah, so they can make the weather anything they want. They chose
mostly cloudy.
Yes, with a chance
of nuclear war. Yeah.
100% chance of end of times.
Yeah.
Chance of apocalypse.
My God.
At DuncanGator971, you want to check it out.
That's terrifying.
So you're with me?
Dude, I don't do roller coasters to begin with.
Come on. You two in the front seat. Road trip.
Absolutely not.
There would have to be a large sum of cash attached to it.
How much money are you talking?
Yep.
How about a big stuffed animal?
And I got to tell you, it wouldn't be cash for anybody else. It would be straight cash money for me. Like, it's funny. At the end of this preview, it says, answer the call. I'm not answering that call. Siren's Curse is what it's called. Check it out for yourself.
We'll give you a Tudor's Biscuit World franchise. Maybe.
Maybe. I might do it. Maybe. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mac. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mac.
Hey, Doug. I don't think there's any reason to hit the panic button at all. We're just into 2 games, and we know who this team is. They got the tough coach who's consistently becoming a better head coach, and we've got all the players they're just knocking off a little rust. You saw Patrick Mahomes played in preseason. I think Jared Goff's going to be just fine. The last 2 years, their play got better as the season progressed. Personally, I'm not concerned. It was a tough loss for sure, but Tampa played their butts off, and they really wanted that game, and they squeaked by us. It could have went either way, one play, but as far as anybody hitting the panic button, I don't think. I think that's a little ludicrous.
Well, I mean, how are you going to feel if they lose this game?
Well, they could. I mean, let's face it. We thought prior to the season started, Arizona seemed like a winnable game going out there because of what they've done in the past. But hey, Kyler Murray's a problem when he's healthy, and he looks to be real healthy. They're playing on all cylinders, it looks like, and now that's a game we should be real concerned about. But the whole schedule, I don't think there's an easy game on the board this year. So, hey, Lions know what they're up against, and I think you're going to see that grit show up. We know Aiden Hutchinson's going to be there. That, to me, in my humble opinion, Aiden Hutchinson is the most dependable guy on that team, week in, week out. I just love him.
You don't question what you're going to get from him. You know exactly what you're going to get from Aiden Hutchinson. But I do think that you have to be concerned about Arizona. This is not it's not a team that lies down.
There's a difference between concern and I guess like season's over after 3 games calls. And nobody said season's over this week. There's been some panicked calls, and maybe nobody will say that next week. But when you sometimes get that feeling like you're never going to win again, when really it's the difference between winning and losing in a lot of games in the NFL, no matter how good you are, is 1 or 2 plays throughout the course of a game. And sometimes you don't make those 1 or 2 plays.
I have a hard time fathoming that thought creeping into my head if they lose to Arizona. Oh my God, the season's done after 3 games. I mean, the only way that even is a thought is if there's a serious injury to 1 or more players. But let's knock on wood that doesn't happen. If they lose the game and they just get beat by Arizona, I'm not thinking the season's over. I'm thinking there's work to do, and I'm not going to be happy about this because I thought this was a team that could start off the season 3-0, and if they start off 1-2, it's no good. But let's look at the other way. What if they win? Right? I'm expecting them to win. Are you expecting them to win? Hey, are you expecting this team to win?
Not like the way I expect the Tigers to win every night, but I do expect them to win.
No, I expect them to win. But I mean, do you guys think we have a fragile fan base?
Yes.
Yes.
Because we haven't had sustained success.
It's understandable.
Yeah. I mean, if this is like the 3rd straight year where we've gone deep into the playoffs, and then I don't think we're fragile. But we haven't in our lifetimes had that sustained success. And this is the year we're expecting the beginning of the sustain, right? Made the NFC Championship game last year. Our expectations as a fan base get right back. And if they fall short of the playoffs, then we're totally fragile.
All right, so Raymond, a lot of people responding to the Twitter post about the coaster we were talking about, the new one at Cedar Point with the cliff and the pivoting track dropping you into a 90-degree drop. Raymond says, it looks like a coaster you'd see on Final Destination. Greg tweets us, in a heartbeat I'd try it. Only scary for the tick, tick, tick up that first hill. I disagree. From Bobby, this is basically how callers have been describing the Lions season. Chris just sends us NFW. I'm with you, Chris.
I'm right there.
Albert says I'd do it. Check it out at DunGator971 on Twitter. Let's go to Joe in a truck. You're next. Hi, Joe.
Hi, yeah, I belong to a coaster club, and I got the information early in the morning. And I tell you what, this is really going to put Cedar Point in the stratosphere. Because what's scary about this ride, it's not so much a backseat ride, because you're not going to tell if you're looking at the seat back. You want to sit this one in the very front in the dark. I mean, it's going to take you up 164 feet, tilt you 90 degrees straight down into 3 inversions. So what I would tell everybody when you go there, wait for the front seat. You won't be sorry, and Top Thrill 2 should be open.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing about your advice is a little different than mine. My advice is go there and don't ride it.
Mine's totally different. I just don't go.
I'm a coaster nut, but I'll let you go, and I'll talk Lions next time. I love to talk Lions.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
That first seat's premium, guys. There's always a longer line for the first seat.
Oh, well, you can have it.
Hey, I don't want to wait in line. That's why I'm not going.
There aren't many things in life, I think, that I just automatically say, yeah, absolutely not. And if you want to call me all the names in the book, go ahead. I just don't care. No. This is one of them. Like roller coasters, never been a guy who likes roller coasters. And people go, oh, come on, you're such a wuss. Yep. I am.
So going back 10 minutes, when I said, nope, I'll ask the question in 5 minutes, you're like, yeah, you agree.
Oh, 100%.
Nope.
I'm 2 seconds into the video. I'm nope. It's a roller coaster. Nope.
You would never get on any roller coaster?
Not anymore. I have in the past, and I don't like them. I do not like them, Doug Karsh.
Okay.
No, sir.
From an unnamed texter. I'm sorry. No, this is from Jamie in Ann Arbor. People haven't talked about how much the interior offensive line has struggled, especially Ragnow. That may be the worst game he's had in a while. Goff couldn't step up in the pocket more than usual, and he missed key blocks too. Unnamed texter. I think we're seeing across the league is the roster starters not playing preseason games. No one is talking about the interior of the offensive line. It might be bad. Glasgow and Zeitler. Matt, New Boston. If the Lions lose this week to the tune of Jared Goff, you will hear Hendon Hooker. Go Lions. No, we won't. Brian,
I'm so sure about that. Fans turn. But
Brian,
I'm thinking better things for Jared Goff this week.
Brian in Waterford says Ben Johnson has not been good so far. Too many 3-and-outs, too many weapons. Forgot his name, but 17 looks pretty good for a possession receiver. Get him in the game. Defense looks horrible. Now this computer went down. We're having a hell of a day here at Carson Anderson. Let's go to a break, and we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Week 3 is here in the NFL. You can start the season with a big return. Start the week with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If you're new to FanDuel, you will get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. I like the profit boost that they have available. They got one for tonight's game. What do you do with a profit boost? Sometimes they're 50%, sometimes they're 100%. So you look at the money line, you take the favorite, you add in the profit boost, you feel like you're getting good value betting the favorite instead of, betting $5 and winning $2. Anyway, check out for profit boost in the top bar of the FanDuel app. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. The Gremlins are out today. Computers are down.
You're not supposed to feed them after midnight.
No, apparently not.
I mean, we learned nothing.
Engineers are
no
on
water.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Martin. You're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Martin.
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call, Doug and Gator, first-time caller. I'm getting annoyed with all this talk about the Lions losing the game. We just versed these teams in a playoff. Of course, they're going to come prepared for us. I'm not scared. We're going to bounce back, and we're going to keep this going. But, yeah, no one's mentioned that we versed these two teams in the playoffs so far.
Well, It was mentioned at the beginning of the year that they opened with the same two teams that they beat in the playoffs the previous year, and I don't know if it's come up in the last couple of days, but it has been talked about, Martin. And yeah, I mean that's a difficult thing to do. And they're playing decent teams now. Given the Rams might be a mess with their injuries, their season appears to be spiraling out of control. I would not bet on them coming back. Tampa could be improved. Tampa could be pretty good. Because I'll tell you what, watching the All-22, I was very impressed with their defense, and we shouldn't be surprised. Todd Bowles is a good defensive coach.
Yeah. Yes, he is. He's a very good defensive coach, and you got to give them credit for what they were able to do. It was like a bend but don't break. Really? I mean, okay, we're going to get a bunch of yards, but we're going to really stiffen up when it comes to the red zone. And Lions went 1 for 7 with touchdowns. It's not good enough.
No, I agree. It's just with the fans, like, come on, of course these two teams are going to give us their best shot. We just beat them in the playoffs, so the fans need to chill and just let the Lions bounce back this week like they always do, and we'll have a great season from there.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Dwayne in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Dwayne.
Hey, what's going on, guys? First of all, can't help but say, go Tigers. Lions going to be cool, but here's the roller coaster nightmare of my life. At Cedar Point, I'm 6'4". I'm on the Magnum. We locked the guy. The guy's supposed to lock the lock with the handle, what you hold. We're going up, click, click, click. I told my girlfriend, I was like, hey, look, it's not locked. I couldn't freaking lock it. I have to take my arms, take my elbows, put my arms all the way over, and just hold on for my life. Look, dude, that first drop, I thought I was coming out the roller coaster. I am holding on, and get this, my girlfriend is laughing at me.
No way.
That's funny. Man. That's hysterical stuff.
Are you still dating her?
No.
Hell no. That's a hell no.
Dude, you know how when you get in the roller coaster and the guy checks is like, enjoy your day at Cedar Point, and we're going up, click, click, click. So I'm 6'4", my knee. I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't locked. He just set it down on my knee. Dude, as I get to the top, when you say cuff, it was like I was doing a pull-up with that bar. I was all the way down with my arm to my elbow, holding on for dear life. And she's not holding with her hands up.
Oh, man.
I tell you, guys, I just had to share that when you guys were talking about
I go straight to the bar.
coasters.
I break up with her, and then I go straight to the bar.
The reason we're talking about this is Cedar Point has debuted a artist rendering, if you will. It's a graphic video of what their new roller coaster is going to look like. And Kang said, you should take a look at this. And I took a look at it before the show, and I went, nope. And I said, let's show it to Gator for the first time on the air. And he's like, yeah, good idea. I showed it to Gator, and Gator's response was?
Absolutely not.
You can check it out at Gator971 on Twitter. It basically goes to the top of the hill. The tracks end like they're broken. But instead, the car stops, and then it pivots. It like flips you so you're facing directly down. The tracks then reconnect to a straight 90-degree drop portion of tracks. It's like a pivot point, and then you just drop.
Would you ever jump out of an airplane?
No.
You ever had any thought, it ever crossed your mind, like, maybe this would be great, but
no.
Okay. I've thought like it would be a lot of fun to try, but there's no way I would black out. I know I would black out the second I flew out of that plane. I mean, why it wouldn't be any fun for me because I'd be unconscious, and then it'd just be dead weight because it'd have to be a tandem jump.
Yeah, you wouldn't wake up till you're on the ground.
Yeah, that'd be just a waste.
Waste of money, waste of the experience,
waste of everything. Oh. Like I've noticed.
Yeah, I don't think I could take that step. Like, okay, so this is the step outside the plane.
Friends of mine went like 15 years ago to do this, and they're like, "You come with us." I'm like, "No." Why? Oh, come on, it'll be a lot of fun. No. You're just scared. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
And I don't need to confront this fear. You know what? I'll confront this fear if I'm on an airplane and the airplane's going to go down and somebody hands me a parachute and says you have to do this or you will die. Then I will do this.
Yep.
But if it's a choice, do you want to go up in this plane and jump off the plane?
Yeah, no. The choice for no in a perfectly good airplane? No.
No need.
Yeah, like there's nothing wrong with the plane, right?
Yeah.
No, it's fine. It works.
I don't have to do that.
Yeah, bungee jumping, same thing.
Do you want to go on the roller coaster? What's the option? Well, you don't. I'm going to choose not to. Thank you for asking.
Choose the option.
Yeah. Option B.
Let's go to Chuck in Northville. You're next. Hi, Chuck.
Hi. I just met with clients by phone, and they're in Columbus. And so at the end of the call, I said, I'm just curious, you root for Cincinnati or the Browns? Interesting question. My CEO's in here. He's a huge Brown fan, and I'm a huge Bengals fan. If you think that we're panicked, I mean, those guys would trade their kids for our team.
Really?
They are panicked. Really.
Trade their kids.
I was in the parking lot of my office half an hour on the phone. It was incredible. They should have billed me for, letting them lay on my couch and let me talk them off the cliff.
Well, they got a $222 million quarterback in Cleveland that looks like it could be a total mess. The Bengals are off to an 0-2 start. And
how's his contract?
Yeah. I mean, I can understand why. We have it. Our problems are red zone offense. That's our problem right now, red zone offense.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you for the perspective. 248-539-9797. Kevin's in Kalamazoo, and he is next here on 97.1. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
You know, I was just kind of having a dispute with your producer there, but I think it's a good point to make, or a good question to ask is, when do we start giving Scott Harris a little bit of credit? Because he told us that they're going to put the young players up, let them get some time, didn't necessarily trade for what people wanted to, and
I'll tell you what, Kevin.
Run we didn't see.
I don't have any problem giving Scott Harris credit. In fact, I enjoy giving him credit because he had conviction of what his vision is. And his vision was that the batters would control the strike zone, that they would try to cut down on swinging outside the zone, only swing at pitches that are in the zone, and they've made improvement in that area. That he wanted pitchers to fill up the strike zone, and that's what the pitchers are doing. And that he's not going to block any of the young players from coming up, and we've got an influx of young talent here. And he's made some tough decisions in trying to trade. And look, it didn't work out last year at the trade deadline when you had a big piece, you thought it had it moved, and then right before the end of the trade deadline, rug pulled out from underneath you and the trade can't happen. Makes a tough trade decision this year, and people not happy about it at the time, and we didn't get enough for it, and yet what they got is a starting shortstop right now and a prospect in the minors that looks awfully good as a catcher. I think people still have their hangups with him because they want to see more action from him in terms of going in free agency and getting a guy who's going to be a pillar. Going and spending the money on getting a guy in the rotation that's going to be here for 5 years and he's going to be a stud. And he hasn't done that yet because in his eyes, the team's not ready for it now. If this team keeps going the way that they're going, this offseason could be really interesting because now you have the data to back up, okay, we're in the right direction. Let's spend some money. And he can talk to Chris Illich about it.
Right. And I'm not a Scott Harris defender. I didn't like him for the last year and a half, but I mean, you got to give him some kind of credit for, I guess, seeing something in the players that we had. And yeah, he has made mistakes, but man, I mean, none of us saw this coming.
No,
and he might have saw it coming.
His plan was to, by the end of the year, it was pretty clear he was hoping to have a bunch of young guys that he could count on moving forward. And I don't think he was worried about the winning and losing this year. Was, can I establish a core? The priority this year is to establish our young core. And they sold at the trade deadline. They have absolutely accomplished what they wanted, establishing the young core. Oh, and also, by the way, they might make the damn playoffs, which is incredible. And, Gator, you talked about owning the strike zone. The last two nights, they've won two essentially pitchers duels, 3-1 and 4-2, where they went 4 for 29 with runners in scoring position. But last night they had 6 walks, and the night before they had 5. So that controlling the strike zone and being patient and getting guys on base, the formula is working. Now, it's working beyond our wildest dreams, but it is Scott Harris's formula.
Yeah, and occasionally you'll see the games like we saw last night where the batters are very patient and they can work the count. And I think it was Chase Young a couple nights ago, had a 9-pitch at bat. I think he ended up striking out, but it was a 9-pitch at bat. When you start knocking out starters of the game, and last night it was one of those games where, oh my God, this guy's got over 50 pitches thrown through the first 2 innings.
Mm-hmm.
And then he doesn't make it out of the 4th inning or whatever it was. You're doing the right thing, getting to a team's bullpen. And if you're working that many pitches, you're probably scoring a couple runs at the same time. So there's a lot to like with what the Tigers are doing as a team in the last 90 days.
Matt's in Hazel Park, and he's next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I watched that video of the roller coaster, and I'm with you guys. Last time I was at Cedar Point, it was like 10 years ago, but I was on the Power Tower or Demon Drop, whatever they call it, and it went to the top, and then there was a malfunction, and we were stuck up there for like 45 minutes.
Oh, God.
So ever since then, I don't do roller coasters.
Yeah.
It looks like so much can go wrong with that roller coaster, and I don't need to die.
This concept of a pivoting track, and if you haven't seen it, it's on our Twitter page at DunGator971. We posted it about a half hour ago. Is one of the most demonic things I have ever seen. And
if the Lions win the Super Bowl, then I'll go on the roller coaster. That's the only way I'll go on.
I mean, if you're going to guarantee the Lions win the Super Bowl, then that's a different thing. But if they do it, then I'll do. No, there's no if-then statement. I don't need that. And that video, that animated video, I mean, King's right. There's a dragon waiting to come out of the sky.
The idea, too, I've learned about football if-then statements that you shouldn't make based upon Florida State dude from a few weeks ago. I'm not doing if-then statements when it comes to football. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Wow, what a time. The Lions, you have Super Bowl aspirations. The Tigers have done most of the hard math and gotten themselves a half game out of a playoff spot. And by most of the hard math, we no longer, especially today, if Cleveland beats Minnesota. If Cleveland beats Minnesota in a game that starts just over an hour, and no, we're not carrying it live, although we suggested we might want to. But if Cleveland beats Minnesota, then yeah, all the hard math is done, and it's literally Detroit just needs to play one game better than the Minnesota Twins. Now, I suppose it's possible. That means Detroit can't go 1-8 and Minnesota goes 0-9, and then somebody like Seattle could zoom past them. But they will have essentially put this thing to a point where they don't totally control their own destiny, but the math becomes really easy. And for a while there, what I mean by that is, do you remember how many times you heard the following? Well, if the Twins only play 500 baseball, the Tigers have to play 800 baseball for 2 months, and they can't possibly do that.
What does that mean?
Yeah, well, now they're a half game behind. And it's because the Tigers have 9 games left, the Twins have 10 games left, including the final game of the season. The Twins will play against the Cleveland Indians today. Their last game with the Indians, the Tribe, the Gribe, the Guardians, whatever the hell they are. The Twins are going to play them for the final time today. Then they'll have 9 games left. If they lose that game, Tigers and Twins, same record. The math is easy. Just be 1 game better than them. In the meantime,
well, I'm on board with that.
Yes, you're Gators in favor of easy math. In the meantime, holy crap, they really are reeling in Kansas City, who's 2 games ahead of Detroit.
Funny what happens when you sweep a team.
Yeah. And now the Tigers are off to Baltimore for a huge weekend series. And I've readjusted my expectation. To me, that's a survival series. They have to survive that. If they survive that series, then they've got 6 home games to wrap up the season against Tampa and the White Sox. They don't have to play 800 baseball anymore, people. They just have to be, at this point, 2 games better than the Twins. But that could this game this afternoon feels like a huge one.
It is. This is a massive series. It starts with the first game with the Tigers against Baltimore is a big one, but the one this afternoon with Minnesota and Cleveland, it would really, really be unbelievable if Cleveland does win the game today. But this series against Baltimore, the Tigers, as much as I want to get ahead of myself and look, if they win this series, if they sweep, no, it's really about the first game. Can they get that done? Looking at Kansas City, what they have in the future. 3 games starting tomorrow. So the weekend series they've got against San Francisco. San Francisco played spoiler a little bit this week. Then they go on the road to finish the last 6 games at Washington and at Atlanta. That's not easy. And this is why it was important to sweep Kansas City, to try to reel them in, because you might be able to pass them. You might. But you got to be able to survive Baltimore. Survive Baltimore, and anything is possible.
Crazy thing is you take a look back at what turns out to be pretty important dates as it pertains to this team. And that game last night, like Gator, on November 2nd of 2022, do you think, how many segments do you think we did on the Tigers claiming Sean Gunther off waivers from the Miami Marlins? How many segments did we do?
Well, how many segments are in the show?
16.
All right, so 16, and we do 5 shows a week.
Yep.
So that's what, 80?
Yep.
None.
Yep. How about December 5th of 2022, when the Tigers signed Brennan Hanafy to a minor league contract? How many segments did we do that week on Brennan Hanafy signing? You remember that?
Well, in fairness, that's football season. But, I mean, free agency with the Tigers, again, the 80 segments a week. It's before we start taking vacation time, too.
Mm-hmm.
None.
Yep.
None.
And last night, Gunny got the job done. Hanafy has been an incredible find. I wonder when did they get Tyler Holton? Like, these are, it's incredible where they have found these guys, where at some point, I can almost guarantee at some point Chris Fetter said, hey, you. At some point, he addressed somebody in his bullpen as, hey, you.
What are you doing?
February 17th, 2023, the Detroit Tigers claim Tyler Holton off waivers from the Diamondbacks. So there you go.
That's pretty impressive.
Yep.
Pretty impressive. Holton and Foley. I mean, Foley's actually been good in the major leagues.
Yes.
This is his 4th season in the majors, all with the Tigers, and he's been very good for the Tigers. He's now the back end guy, and Holton there's no label because he's everything. He'll start a game and pitch the 1 inning. He'll come in the 7th inning if you've got the top part of their lineup up and you want those guys out. And here comes Holton. He can be the setup guy. He can close a game. He can pitch anywhere. He has been so valuable to this team. It's unbelievable.
Well, you're in a real playoff chase when your team is leading in a baseball game and the other team, quote, brings the tying run to the plate, and your emotions, well, you're not terrified, but you're terrified adjacent. Like
Yeah,
you
right.
are like, oh my God, the tying run's at the plate. When that pop-up dropped in the 8th inning off the bat of Bobby Witt Jr., and then he got singled in, and that brought the tying run to the plate. At that point, Cleveland had come from behind and defeated Minnesota. The Tigers were a full game out, and I'm like, they can't. If they blow this game, I don't want this. They needed 9 outs. Then they needed 6 outs. And I'm like, if they can't get these 6 outs, this feels like it's not going to be easy to win games. This is relatively easy with a 4-1 lead. You got to close this game out. Pop up, single, 4-2. Oh God.
And you're not using your typical guys you use to close out the games.
No.
Because they're not available to you. And I was nervous because I'm watching Skubal's pitch count go up and up and up, and I'm like, we're going to be fortunate if he makes it out of the 5th inning. But I don't think he's coming out to pitch a 6th. And sure enough, he only pitched the 5 innings. Gave up just 1 run, and there were only, I think, 4 or 5 base runners in the game. But he threw so many pitches that he had to come out because he was at like 95 or something. So, again, kudos to the bullpen for having to come in again and log 4 full innings when you don't have your top 2 guys to go to.
We love talking Tigers and want to hear from you at 248-539-9797. We also love talking Lions this time of year. And Gator, as we look ahead to this weekend, it's been a weird week. We tried to talk about, hey, they're going to lose a game. Don't freak out if they lose a game. Now that they've lost a game, there has been some freaking out. In the melee of freakouts, and not everybody has, got it. We've had some reasonable calls, concerned callers this week. We've had some that aren't concerned. And we've had some freakout calls and texts this week. What do you think you would categorize as the most ridiculous thing that you have heard? Whether it be, and it doesn't have to be from a caller or a texter. It could be from your crew. It could be from a friend of yours. It could be from a relative. Have you heard anything that made you go, oh my God, you got to be kidding me? Can I give you one?
Yeah.
We have gotten several texts this week, and one of them stood out, but are blaming the Lions' loss on Hollywood Dan Campbell. This is because Dan Campbell spent his offseason doing Applebee's commercials. They lost to Tampa because of, quote-unquote, Hollywood Dan Campbell. Out of all of the ridiculous things that have been said this week, I think that's number one.
That's that's right up there. It's going to be hard to beat that one. Yeah, because Dan Campbell's probably spent a day on a photo shoot or on a video shoot.
Tell you what, let's do this right now. Whether it was from your brother, your friend, a coworker, what is the most ridiculous thing you've heard said about the Lions in the wake of this loss to Tampa? First 10 texts, sign your text. Tell us what you heard somebody say. 248-539-9797. We'll read a bunch of them coming up and find out if there's anything that's better than they've lost because of, quote-unquote, Hollywood Dan Campbell. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. We got the 10 texts here. The most ridiculous thing you heard somebody say as it pertains to our Detroit Lions after one loss. Feel like we had some extreme takes this week, Gator? Here's what we got. Matt in Farmington says, the most ridiculous thing I heard is, this is why Ben Johnson didn't land another job.
Okay. I heard when I was said by a listener, and I thought, wow, okay. Yeah.
Because
blaming the offensive woes of in one game not getting into the end zone while they're in the red zone, they couldn't get touchdowns, and they said that teams have figured out Ben Johnson, and this is why he hasn't gotten head coaching gigs, even though he's the one that's taken himself out of the running for head coaching gigs.
Yep. Brian in a UPS truck. Most ridiculous thing, Hendon Hooker should start. Matt said, I've heard a couple people say bench Jared Goff. This is a great one. That we need to give credit to Patricia.
Oh, that's the winner. That's the winner, honestly. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard this week.
By the most credible person in football.
Right?
Bill Belichick. I mean, had he said, give some credit to Bob Quinn for drafting some of these guys in the Lions offensive line, I could buy that. All right, for a little bit, I'll buy it. But when he didn't give the credit to Bob Quinn. He gave the credit to Matt Patricia. As if Matt Patricia is the one that developed these guys.
Classic example of pumping your own guys' tires.
Yeah, and Patricia was only there for the drafting of one of those guys, and that was Frank Ragnow.
Yep.
Great pick. But you know who didn't make the pick? Matt Patricia.
No.
He didn't make that pick. Bob Quinn.
So funny. That is a Bill Belichick quote. And we might need to revisit that in a minute here. Robin Port Huron says, they lost because of the showboating, dancing after first downs and touchdowns. This guy was, as you guessed it, over 70 years old when he said it. Well, there you go. Jared in Jackson says, I heard people say the offense is broken because we lost Josh Reynolds. I think they're getting used to red zone life without him and maybe some third down plays without him.
Well, they didn't have a problem converting third down on Sunday. They had a problem with that in the first week. And I'm not sure how, Josh Reynolds had 4 of the 5 touchdowns he had last year were in the red zone?
Yes.
So that's a good.
I don't know that they lost because of it. I think there's an adjustment period.
I think I would agree with that.
Durf in a truck says, oh, it's same old Lions again. I wanted to burn him along with those letters, SOL.
Oh, boy.
Brian in New Huddy, Dan Campbell was taking acting classes. They interfered with his coaching duties, a relative mentioned to me. My brother said they lost because he wore his new black St. Brown jersey instead of his blue Jared Goff jersey. That's from Chase.
Well, he's right.
Yeah, that one might be accurate.
You got to know better.
248-539-9797. Jackson Royal Oak, and he is next. Hi, Jack.
Hey, fellas. Listen, I'm with you that I am not abandoning the season after game 2, and I'm not I don't think the Lions suck. But I will say I am a little bit worried that, I just feel like expectations were super high coming into this season, and it's really hard to do what we did last year, and we're just thin at a couple positions that I don't know. I think I am of the opinion that we're a 10. I think we could win 10 games, but you look at the schedule and it's we got some tough games, man. I don't know. I'm with you that there's some overreactions going on, but I kind of disagree that I think there's a little bit to be concerned about. I do.
Well, I think there's a difference between a little bit to be concerned about and panic. There's things that need to get addressed, but one of my favorite stats, and Gator, you hate it when I say it, is that they have not followed up a loss with another loss in almost 2 calendar years. But it speaks to this coaching staff. It speaks to these players and their ability to address things and get better. And the other thing is, quite frankly, they'd be 2-0 if they were average in the red zone. They were brutal in the red zone and touchdown percentage last week. And I feel this is something that's very easy to address. Josh Reynolds ain't walking through that door. But you know who is? A healthy Sam Laporta. And Sam Laporta had 10 touchdowns last year, 8 of which came in the red zone. And we discovered this week, Dan Campbell admitted that they've kind of brought him along slowly. They haven't built game plans around him because they didn't know how much he could take. And with each passing week, I'm going to assume he gets better. But, you know, the one thing that's really encouraging is I think we can make a pretty strong case that the defense is improved. It's too early to do victory laps with that yet, but it feels like just why it's too early to panic. But they're trending in the right direction. The offense, got to figure out red zone stuff.
But Doug, what are your? I mean, my thing is I look at the offensive line, and particularly I thought the last game, the interior offensive line, I don't think they played very well.
They didn't have a great game.
And honestly, I don't think they played very well in the first game either. But I think that we kind of made it work. Like I just think that we there's I don't know if it's health, I don't know what it is, but like I feel like that position has not performed as well, and it's hard to be as good as they were last year, 2 years in a row. So it's like I'm a little concerned, and we're pretty thin there. So I don't know. I'm a little anxious, man. I'm not panicking, but I'm a little anxious. That's all.
Well, just to keep in perspective, if your offensive line isn't playing very well or you have real problems, you're still probably not a top 10 team in the league in rushing, which they are.
Well, you can look at last year when the team lost a game, and how did they respond? They lost to Seattle in the second game of the season last year, but you know who wasn't a reason why they lost? Jared Goff. I mean, he had a quarterback rating in the game of 121.8. He was great. When they lost to Baltimore, Goff was not great. Had a terrible quarterback rating in the game of 68.4, and his QBR was 14.8. But he bounced back the next week to an 89. The reason I bring this up is because you look at the first two games this year. His quarterback rating in the first week was 85, and then it dropped to 61.7 last week. So if you look at last year's game log, you don't see games where he had back-to-back games where he was average and then way below average. It just didn't happen all that much. And with what he's going through right now, we'll see. I mean, I really hope we don't see a third game like that, because that would be a different kind of trend altogether.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tommy next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Tommy?
Good. I think the guys would be just fine. They just haven't played together, man. And, I think Tim Patrick could be fine also. They just need to gel a little bit longer. And also, I think they should implement some Hendon Hooker packages in there. I think that wouldn't hurt, because they would have to account for his feet, especially in the red zone. You know what I mean? And I think that would free some other guys up. I mean, what do you think?
Well, I mean, look, if they want to use his skill set, run a play or two for him throughout the course of the season, I'm not mad at you, but I really don't think that's something that you break out for a special occasion.
Here's the problem I have with that is that, and I'm the biggest Hendon Hooker fan there is, but that would be panicking in my eyes. That would say what happened against Tampa, it isn't just a fluke, that's a trend, that we can't get it done in the red zone, and we need to come up with something else. I don't think that's the case. This is a team that was so effective with a touchdown percentage in the red zone last year that they were, top 5 in the league, third best in the league, whatever it was. They were really good at it. It was a bad game. Yuck, throw it in the garbage. Now, if this goes on and becomes a trend, if we're 4 or 5 games into the season, and the Lions are, 2-3, and their touchdown percentage is well below average, then you might have to start thinking about, okay, what can we do to spice this up? What can we do to get more productive? But right now, I do not want to see that.
Well, again, like I said, special occasion, which you said right now, I'm thinking maybe later in the year, but it depends on the defense they're playing too. Gator, NFC North notes. This is important. I don't know how much you saw of this, but Jordan Love told the media that he thinks he'll be back this Sunday.
Okay.
And it begs the question, will the Packers give him his job back? Or is Jordan Love rushing back because he knows if he's gone too long, Malik Willis is taking over in Green Bay? Do you think either of those things are in play here?
Those are great questions, Doug.
I think they need to be asked.
Yeah, well.
I think they need to be asked.
Being a Malik Willis fan as you are,
I wish he wasn't in Green Bay.
Look, I think this is really interesting that if he's able to come back just a couple weeks after this, MCL sprain, obviously it tells you it wasn't that bad of an injury, and good for him and good for the Packers, I guess.
Yep.
but this is not what you want to hear. You don't want to hear that he's coming back. What I want to hear is that he came back too soon.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you guys. As Lions fans, not as Packers fans, but as Lions fans, do you want to hear that Jordan Love is back? Like, this could be a potential. No, but I'm saying, do you think they're rushing him? Because they've won a game without him now. You know, I think if I'm a Packers fan, honestly, I'm saying play Malik this week. Let Jordan Love get fully healthy.
I probably would be trying to play the long game as well. Especially because
that's the long game.
Because they won.
Except I think there was a chance that he thought he might be active on Sunday. Might be ready to start on this past Sunday. So he might be ready fully to go.
I guess my point is I want them to rush him because he's not healthy. But if he's fully healthy, I don't want him to play.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Gator, we have got an impromptu Who's on Top.
Oh.
We'll get to that at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to celebrate football fall and the best deals of all. Right now, you can lease a new 2024 Silverado for just $297 a month with only $19.99 down. You heard it right, $297 a month for a 24-month lease on a 1,500 crew cab, 4x4, 2FL. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Make this the summer you save. And Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Got a Who's on Top coming up momentarily. Top 10 list. Gator's got some guesses, and we'll have you help him round out who's in the top 10. Brian is next on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
How you doing?
Good, Brian.
Hey guys, yeah, I don't think it's no time to panic, man. The Lions are fine, man. We were 1-1 last year. We just got to find our rhythm. I think it's a rhythm thing, man. And then another thing that I want to bring up is the JMO thing. Like everybody, the media, all this media hype about him being, just breakout receiver. I don't know if it's an issue there. Like you can't, if he's going to be the player like a Justin Jefferson or Tyreek Hill. I mean, is it a matter of one target, two targets? I mean, why is he not the threat of the game? It's like we hit him with one bomb and we go away from it. Is there, I think it's just maybe we're caught up in, we have too many guys on the team with talent, and we're kind of caught up with how to use them.
So you want more JMO?
He's had 20 targets. He leads the team. He had 9 in the opener, 11 in game 2. They did hit him on the one bomb.
Right. He leads the team in yards. He doesn't lead the team in targets.
My apologies. Yes, he's at the top of the list. But he's had more targets in week 2 than he did in week 1. I think JMO's getting plenty of targets. They threw the one bomb, and then after that, honestly, it looked like Tampa changed their coverage. Won a lot of 2 high safeties and zone defense, and they did a really good job.
He's got 200 yards receiving in 2 games. I'm good with that.
Tanner is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tanner.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
I don't think it's time to panic, obviously. My only concern I have currently is that we took back-to-back corners in the draft, and as Ragshaw really ain't done too much. No apologies, I was working when the game was on last week, so I didn't see all of it. But
he didn't play last week because he got he tweaked a hamstring or something in the warm-ups, so he didn't play on.
Yeah. So I look at it though. You get Carlton Davis on a trade. You have Amik Robertson on a sign, who's playing most of the time anyways. Brian Branch slides down the corner at slot corner all the time. Then you got Terry Arnold. He's got his problems with pushing people in the end zone and getting flags thrown, and it's okay. Like he's young and he's got stuff to fix and clean up. But why not take an interior guard? Why not take a center that can go around? Obviously, Giovanni Manu.
Wait. You think they should have drafted a guard instead of Terry Arnold after 2 games?
No. Instead of Ennis Rakestraw.
Oh.
Not back-to-back corners, but take an interior lineman or take another lineman that.
I got to tell you, I'm really comfortable with the way Brad Holmes drafts. I'm extraordinarily comfortable. They had a veteran offensive line. They brought back they actually upgraded the guard spot according to most metrics. We'll see if maybe he's crested on his career and started on the far side, but I'm not going to do a lot of shows questioning Brad Holmes drafting for a while here.
Yeah, I'm good. And if you're upset with Rakestraw, he didn't play last week. No. And I think they're fine. And I think Terry Arnold's going to be a really good defensive back. And, by not taking do I want them to draft offensive linemen? Yeah. Was I okay with taking back-to-back defensive backs? Yeah. Yeah, I was. But don't be surprised the Lions draft an offensive line in the first round in 2025.
We might need to revisit a topic we did earlier in the show.
I know.
All right, here we go. Let's go. Gator, these are the top 10 top 10 most annoying fan behaviors in NFL stadiums. Top 10 most annoying fan behaviors in NFL stadiums. I will tell you, fighting is not one of them, okay?
All right.
Because that's not really, I guess it's a behavior, but these are annoying fan behaviors. Gator, give me your guess.
I'm going to go with being drunk, swearing in front of kids, and the annoying fan behavior of not getting up from your seat when someone is trying to come through the aisle, walk past you, and I'm sitting down. You're going to have to go, get between my knee and the back of the seat in front of me.
Okay. Gator got 1 of the top 10. He got number 3. Cursing / inappropriate language.
Which may have started because you were drunk.
It might have. They don't have a specific one being drunk. A lot of these could be, I guess, attributed to being drunk. But let's go. What do you got? What are the top 10 most annoying fan behaviors when sitting in the stands at NFL games? 248-539-9797. Help Gator round out the top 10. And And as I mentioned, fighting is not one of them.
I got this. So what's tough about doing this on the fly?
Yeah,
there are others that are flooding through my head right now that are better than what I listed.
To be fair, I told you this one real late.
Okay, man. You left them some good options for the people, Gator.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not a game for you. It's a game for the people.
Oh, I treat it differently.
Yeah, I know. We know this. We know this.
I'm very competitive.
But just remember that, okay?
Don't know if you knew that.
All right, so what do you got as the most annoying fan behaviors at NFL games? 248-539-9797. Gator got number 3 on the list. Help him round out the top 10.
So it's not fighting, and it's not being drunk, although being drunk could lead to some of these other behaviors.
Yeah, I mean, I think being the drunk and cursing in inappropriate language, as you said. So let's go to Trevor. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Trevor.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, Trevor?
Is it the Raiders? Is a fan screaming in your ears, Raiders?
It is not specific to the Raiders.
Just Raiders fan.
If you're saying just Raiders fan, I will give you number 7, which is yelling at the team. Yelling at the team. That's pretty generous of me, but let's try and get all 10. 248-539-9797. Jeff is in Spokane and listening. 97.1 the ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hi. I'm going to guess spilling drinks on people.
Gator, do you think that made the top 10?
That's annoying.
That is number 4 on the list. Spilling drinks and food on people. 248-539-9797.
Sorry that happened to you, Kang. Kang's with me at Cicerelli's bar years ago, and somebody spilled a drink on Kang, and I feel bad about it.
Really?
It's okay. It happens.
It happens.
Josh is in Grand Rapids and next on 97.1. Hi, Josh.
Hey, guys. I'm going to go with the fan that never sits down.
Fan that never sits down. Gator, do you think that made the top 10?
It's annoying as hell to the people behind him, yeah.
I'm going to go that it's number 1. Obstructing your view is number 1, and that's, I guess, never sit down guy. And by the way, we discovered there's still stuff left in the top 10, so keep calling it. 248-539-9797. Cheeseheads are, by their very nature, obstruct your view.
Yes.
If someone's in front of you in a cheesehead. We discovered that at
the
Super Bowl. It was awful.
In Dallas, yeah.
We go to, who do we got next here? Chuck, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Chuck.
How you doing?
What's up?
That stupid miniature picket fence with the defense line. It's blocking my vision.
Well, it's obstructing the view. Do you think that made the top 10, the defense sign being held up?
No, I think fans get into that.
It did not make the top 10. Steve is next on 97.1 the ticket. Hi, Steve.
Go ahead, Steve.
Steve?
You.
Hello.
All right.
248-539-9797. Steve in Mount Clemens, you're next on 97.1 the ticket. Hi, Steve.
How about Steve?
Hey, how's it going?
All
How's
right.
it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, passing the money and the food down the aisle for somebody you don't even know.
Passing the food
drive
down.
me nuts.
Do you think that's what it made the list?
I don't think it did. It's interesting that it bothers him, though.
Does he just...
I got to be nice to somebody. I got to help them out because they're, 18th down the aisle.
Do you think he just crosses his arms and shakes his head and goes, nope, I'm not handing that? Like, just...
And then you got to go with a change. Like,
Well, not through him.
Right, yeah, not that
Dude,
guy.
he said it drives him nuts.
Not
It
up in
did
here.
not make the top 10. Chuck, you're next on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Chuck.
The fan that's leaving for concessions in the bathroom, you got to get up, let the guy through. And that's why you don't stand up, Gator. Make the guy stay in his seat.
Repeatedly entering and exiting their seats, going back and forth. Number 6 on the list of most annoying fan behavior. 248-539-9797. Well done, Chuck.
That's kind of with mine as well, isn't it?
This is repeatedly getting up and down. Yours was guy who doesn't move.
Well, it's the other. I guess they're both. They're tied together, damn it.
Let's go to Anthony. You're next. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
Good. You know those giant hats that people wear that make them look like Toad from Mario Kart?
Yes.
That's got to be number 1. At least it is in my book.
Gator, do you think the giant hats? made the list?
No, because I think we've already had an obstructed view. I think it's all tied together.
That is correct. Take a couple more. Most annoying fan behaviors at NFL games in the stands. Tom in Oxford. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys, how's it going? I'm going with sign guy. Not so much struck, but just a guy that's
got a stupid sign up all the time. Like nobody cares. The players can't read it.
Gator, do you think Sign Guy made it?
No, but I totally understand what he's saying.
It did not make it, but it is great. We go to Aaron next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I would lean towards people talking loud about unrelated things to the game that we're watching. So there's just loud talking in my ear, people. Just like, shut up, pay attention, or go away.
All right, okay. Do you think that made the top 10?
That
one's funny to me, man.
No, but that is annoying as hell. It's what I experienced when I was at that.
And then Martha said,
Yeah, dude, all of a sudden, you know all their gossip.
Right.
You know their plans for the weekend.
When I was at that Pink Floyd tribute show, and those guys next to me wouldn't stop talking. They were paying attention. I'm like, dude. I agree with this guy though. If you're at a football game and they're talking about, I'm just flooded with mail.
Right?
Get out of here. Go to
got
the
a
concourse.
great rate on a home equity loan.
Oh, did you?
Sean is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi,
And
Sean.
she's cheating on him.
Hey guys, I got the wave guy, the guy trying to start the wave.
Yep.
Come on.
He's there.
On the count of 3.
Shut up.
1.
Stop it.
2.
We've been doing the wave all night.
3.
Leave me alone.
You think it made the top 10?
He's in my top 10.
It did not make this top 10.
All right, let me erase that because I wrote down some extra ones. So he's, start the wave guy is not on there. That's a mistake.
Alan, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Alan.
Hi. The guy in front of you prompting to high-five him all throughout the game.
A dude who wants a random stranger to high-five him?
Then you just start turning your back to him.
Gator, you think that made the top 10?
I don't, but I find it annoying.
All right, we'll give you the whole top 10. Thank you for all your calls, but we'll tell you what made all the top 10. Some of these are going to make you laugh, I assume. We'll get to that in 5 minutes here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug here. As a Michigander, we're all Michiganders. We know how tough our roads can be. If you've been in an accident and you need a legal team who specializes in auto accidents, that's where our friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone I care about or a family member needs help, I'm connecting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. Their specialization, well, it's auto and truck accidents, and that means more million-dollar results than any other law firm in Michigan, including the largest auto and truck accident settlements in Michigan history. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, so it's put together by the Action Network, a poll of 3,000 NFL fans. What are the most annoying fan behaviors in an NFL stadium? Fighting was not one of them. I just pointed that out. There's some interesting data that came out of this. Checking in at the 10th most annoying behavior, Gator. Mid-game proposals.
Yeah, okay. I get it. Oh, someone's going to propose. Awesome. No pressure there.
The 9th most annoying fan behavior. Nobody got this one. Loud chewing.
Loud chewing?
Loud chewing.
How do you hear that amidst the sound of the game?
I don't know. Apparently there's such a thing as annoying, loud in-stadium chewing. Now, to be fair, my kids say, Dad, you chew so loud. Like, do I?
Doug made the list.
I did. But I don't think they'd hear me in a stadium. Number 8, over-the-top public displays of affection. I don't see a lot of this, do you?
I don't see a lot of that, no. I guess they don't like the kiss cam either, though.
Number 7, Trevor. I gave Trevor this one, but I think there's another one that makes more sense. But number 7, yelling at the team. Trevor got that. Number 6, repeatedly entering and exiting their seats, going back and forth. Chuck got that.
That is annoying.
Number 5, not standing or removing your hat for the national anthem. That has been a...
Who doesn't stand for the national anthem?
Well, people don't.
I mean, if you're in the seats,
it's become a point of protest, you know.
Well, I guess
some people just don't stand just because they just don't want to stand. Like, it has nothing politically. I've seen it. I didn't ask them why, so I guess I don't know for sure. But they're just like not even paying attention.
Number 4, Jeff got spilling food or drinks. Number 3, Gator, you got cursing inappropriate language. Number 2, this is the one that I should have given to Trevor, yelling at or taunting other fans. He was specific to Raiders fans being in his ears going, Raiders! And the number 1 most annoying fan behavior in stadiums, obstructing your view. Josh got that. So there's your top 10. My number 1 didn't make it. When I sit in the stands now at any game, I just try not to physically roll my eyes listening to Coach Guy. Coach Guy, who's like, I wouldn't have thrown a changeup. I'm like, yes, you're more qualified to make that call than Chris Fetter or AJ Hinch, or they got to get him out of there. He stinks. If you've been at practice once, do you have any idea what's behind him?
To me, there's another one there is like the mansplaining guy.
Yeah.
Who's also like the history lesson guy.
Yep.
See, now here's the problem. That guy, okay, he was drafted in the 3rd round back in 2018, okay? And he was like the 7th offensive lineman taken. They needed to do something else, what they should have done.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Given that we do what we do, I mean, obviously it's our job to know a bunch of stuff. What is very funny is when somebody is explaining to others, and I know that they couldn't be more wrong.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Like they're talking with such a sense of they know what they're talking about, and others around them are listening. And you're like, that's not what happened.
Nope. Not even close.
It's not my place to say anything, and I'm not going to say anything.
Well, you don't even want to get involved, man. You don't want to get in this discussion
Sometimes
with that guy.
you do.
I don't.
Sometimes you do.
How about the guy's like, well, this is what I'm hearing. You didn't hear anything. You just read that off of,
Twitter.
Yeah, exactly.
Because your buddy put it out there and retweeted somebody else.
But don't you want to put them in their place?
Nope.
A little bit.
I'm
not saying every time. I'm saying like once. Maybe once.
I've heard so much misinformation walking around. I go to card shows. You guys know this.
Yeah.
People talk sports there all the time.
What?
Mm-hmm.
I just walk right past everybody. I'm like, that's not true. That's not
Nope.
true.
Nope.
That's
Nope.
not true.
Nope.
This one made my list, but it didn't make the top 10. What about a guy that kicks the back of your seat guy? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because like, he knows you're sitting right in front of him. I mean, as long as if it's consistent throughout the game, that's what's annoying. Like, accidents happen. There's small
Don't
aisles.
bring kids to the game. Kidding.
Kids actually take up a lot less space.
So stop kicking.
But he loves kids, people.
I do.
Yes.
Kids are great.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
everybody should have them.
So you will say, I will never say anything. I'll just let them go. I'll just let them go. When somebody's saying something that I know is factually wrong.
Oh, I think 90% of the time I will let it go. But if I hear, and you got to read the situation. If the guy's a blowhard,
Mm-hmm.
or if he's trying to impress somebody, and you just had enough because you've heard it like the 10th time that they've just given out misinformation.
Yep.
I feel like there's this part of me that's going to speak up and say something. I know I have at one point, but it just gets to be too much at some point. And like, it depends on your mood too. Yeah, where's your tank of give a crap?
Well, my tank of give a crap on the Tigers right now is full. And that game, Minnesota and Cleveland, about to get underway. We'll have updates throughout the day here on 97.1 The Ticket, because if the Cleveland Guardians beat the Minnesota Twins today, the Tigers will be deadlocked with Minnesota for the final wild card spot. Obviously, Minnesota holds a tiebreaker. Everybody knows it. But Gator, if it makes it simple, though, with 9 games to go. No more crazy math. No more have to play at this pace, that pace. They just have to be 1 game better than the Twins. The Twins lose today. That's a sprint to the finish. The fact that they've even gotten themselves into this sprint is one of the most remarkable sports stories in Detroit in a long, long time. And the people they're doing it with is incredible. It's incredible that Sean Gunther, Gundog Millionaire, came in last night in a high leverage situation, 2 pitches, got a double play, and got out of the jam. They sent him out there to start the 9th. Brennan Hanafy, Tyler Holton. These guys are acting like they're messing around and acting like they're the best bullpen in the league. And quite frankly, for the last 2 months, they have been. The Tigers' pitching staff's incredible. And the offense has gotten enough timely hitting. They went 4 for 29 with runners in scoring position the last 2 games and won them both. Thanks in large part to some walks. And quite frankly, Kansas City and oddly, Bobby Witt Jr. didn't make some makeable plays at shortstop.
That's too bad.
I feel like the Tigers made them all. Colt Keith in the 9th inning a couple nights ago. The double play ball that they turned the scoop by Torque. I mean, they made a bunch of the catch by Parker Meadows, a catch by Torque last night, the catch by Wensiel Perez. If it's a makeable play, they've been making it.
That they have. They've done it in every aspect of the game. It's been a lot of fun to watch. And I'm so glad we're done with Kansas City. Bobby Witt Jr. is one of the true great players of the game. And he's so young. He's only going to get better. He's going to be a pain in our ass for years to come because Kansas City's not going to let him go. So glad the season's done with Bobby Witt Jr. And I'm glad that he was part of the reason they lost.
Yep.
Because he wasn't making those plays. Whew. Get to breathe, get a day off. Hopefully Colt Keith is ready to come back by the weekend series. They say maybe he can play, he could pinch hit. He threw a little bit yesterday. He said it felt a lot better than he thought he would with his shoulder issue. So they need to get him back. But we got it's a really, really, really important series. You talk about must-win games. I don't know if the game on Friday is must-win necessarily, but I feel like the series against Baltimore is must-win.
By the way, we got some injury updates for the Lions. We'll get to those today at 1:02. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, on the practice field, seen on the practice field, Alex Anzalone, Graham Glasgow back at practice today. Terrion Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw, Fatu Melifonwu not on the practice field, according to Tim Twentyman at DetroitLions.com. Official practice report comes out at 4, the part that's open to the media. That's what they saw. Did I see Marcus Davenport's back, though?
Yes, I believe he returned. Yes, he was supposed to return yet.
Okay.
They didn't practice yesterday, but.
Right. Now, Rakestraw's got a hamstring. Terrion Arnold is listed as an illness.
Yeah. Well, again, when we go through every year, we talk about how to construct a roster and what are you going to draft and all this. And I keep saying you got to have as many defensive backs as you can because there's attrition with the defensive backfield. Now, I'm not accounting for illness, but, Rakestraw got hurt in a warm-up. Melifonwu was out right now. The Lions they're without 3 defensive backs for today's practice. This is why you have to, and going back to the call we had like 15, 20 minutes ago, who was upset that they drafted Rakestraw after drafting Arnold and going back-to-back, you have to. You have to have, you don't have to do it back-to-back, but you have to have a ton of defensive backs. Guys get hurt all the time.
So, yes, there's no doubt about it. We'll keep you up to date I'm sure the guys will have it, the 4 o'clock injury update on the show that follows us.
Speaking of secondary, too, guys, I don't think it's been brought up enough or even at all how good Brian Branch has been the first 2 weeks at safety.
Been great.
He's been great at safety. And I was a little worried because I like him close to the line of scrimmage because he's a sure tackler and he would get the running back or when they send him on a blitz. But at safety, he's been great as well. He's got the interception. He had that great play in the tight end to break up the touchdown in the end zone against the Bucs. I think he's a phenomenal player.
I would say that he made amazing improvement from week 1 to week 2 because the first part of the game against the Rams, it looked like he missed a couple of plays.
He did look
like
he maybe overran some.
Yeah, and then started playing like we thought Brian Branch could play. And then the game he had last week was just fantastic.
Well, they hopefully get Terrion Arnold back at least. But nice to have Davenport back. They're going to be chasing around Kyler Murray. You were a big Kyler Murray fan out of Oklahoma. You kind of come in. I know you want to see him do well.
Yeah, I not against the Lions, but I think he was so dynamic at Oklahoma. What he was able to do was he could take these giant 7-step dropbacks or whatever, and he would just roll out to a side to kind of set things up for himself to clear the lanes. He didn't have many passes knocked down, despite the fact that he's 5'9", 5'10", whatever he is. That wasn't an issue with him in college. I don't know if it's been an issue with him in the pros as much, but he hasn't been able to because the talent level is so different in the NFL than it was with his opposition in Oklahoma. It just doesn't – it's not a smooth transition for him. It's not easy to do.
There were also some questions about his maturity and his professionalism early in his career.
Oh, his contract was tied for him to actually – he has to do study time.
Yeah, because apparently you spend all kinds of times gaming. And I'm like, I'm okay with these kinds of stories to allow people the right to grow up. You know what I mean? Hey, you're supposed to be a professional at the age of 20, 21. Got it, 22. But I think of who I was at 20, 21, 22 and who I became over the next decade. And yeah, I like stories of guys that grew up a little bit, that weren't as much into what they're putting on TikTok or playing, doing everything they can to try and be a professional as their career goes on. I hope Kyler Murray pulls it off. We didn't talk about a couple things about last night's Tiger game. One is I want to revisit, because of the Tigers, I want to revisit Bill Belichick's comments, believe it or not, that the Lions are building on a foundation left by Matt Patricia. And I think it's really, really funny that he's saying that now, because I don't think anybody here in Detroit gives it much thought. Like, yeah, I don't feel the need to thank Matt Patricia in any way whatsoever. But what I do think is interesting is those comments are coming at a time where I think kind of collectively we're in the midst of a bit of a mea culpa with Al Avila. Like, I don't mind saying, yeah, you know what? I don't regret anything that happened. He purged a bunch of players and didn't get nearly enough back. But some of these guys are his guys.
But he drafted some talent.
Yep.
I think that's fair to say that he drafted some talent, and now we're starting to realize that.
So we're in the midst of this. Hey, thank you for Parker Meadows, and thank you for Riley Green, and thank you for
Reese Olson,
and thank you for Scooble. Like, there's a lot of thank yous here to Al Avila. I'll be damned if I'm giving Matt Patricia any credit, but we can handle right now, can't we? Giving Al Avila some credit.
Yeah, I don't mind doing that, and I think people want to always focus on the negative, and there's plenty of negative to focus on with Al Avila.
There's a reason why he got fired.
I get it. That's fine, but how about the good stuff he did? And that's fine. What good can you find out of Matt Patricia? I'm glad he sucks so bad that they didn't even wait a third full season for him to be the coach, and he was so bad at his job.
They got rid of him quickly.
Yeah, that they fired him and had to look at a completely different direction and find a whole new way to rebuild this culture. And that Sheila's like, this ain't working out. You're gone. Your buddy's gone. I'm going to redo this whole thing. And if Matt Patricia didn't suck so bad, would we have been stuck with him for a couple more years? Would some other team have snatched up Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell to lead their teams?
It's absolutely hysterical.
That's the only thing I'm going to thank you for.
Your way of putting it. But just at a time where we're all kind of coming together, saying, Avila, thank you. Some of these guys are your guys. And now we're asked to give Patricia credit?
No,
sir.
No, I mean,
sir.
And his reasoning, Belichick's reasoning was so weird. It was like, well, they built an offensive line there, and Matt was there for that, and they should be thanking him. Like, Patricia had nothing to do with that.
No.
You want to, if you wanted to go out of your way to thank Bob Quinn for drafting Taylor Decker and Graham Glasgow and drafting Frank Ragnow, 3 of the 5 pieces on the offensive line, I'm not going to yell at you for doing that, because I think you're right. Okay, he hit on those players, no doubt. He's also perhaps the reason that Graham Glasgow left, because they weren't going to give him a contract, so he left, played elsewhere for a couple of years, and then our guys brought him back. But to give the credit to the coach, who was so god awful.
Yep.
That makes us think back to the halcyon days of Rod Marinelli. I mean, I don't know what to say. It was just an utter disaster. The way that he treated players was horrible. Players like, I don't want any part of this, and then cast those guys off. You can't work with them. Well, can't work because your guy's terrible. I understand why he does it, because it's his coaching tree.
Yep.
And it's amazing that his coaching tree has yielded nothing in terms of head coaches elsewhere, but they've been assistants. And they were great assistants under Bill Belichick and like nobody else.
Hey, man. So we're good with one.
Yeah.
We can give credit where credit's due. That's the point. We can give credit where credit's due. And we have.
So thanks, Bob Quinn, for drafting Frank Ragnow.
And thanks, Al Avila, for what you've done to help set the foundation for this.
And thank you, Matt Patricia, for sucking so bad.
But Bill Belichick, we're not doing that.
No.
Okay, let's talk a little Michigan and Michigan State. We'll get to that next. Swing around the NFL at 1:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. My new credit union, UMCU, is the official debit card of Michigan Athletics. They've also teamed up with Will Johnson, national champion, defensive MVP, and outstanding quarterback of the Michigan Wolverines. And to celebrate this winning combination, the University of Michigan Credit Union wants to share some excitement with you. They're offering up exclusive fan benefits, like giving you a chance to intercept your debt, Will Johnson style, with a MVP checking account. It's an unbeatable offer that saves you 2% interest rate on your existing loans. You open up a checking account, set up a direct deposit, and transfer your existing loan, and that's it. 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Football's in full swing. I'm calling games. You're hearing my voice a ton. But today, I'm encouraging you to become a member at UMCU and intercept your debt before the clock runs out. I've been servicing customers for over 70 years, and signing up is easy. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. get a little more into Michigan and Michigan State tomorrow, but Spartans on the road at Boston College. Michigan playing host to USC. So a couple things about it. It is Boston College's red bandana game, which is the one they do for was it a lacrosse player that was on one of the flights on 9/11?
I don't know.
I think it was Wells. I can't remember his name, but the red bandana games where he famously wore a red bandana and they put their numbers. Their numbers are made in the red bandana look. But it's the red bandana game this week for Boston College, which is never fun to be the opponent for something like that. It was such a cool cause. But nonetheless, on the field, Thomas Castellanos, skater. Thomas Castellanos. He's a handful.
He is. Watched him early in the season, and it's a dual threat guy, and those always make you a little nervous. And he's got the propensity to make some big plays. Boston College is, they beat Florida State, right?
Yep.
So has that game
as
lost?
One does,
right? Apparently that's not a big deal, but I think it is still. But this will be a real tough matchup for Michigan State. Look, they're a 6.5-point underdog in this game going into it, so it's going to be tough. But if Michigan State continues to improve, and if they clean up the stupid personal fouls, that they can have a real chance of winning this game on the road. But they've already been road tested and came away with a win.
It was a nice win at Maryland. And Maryland take care of Virginia last weekend? But Castellanos is a problem. He has rushed for 97 yards, and he has thrown for almost 600. They got two backs in Trayshawn Ward and Turbo Richard. You got to like Turbo Richard.
How do you not?
Yep. Anyway, Turbo Richard. I got the third guy, and I can't find his name, but hold on. I'm still trying to remember who the red Wells Crowther. Anyway, he is who the red bandana game is for, and he was on the flight that crashed in Pennsylvania. Was considered one of the guys that helped bring that plane down before it hit one of the towers, or whether it was maybe for the Capitol they thought it might have been headed towards. But anyway, do you know anyone that's going out there? We talked about that earlier in the week.
I don't. I don't think I do. There's a couple of guys I know that sometimes do travel for Spartan games, but I haven't seen that they're going for this one.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Michigan playing host to USC. USC, their quarterback is arguably in that same category as Quinn Ewers. So that's going to be a problem. They got a running back who really is a threat in the pass game as well. Michigan's going to have to be on their P's and Q's. I think this is one of those games where they basically have to hold USC to field goal attempts. And talking a little bit with the Michigan people, they thought the Texas game guys got a little bit irresponsible trying to make big plays and settled down in that game as it went on. And they did a good job in some sudden change positions, situations where they're put in bad field position. The defense got a stop. They got a missed field goal. There was they forced a punt once. I mean, so you're talking about they did some good things, but they kind of had to settle down. They got to kind of stay in their lane, let USC have their yards, and just hope to hold them to field goal attempts is the way I see it. Try and make it a low-scoring affair.
Well, I was listening to the morning show, and they had Gary Danielson on, the analyst for this game, and, of course, former Detroit Lions player and media personality here. I love listening to Gary. I can listen to Gary talk football all day long, and particularly when it's about a single game that he's preparing for, because nobody's more prepared to talk about a certain game that they're covering than Gary Danielson. He's unbelievably well prepared. And to hear him talk about this, and this is going to be an uphill battle for Michigan, but the USC is a very talented team, but he said USC is not as talented as Texas is. But USC likes to attack you with their speed on the outside. With the running backs, they don't run between the tackles; they run outside the tackles. And if Michigan's front four does their job, that they might be able to do something in this game. Now, offensively, you're looking at a situation with the quarterback that doesn't have a whole lot of experience throwing the football, but if they can get the short passing game going, I don't know if Colston Loveland's going to play or not. I think that's a huge key to this, because being a tight end. But he's a tight end that can kind of stretch the field. They've got other guys. Klein will be in there, and he'll give his opportunities. But if they can get the short passing game going and use Donovan Edwards in that aspect of it, maybe they can move the ball down the field.
Yeah, I think if Colston Loveland can't go, Donovan Edwards has to get 5-6 targets to make up for that. Just the shorter, easier routes, just to try and get your football to the guys in space. The weird thing about this, though, this is like the game of my youth. It felt like every 2 or 3 years, this was the Rose Bowl, Michigan and USC, and seeing these two helmets on the field together in Ann Arbor is going to be weird. They did play in like the 50s. They played a home and home, played out in LA, and then played back here.
When was the last time they played?
It was probably a Rose Bowl. So John David Booty and USC beat Michigan like 32-18 or something. I'll have to look up what their last meeting was.
It feels like it's definitely been a minute since they played.
It has been a while, but they played in the Rose Bowl. It felt like a lot when I was growing up. But the Texas game was super exciting just to see that matchup, and the build up to it was a lot of fun. And then there was the game, and so now it's a question of, Michigan right now there's not a lot of confidence. Got it. Understand why the Texas game I think rattled people, but. They can change the narrative a little bit right here.
Can they run the football?
Well, they're going to.
If you can run the football against USC, you can control the clock and keep USC off the field, then that's big. Now, Michigan has a really good defense. On paper, they've had a really good defense.
Yep.
It hasn't been as good as you want it to be, but you also took on Texas,
yep,
who was really good. But last week, they gave up a lot of yards late in that game, but they still gave up yards and against guys you wouldn't have expected it. So a player's going to have to step up.
Kang, you want to add something here?
Oh, no, we're just getting a lot of phone calls and texts on Wells Crowther, the red bandana.
Yes.
Yeah, he did play lacrosse at Boston College, but he was not on a plane during 9/11. He was the one who ran into the towers. He worked in one of the towers.
My apologies, yeah.
He go help people.
He kept going back in, and people knew him because they saw the red bandana that he would always carry with him. So
gotcha. Thank you for tying that loose end up.
Yep.
I knew there was some sort of tie into 9/11. I didn't know exactly what it was for, but I also know that that's always an emotional day at Boston College. I don't know how good or bad Boston College is, and I don't know how good or bad USC's defense is. I think Boston College is probably pretty good, and I think USC's defense is probably improved. But I think we learned a little bit more about those two aspects of the two opponents Michigan and Michigan State are playing. BC a couple weeks ago when they won at Florida State was like, wow. A couple weeks later, it feels like, oh, wait a sec. Apparently everybody wins at Florida State. So, and in USC's case, yeah, they handled LSU. It kept them in check. There were a lot of yards, but it was through the air from Nussmeier in that game, the quarterback at LSU. Michigan's probably not going to get to them or have as much success through the air given the change at quarterback. They're going to have more of a runner. And look, if they're good at what they do, you can line up with a primarily running quarterback and have success. You do that at the end of games when you're trying to run the ball and everybody knows you're going to run it, you can still run it. We'll see how much this offensive line and this rushing attack is ready for it. They were clearly better last week, and it was clearly against a weaker opponent. So 248-539-9797. We'll swing around the NFL next. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D are back to their winning ways, just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. The deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are absolutely unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV, it's only $178 a month. The Blazer EV, it's only $239 a month. Chevy Trax, only $259 a month, and the Chevy Silverado is just $299 a month. And all these unbeatable payments with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included, my friends. No games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. If you need more money for your trade-in, well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right. Huge money for your trade. And up to $2,000 more we're talking about. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph.
Gremlins at it again, wrecking our radio station. Engineers are on it. Hope to get that sorted out. Meanwhile, Major League Baseball do have to update early score from Cleveland. The Cleveland Guardians are leading the Minnesota Twins 1-0. They need to get one more loss out of Minnesota, and then the Tigers are in a situation where all they have to do is be one game better than the Twins the rest of the way. Well, guess what? It's off to a good start there in Cleveland. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. But this improbable run could result in a Tiger team making it to the playoffs. They're one half game out of the wild card, can pull into a tie if the Twins lose this game this afternoon. Gator had to take off, so we got some other stuff I want to get to here. Carson Anderson from the game last night. If you're watching the Tiger game last night, there was a moment in that game that kind of cracked me up. And it was when Jace Young got waved around third and crashed into home plate when he went all Cirque du Soleil contortionist yoga slide at home. He's safe, right? That was awesome. It was an athletic play. And when I was like, ooh, I don't know, when we see the replay, I'm not sure what this is going to look like. And when we saw the replay, he was safe. But the part that really caught my attention and the part that was awesome was his reaction. And I'll tell you why. Because I coach a lot of youth baseball, 16, 17, 18-year-olds in the summertime. And the way Jace Young responded when he was safe at home, that's how they act. He looked exactly like one of our kids. And when you get a team that's a veteran team, they do celebrate. They do get excited. But not the way Jace Young did. I was like, this is how and he's a kid. And they're all kids. And they're getting it done, and it's freaking awesome. But I saw in that moment, and maybe any of you that got kids out there, if you saw the Jace Young slide and your kid plays baseball, that jump up and give it the LFG screaming and flexing is an extraordinarily familiar look. And what ended up being a 4-2 Tiger win. And I will say I did think of our audience early in that game when Scooble gave up the run in the first. Why did I think of our audience? Because you people have called me out. I don't believe in jinxes. And a couple weeks ago, I said, well, you got to kind of consider every Scooble start's going to be a win. And after I said that, they proceeded to lose the next two Scooble starts. In fact, they only have one other loss since I said that. Two losses were Scooble starts, and I think the other loss was one of those team starts. So I was like, I'm going to get blamed for this again. So I was more than a little bit pleased when Scooble got his act together, settled down, and gave him a solid outing, and they won the game. I was starting to feel like I'm going to hear about this tomorrow. Scooble improved to 17-4 with the win. Now this season, what they've done, I think it's one of the great resurrection jobs in terms of fan history fan intensity I can ever remember. As a fan, think about the ride we've been on with this team. Unprecedented. Have we seen teams have midseason swoons that took them out of the race? Yeah, we've seen that before. And that erodes fan interest and intensity. Have we seen teams sell at the deadline? Yeah, we've seen that before. That erodes fan interest and intensity. But what we haven't seen is a team that started to fade in the race, sell, and oh, by the way, do it in the dark. You talk about lack of interest. I mean, people were like, fine, I'll do other stuff with my time because it was not accessible to many of us. And by not accessible, I mean it wasn't on basic cable. Wasn't on our cable subscriptions. And that problem got resolved, and it got mocked at the time. Great, they sold at the trade deadline, and now it's back in our TVs in August. There's something very fatalistic about the fact that the Tigers came back on our TVs after selling it seems like fate that then they got hot. They lost the first couple of games of August. Then they started to turn it around slowly. And now, as it turns out, there's no hotter team in baseball since that time. And so the delta between where we were, fading team sells at the trade deadline, doing it in the dark, to where we are now, people jumping on the bandwagon every which direction and literally saying, I know those hardcores out there know exactly who these guys are, but saying things like, who the hell are these guys? Who the hell is Brennan Hennefy? Who the hell is Sean Gunther? Who the hell is Jace Young? Who the hell is Trey Sweeney? You might have heard of all of them, in which case, good for you, but not a lot of people know. I think Will Vest can still walk into a Shell station and pay for gas without getting mobbed. I still think Brennan Hannafy can go into a Starbucks and pick up his latte without getting mobbed. It's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
And with a young team like this, doesn't it make you feel so much better? You got AJ Hinch at the helm, someone who's been there, a calming voice. I mean, that guy comes on our station almost on a weekly basis, and I almost feel like, all right, I feel better. After hearing AJ explain certain things, whether in the rough patch or things are going well, he keeps things really level-headed, and he tries to make it as easy as he can for these guys.
Yes, he does. And look, the fact that he was a psychology major at Stanford shows in his approach to all this, ratcheting up the intensity without ratcheting up the pressure. That is probably the most impressive needle to thread in this whole thing. And now, I mean, look, if they make the playoffs, if they pull this off and make the playoffs, the first round, the wild card round, it's the worst division winner. Team with the worst record that's a division winner, which at this point is going to be Houston. They will play host to the last team that got in, which at this point we're hoping is Detroit. And it'll be a 3-game series at Houston, best of 3. All 3 games in Houston. If the Tigers win that, then we'll get a home playoff game for the divisional round. Should the Tigers reel in the Twins and the Royals, that probably implies that they have a good series against Baltimore. And Baltimore's a fading team. I can't see them catching Baltimore. Hell, I don't even want – look, it'd be great to sweep. I just want them to survive this weekend series with Baltimore. Survive the weekend series, and you never know what might happen. Survive the weekend series, and then you got 6 games at home. You want it to be a sprint to the finish. And those 6 games are against a Tampa team that is long since, they're not eliminated. They might be by the time they get to Detroit. They might be eliminated from playoff contention. And maybe the worst team in the history of baseball. If that sprint matters, Comerica Park, could they sell out all 6 of those games? Could it be one of the craziest homestands, most unexpected things ever?
It's so surreal. To me, I don't even feel like it's real still. I watched last night the Yankees pop champagne.
Yeah.
Did you ever imagine that Sean Gunther was going to be popping champagne in the Tigers locker room?
I'm still not sure I can wrap my head around that possibility.
Right? Like, is this going to happen?
It could.
Who are these guys?
It could. 248-539-9797, Tiger fans. What do you think of this baseball team that you're just discovering, many of you? It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, skater had to take off. Earlier in the show, we tweeted out the video that Cedar Point has put out of Siren's Curse, the tallest, longest, fastest tilt coaster in North America. What's a tilt coaster? Well, you can see it on the video if you follow us at DunGator971. It's a coaster that you go up the initial hill, the tracks end, and then they pivot. They tilt till you're facing directly down, 90-degree drop, 90-degree angle. And it connects with a track below, and then it just drops you straight down into the ride. We got a lot of responses. I just said nope. Gator said nope. Kang, you're out.
I used to be a big roller coaster guy. I think I might have to pass on this. That looks a bit more than I'm willing to take.
Well, we got the following tweet from a listener named Clarence regarding Siren's Curse, excuse me. Will be shut down constantly. Moving parts on the track at beginning will never work like a track that's stationary. Just a 128th of an inch and it won't line up right. Wear and tear. He's probably right. I mean, I'd have to think that if you're going to build this thing, it's going to cost millions and there's got to be engineers all over it. But isn't Top Thrill Dragster always?
Well, a lot of the coasters are like that, Doug. They'll have these malfunctions where they, you got to go up there, kick it, whatever, get it going again. Yeah, we're good. I just kicked it twice.
Unplug it and plug it back in.
So this one looks like it's got some extra stuff going on.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like there is going to be the issue. You do not want to be,
dude,
on that roller coaster when it's transitioning to the drop. Like
I am so never getting on this thing.
It's like detaching itself from the coaster, right?
I am most never getting on it ever. If you want to see it, at DunGator971. Something else.
Would you rather eat a hot dog?
Yes.
All right, that was easy.
Yep.
All right.
That decision's easy. Eating the hot dog, I don't think that there's a non-zero chance that I will die. And then the roller coaster, I would say that looks like a non-zero chance to me. In both of those, I may have GOFTD. All right, so I want to bring this up. The other thing about this Tiger team toying with the idea of going to the playoffs, if they make it, do they legitimately become that, quote, team that nobody wants to play? If they make the playoffs, is our team the team that nobody wants to play? Or are they the team that the baseball teams that have done it in traditional means and got veterans and free agents and big money superstars like, we can take these guys? I don't know. I don't know how the baseball world truly processes what they're seeing. I think that cliche will get thrown out there. But I think if you're the New York Yankees and you got, Judge and Soto and Stanton, et cetera, are you really saying we don't want to play the Tigers? No, you're probably not. You're probably thinking it's a nice story, but this is how it's done.
Well, other than Skubal, I don't think there is a player you fear from the Tigers. If you're an opponent, I think what you fear is Tigers' mojo. The Tigers' mojo is so good right now that you know what I mean. Sometimes some teams just got it. They got it going, and you're right. They don't have Judge. They don't have Ohtani on their team. They don't have Mookie Betts. Whoever. They got mojo on their side. So, like I said, other than Skubal, I don't think there's a player that puts the fear into other teams. That much.
Probably not. It'll get said, but I don't think the baseball establishment will mean it. Let's go to David. You're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Good. You know what? You might be right about the team that nobody wants to play right now, but I think this weekend in Baltimore is going to tell kind of a story about that, whether they are or not. But regardless of what happens the rest of this year, there's going to be a ton of excitement about this team come next year. That's for sure. I'm excited about that.
I really hope that they can figure out what they don't have ready in the system and add a little bit. Like
where would that be?
It's a great question. I'm going to guess third base still.
Possible. And maybe even first base, but I don't know. Torque, he plays a pretty solid defensive first base.
Their big spend might be buying out Javi Baez.
Yeah, you know what? With the way Trey Sweeney's playing, and they got other guys can fill in, they could probably do without Javier Baez. They probably could.
Now the question is, do you keep him in the organization somewhere, or do you just buy him out?
He's owed a bunch of money still, right?
$75 million.
Ooh, I didn't realize it was that much. Wow, that's a lot.
Yes. And I mean, can you negotiate something less? Probably. If you say Javi, you get 60 and you get a chance to play somewhere else, would he take it?
Depends on his health. Come next spring, if he can even play or not.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Look, I'd rather see him spend the money than buy out Javi Baez, but the reality of the business is there are Tiger fans that have drawn a straight line between Baez not being here and the Tigers winning. I don't know that that's fair, but it doesn't even really matter if it's fair. I don't even care if it's fair. The Tigers are winning, and that's what matters.
They don't need him to win, clearly. It's not even about the contract, really. They're doing it without him. Unless you can provide something for this team, right? What?
Yeah, but the question is, do you spend $60 million to get absolutely nothing, or do you just – I mean, the Royals got a guy who just pinch runs, right? I mean, so now given the rosters have expanded. But 248-539-9797. All right, Rico Beard is sauntered into the studio. How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you and Kang going back and forth.
It's quite all right. No, we're good. I'm still just enjoying this.
From the 406.
Yeah, Montana. It's the whole state, one area code.
Gotcha.
Did you stay up and watch all the baseball stuff last night?
I did.
Did you?
I did.
Pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah, I guess I missed something. David just showed me what happened in the Mariners game with the Yankees.
Oh, my God. Crazy, huh?
Everything's coming up roses for Detroit.
I mean, kind of. For people who missed it, well, are you going to talk about it in the show?
Well, you can talk about it, yeah, but no, for the show, it's basically
everything is going right.
Everything is going right, but in the event they don't make it, was it worth the ride?
Well,
or are you just one of those people that you'd rather just, you know what, don't do this to me.
So the previous caller said
don't draw me in.
The previous caller said he's already excited for next year. And I'm way more excited. Like, their plan was to clear the roster to bring up young kids. Right. And they did that. And the idea was we can try and establish a foundation for the future. Well, that box is checked. They've done that.
Right.
They just happen to be winning at the same time. I'm not.
I mean, think about it. We've experienced this now. This is the third time in 3 years. You had the Lions.
Oh, yeah.
That went all the way to the final game and figured
out.
So
you're drawing the parallel lines between Lions, Red Wings, and Tigers.
Yeah.
And because I got to tell you, I wasn't like
all three times they fell short.
Yeah, I wasn't. Well, two of the three. If they fall short here.
Yeah, if they fall
short here. You know, it's funny because my level of disappointment, I wasn't like depressed with the Lions. A little more depressed with the Red Wings because that one felt cruel. Just the timing in real time. You know, here you got Philly pulling the goalie, Red Wings scoring late. Now, please, Philly, put the goalie back in, but they weren't going to, and yeah, that was awful. But I was just talking. Have you ever been? You're not going to Boston College, are you?
No.
No. Have you ever been out there for a game?
To Boston College, no.
Okay.
Never been. I've been to Worcester. But I've never been to Boston. I was out there for an NCAA tournament.
Okay, gotcha.
It's Worcester, not Worcester, by the way.
I know that. Yeah, I've learned that. So no desire. Do you know anybody that's going to that game?
You know what? I had desire, but it was one of those because I didn't know when the game was going to be. I didn't know if it was going to be a Friday game, early Saturday game. Could I make it back for the Lions pregame? But it's a late night game, so I'll watch it from home.
ACC Network?
ACC Network, which most people have, you just don't realize you have it. Think of it like True TV. Okay. No one knew what True TV was until the tournament
March
came.
Madness.
Check it out today on Thursday, but I promise you, if you have Xfinity, it's in the 700s.
Okay, I'm gonna go look for ACC Network because I have no idea if I have ACC Network.
Just speaking to your remote, ACC Network, it'll find it.
Okay, I will do that. That'll be my exercise. All right, cool. So that's coming up Saturday night. Michigan plays at 3:30.
I was shocked. I thought that was noon. I don't know why I thought that was noon until the other day.
Do you think they'll ever make one of those Pac-12 teams play a noon East Coast start?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. It's
I hope so.
Strategic advantage.
Well, I mean, yeah, I got it, but now they're not trying to screw over Big Ten brethren.
No, because they'll turn around and say, well, you're going to play a 10 o'clock game on the West
They
Coast.
always play the Rose Bowl in USC's backyard, so I would love to make them play a noon
Wait till
start.
Washington tells you, yeah, we're going to play it at 10 o'clock at night, our time.
Yeah. Well, they'll never play at 10 o'clock their time.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, you're
Their
talking
time.
about
Well, it'll be a 8 o'clock their time game,
11
which
o'clock,
is 11 here.
11 o'clock
Yeah.
here. Well, I don't think that'll happen either. I don't think the networks will. Do you think they'll put an 11 o'clock primetime game?
Won't
like
be
primetime
you.
matchup?
It won't be Michigan because you're one of the big boys. They'll stick it to state.
All right, there you go. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. The Tigers are just a half game behind the Twins. Entering today, they have the day off, so we're scoreboard watching. Minnesota currently battling the Guardians in the series finale. 1-0 Cleveland, thanks to a Kyle Manzardo 379-foot home run. To the top of the fourth we go there. Alex Anzalone, who's been recovering from a concussion, returned to Lions practice today. Offensive lineman Graham Glasgow also joined him. The Red Wings began training camp in Traverse City without defenseman Noah Seider, who's still awaiting his new contract. Dylan Larkin said, quote, "It's strange. That's his situation, but I know he wants to be here," end quote. Michigan State basketball's road game with Rutgers will be played at Madison Square Garden, according to a report by John Rothstein. Right now, the game is scheduled for January 25th, but both schools and the Garden are still in talks for a contract. Quinn Ewers is a no-go for Texas's game with Louisiana Monroe this week. That means Arch Manning will make his first start as a Longhorn. Manning came in for the injured Ewers last game, tossing 4 touchdowns with an additional on the ground as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hats for bats. The voodoo just continues, guys. It's a wrap. That's right. That is. Oh, voodoo continued last night, and it was simultaneous voodoo. Did you have your blood necklace on?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know David sacrificed the chicken? Unbelievable. Last night.
I thought I saw the bucket, that KFC bucket.
You could sync up 2 televisions. Riley Green, as he's hitting a home run to take the lead, the Twins are twinning and spitting the bit again.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Twins get the lead, proceed to pitch a guy I've never heard of, leave him out there to die. And as the game closes, they were putting a chalk outline around him on the mound in extras. And again, you don't have to figure it out. That is the one thing, is like people get very annoying that are like trying to figure it out or playing pretend. No, I'm going to keep it classy today. But you have a question. No, I'm going to keep it classy. We got one. No. There's one guy claiming he knew this was going to happen, but I'm not going to go there. I'll just tell you, here is the rarity. Here's the gravity this run has reached. You can do with this what you want. What you can't do is say you expected it. Because I ain't here for that. Tigers, 55-63 on August 10th. Okay? 55-63, August 10th. There has been only one team in the history of Major League Baseball, over 120 years, the history of Major League Baseball, who has made the playoffs being at least 8 games under on August 10th. The 1973 Mets.
Oh.
If you make it, you will be the second team in the history of the oldest professional sport in this country to do it. It's reached that level. You just go with it. We joked yesterday. They assassinated the Little Caesars mascot, hung him upside down, drained his blood, put the necklaces on. You just go with it. And what's happening today? Same deal.
Yeah.
This is my thing, though, Rico. The Fangraphs, we started talking about it over 2 weeks ago, that I didn't believe what Fangraphs was saying mathematically. because it doesn't factor in the human element. The Minnesota Twins are dead.
Mm-hmm.
Look at them out there. Right. They have less excitement to be out there than we have to be here.
They don't put the choke element in there. And that's what it is. You're right. It's just numbers. You put it in the computer, and the computer tells you, well, it has to be this. But the human element says, no, this team is choking. This team is playing bad. This team no longer believes in itself anymore. And that's what we see. And that's why I was just like, I don't care about
I
the
also
numbers.
don't think Fangraphs factors in that Minnesota's manager, Rocco Baldelli, IQ might be like 46. Maybe 10. So here's the question. Rico's question. Please, delight the masses.
Well,
knowing the context of what we're in, that's the only reason I gave the power stat.
Right.
Now, Rico, who, by the way, is in athleisure wear today. I mean, Rico, real freedom of movement today for Rico. Should be a very exciting show. Go ahead. Athleisure.
I will simply say this.
Athleco.
It's voodoo. It's voodoo. Everything is happening right now. My question for Tigers fans is this. If for some reason they do not make the playoffs, was it worth the ride? Was it worth everything that you are going and experiencing right now? Would you be angry? Would you, or is it house money and you just say, you know what? I'm good with this. It was fun because we got meaningful games in September. How long have you been saying that? Or are you just one of those people that kind of how Kenny was? I don't want to be hurt. Just go ahead and die in August, and we can move on to football. 248-539-9797.
Hell yes, it's worth it. One team in history has ever done it. The fact that you're in the conversation to be number 2 when you were basically a rancid corpse for most of the year and you sold at the deadline. Yeah. And you're doing it with a bunch of people who largely won't be here or who have no pedigree.
Right.
I mean, let's be real about it. Yeah, you've got your core on offense and you've got Scooble and if you want to add Montero, but like the run has been built around, Stevie Salmon. Like who? Look, for me, yes, across the board, it's worth it because it's September baseball. And although, unlike the television broadcast, I'm not breathing deeply into the television, panting like Mel Gibson.
Personal growth.
For me, yeah, it's absolutely worth it because what did they give us all summer? Stugotz.
Right.
Hell yes, man.
I look at this. If you think about it, this is the third time in 3 years the city of Detroit's gone through this. You went through it with the Lions, with a bunch of guys. At the time, we weren't chanting Jared Goff's name. They were 1-6. They had a chance to make the playoffs. Everything had to fall their way. They fell short. They built upon that. Last year, in real time, we watched the Wings not make the playoffs, but went down to the last game. You're hoping they build upon this. To me, absolutely this is worth the ride because we got to see what the core is probably going to be. You know what pieces that you need to add, and you get to jumpstart into next year. Anything that they do, it's house money. I'm cool with this because I wasn't expecting this. Mike, you gave that number. I didn't think they had any shot at this. I'm hoping, can you at least get to 500? That was the goal. And now you're playing some of your best baseball while everybody in front of you is just falling down left and right. So I absolutely think it's worth the ride. I don't care. I want them to make it.
I guess my question to the people would be, if it's not worth it, why watch sports?
Well, yeah, it's like, not to pick on Kenny, but a lot of people just don't want the hurt. It's like,
yeah, but that's different. We were the Twins of hockey. That's different. I think it's way different losing from ahead than being the one on the chase. The chase mitigates the expectation. It's more hope. When you're ahead, like when the Wings were 9 points clear,
right,
or when the Twins are sitting there and it's August 10th and the Tigers have a 0.01% chance of the playoffs. Riga, that's just me.
No.
I'd much rather be in this position. Nobody believes in us. Who cares? Rock and roll.
Right. Because that's how I see it. Because to me, this is everything that we want. Now you can build upon this. Now you see what you have. Man, go out there, lock up, turn Federer into your Ben Johnson, and make sure he never leaves this organization, because I think that's his equivalent right now. But yeah, Tigers fans out there, they don't make the playoffs, and let's hope that they do. But if they don't, was it worth the ride? 248-539-9797.
I'm not going to derail your topic because it's so excellent and it's well set up. But I'm going to talk to you about something during the break that ESPN just did that makes me want to smash a chair. That's all. Oh, so just off air.
You know what? Take this chair. I don't like it.
That's okay. It's just a side issue of kind of like,
as you like to say,
can that network go out of business already?
We're here to 6.
I know. Too bad Nick Marsh isn't. 248-539-9797. More on that later, because my vibes are ruined for Saturday night. Let me just tell you about injury attorney David Femininio. Right now, you've heard us talk about him for a long time, and the results he delivers are outstanding for his clients. $3.5 million, $5 million, a whopping $11.5 million. And you need an attorney that'll fight relentlessly for you and you can actually get a hold of? David Femininio's the call. 855-65-CRASH. Go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. I don't know what computer needs to be fired at Fangraphs because I don't think actual people work there. But can you just fire the supercomputer? Like put the computer in a box at Fangraphs? How are they still listing 36% for the Tigers now? You know why? Because computers can't watch the Minnesota Twins.
Yep. That's it. For computers, Mike, it's X's and O's. That's it. Ones and zeros, whatever data you put in there. It's why we supposedly like computers, because they're unbiased. They can't see what's going on. They can't be tainted by the real world. But real world, it's different.
Or, yeah, like the real world, there's things you have to calculate, like losing your best wide receiver before a night game at Boston College. David, how about some ticket text coming in?
It'll be disappointed. I'd be disappointed, but it's definitely worth it. Watching the young guys play well and watch people care about the Tigers again is definitely worth it. If they don't make it, I'll be upset because I invested again 2 weeks ago. But it's basically playoff experience for the young guys. So, yes, it's worth it. Nate in Royal Oak. Absolutely.
So Nate's upset, but it's worth it.
Correct.
Okay.
Interesting combo.
All right. Okay.
Absolutely worth it. We haven't had meaningful games in a while. Last time the Tigers made the playoffs, I was 11, 21 now. Send it and see where we go.
I mean, the reality is, unless you're one of the 3-4 best teams in baseball, all you can really ask for is to be involved in mid-September. It's a slog. And I know this isn't a nuanced opinion, and I apologize if you expect better of me, but it really is as simple as the Twins look exhausted. They look tired, and they're very flat, and I watch them, and I don't see an energy about them. And with the Tigers, they're a bunch of young kids. They don't know no better. Most of these dudes didn't play most of the year, and there's an energy to it. And at this time of year, Reek, there's value to that. They actually care.
It is. I mean,
the Twins look like they just want to go home.
Yeah.
The Twins look like a collection of Odyssey employees. They just want to go home.
Okay. I was going to say they just look like they want to quit.
They look like Florida State. We don't want to play football no more.
Can we hit the reset button? Absolutely. This is not going the way that we wanted it to. How quickly can we get to the offseason? And you're right, for the Tigers, every little thing that happens, they're seeing, I think they're making their own look. They're making their own breaks.
Voodoo. It's Joe Boo.
Yeah.
Let's go to Aubrey, 97.1. What's up, Aubrey?
Hey, guys. Here's my take on this. One, look, I'm happy that they're making a nice run, but frankly, I feel a bit cheated. And the reason I feel cheated is, Mike, you said it a couple of weeks ago. The Tigers have had a nice run, but for them to make the playoffs, they'd have to have like a 35-5 run, and it didn't seem plausible. So you lost that energy of a real playoff chase where day in and day out, every game mattered. One day you wake up, you're 8 games under 500, you're 10 back, and then all of a sudden you're 8 back, then you're 5 back, and you're like, okay, that's nice. But you never really believed that they were going to get this done. Now you wake up, today you're a half game back with a chance to be in front. I like the energy of day to day. Every game absolutely matters, as opposed to waking up and all of a sudden you've got a playoff game or a playoff berth.
Yeah, because I think what people are missing is, even with you getting hot, if the Twins were just slightly below 500, you're nowhere close. But it's the inverse. You got white hot, they got ice cold, and both have sustained. And you're right, it's happened violently, like where you go from 10 games out to like here. And look, part of it is we started 2 weeks ago talking about, look, your odds are better than Fangraphs, here's why. And it's always been more about the Twins than you, because you can play this level of baseball and not meaningfully cut into a deficit if the other team is treading water.
Exactly.
It required the Twins to throw themselves ass first into a wood chipper.
There you go. Thanks, man.
Yeah, you got it. I mean, I'm still enjoying it because we have a business to run, and, well, it's good for business. But, yeah, no, it's not traditional. That's why I said one team in the history of baseball on August 10th, being 8 games or more below, has made it. 1973 Mets. You're trying to become the second. So, yeah, I'm not mad at anyone if you, quote, missed out on the party and woke up and went, wait, you're like Reggie Bush in the Heisman house, frozen solid. What did I miss? Well, a lot. Let's go to Roger, 97.1. Roger, what's going on?
I think it's 100% worth it. I mean,
amen.
To be corny and quote Shawshank Redemption, hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things. And it's been fun as hell every night to hope that the fucking Twins lose and the Tigers win.
Whoa!
I had both games on last night. And
Language. Pumped up, you're excited. Big yikes. Very casual with that.
Ooh, extremely.
Sorry, language. Woo! Spicy. Wow. We'll just say it wasn't just the Twins. There was a descriptor there. Okay. We'll go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. So I want to preface what I'm saying with I am really enjoying finally having the Tigers play relevant baseball for the first time in almost a decade. I've loved this team since I was a little kid. I've only been to Michigan one time. I don't live in Michigan, but I love this team for some reason. Don't know why. But I do need to admit, if they don't pull this off, I don't think it's worth it because it's only going to give this front office more ammo to say we don't need to spend because the core's here. I don't want to look at this team again next year and feel like they haven't made meaningful progress towards growing or becoming a legitimate contender to win the American League pennant and a World Series, because I want to win a World Series. The Tigers haven't won a World Series in my lifetime, and that's what I want. I feel like as fun as this is, if they don't pull this off or make honestly a deep, meaningful playoff run, if they do make it, we're just going to see more of the same from the front office and Scott Harris. And that, was it really worth it if we're not making steps towards winning a World Series? You could argue it goes either way, whether they make it or not. But
what if they're
can't
not?
help but continue coming back to that.
What if they're not correlated? I mean, what if by being in it, it proves the core is here, and then they do, like, for instance, here's where I'd be satisfied. You pay Skubal, you buy out Baez, and you sign one high-level bat that we all look at each other and go, that helps us. Mm-hmm. Now, if they do those three things, is that good enough for you?
Absolutely, for sure. Like, all I'm saying is I want to make meaningful progress towards not just being a fringe playoff contender. I want to be a World Series contender. I know that's not realistic this year, but, like, all I'm saying is I don't want to do this or not do this and see them trot out the exact same garbage we've been handed the last couple of years.
I totally agree, and it's why I had such an issue with what Benetti did on our airwaves on the morning show. Oh, I just don't know where you'd put a bat here. There's the most ridiculous thing in the world, Adam.
Yeah, I heard that segment yesterday, and I even told Kenny when I called, that's exactly what made me think of this. Like, I don't want more of that nonsense. I want to be seeing this team going back to the World Series and finally winning one. Like, I'm 28 and I've never seen this team win a World Series. I'm not expecting it this year. I'm having fun, but I just want to take steps forward, whether they pull this off or not.
Yep.
That's all.
Amen. So, Adam, I'm with you. I just don't want to be the deflator now. I want to give them the opportunity to show me. And I've said that all year. Like, while people, hold on one second, while Jim Costa's over here, strike two for Scott, I'm like, guys, here's the deal. I'll know what I need to know about Scott Harris in the major league level. Development-wise, no qualms. I understand what he's attempting to do in the minor leagues, which is a seed change. Mm-hmm. But what I said is this offseason will tell me everything I need to know. Yeah. So I'm going to stick to that. I do have breaking news for you. May I, before you respond? This is important. Twins have a 2-run double in the fifth. Twins are up 2-1. I repeat, the Twins are up 2-1. Now, here's the good part. Everybody calm down. The Twins' bullpen consists of Rico. That's how bad the pen has been for the Twins. It's going to be okay. But they just took the lead over the Guardians, top 5. Man on second, 1 out. And it may have, was it Willie Castro who just hit that ball? Oh, dear. Go ahead. Now, what were you saying?
I was about to
before you warm up for the Twins.
You know, I'll be in there in the 7th inning.
You'd be no worse than the garbage they're trotting out there.
I think I can go 1, 2, 3. No, yeah, because it's not like, you know, Sweeney's going to end up being the all-star shortstop next year. So, yeah, you're not the whole where we're going to put the people. It was disingenuous. You were. No, it's not. I feel like you were just lying to the people.
He's besties with Scott. Hey, disingenuous. He's telling the company line because that's what they're selling.
All right. But going back for a couple days ago, I'll worry about that later. I am focused on the now.
Scott just texted me. He likes curly fries too. An actual line I heard on a broadcast.
That's why I can't get angry at you right now. That's why. as they're tasting great pins.
Thank you. So I will let it unfold. I can be both thrilled that they're in the mix, but do I believe that all of a sudden progression's going to be linear? It wasn't linear this year. It's not linear. No. And that everyone will just grow old together and we can have the 28th payroll and it'll all be okay. No, because history tells you have to spend to win.
Yeah.
So show me this offseason. In the here and now, let's just see what they can do.
Yeah, because I'm with Adam. You can't bring this team back and expect this same voodoo because
there's nowhere to put good free agents.
I don't think that this happens again. This is catching lightning in a bottle. Use this to all of a sudden attract yourself to other people who say, you know what, maybe I want to go play for Detroit because they're up and coming. I don't even think you got to break the bank. If
what
you can
Rico
bring
is suggesting, because some people are going to freak out, so I'm going to do this purposefully. I want people who can't pick up sarcasm and actually get upset to be upset. I want to ruin their day. Rico wants Juan Soto. Let's do it.
And Pete Alonso, both of them.
700 mil and all the crazy puffs he can eat and whatever leftover bits are in a storage closet.
Hey, remember, I was the one that said go get a certain two-way player.
Hey, Toronto tried.
Right. Make them say no.
Hey, we got nowhere.
That was the only time you ever told me, no, we're not doing it.
We got nowhere to put him. Signed, JB.
Right. Well, where would you put Ohtani?
Got nowhere to put. Where would I put him? Most ridiculous thing in the world. I'm not asking anybody to attack anybody. I'm not asking for you to attack your employer. But for the love of God, can we avoid the Jim Jones Kool-Aid routine, please? Yeah. Where am I going to put him? Hey, David, you want Jalen Ramsey? Nah, I got nowhere in my secondary for him. Yeah. I got Artie Burns. Carry on.
Yeah, somebody gifts you a Mercedes. You put the family car out to pasture.
I couldn't possibly get Juan Soto. I'd put, checks notes, Alex Verdugo out of a job. I mean, just get good players, man. Oh, no, where will Brett Gardner play? All right, M43 Hazy IPA. It started it all for Old Nation. It is their flagship beer and one of the most award-winning in the industry. Perfect for football season as well. And they're even releasing special small batch variants. A little raspberry creamsicle. They had a pina colada one. Whatever you're looking for, Old Nation does it right. And they brew it right here in Williamston. So try it for yourself and support local. Support one of the only independent breweries left in the game. 21 and up, Old Nation Brewing. Please drink responsibly. David on the ticket text. Fangraph still sitting at 36%. You know, Rico and I disagree with it. The Voodoo is strong. Twins, very long top of the fifth here, but the Twins are up 2-1. They've got men on first and second, 2-2 count, 2 outs. I'll let you know what takes place. But we're talking about, let's say they fall short. Would there be any level of pain, any level of regret? My answer is no, because ultimately, all you can ask for in this sport is to be alive in September and have a shot. And for a team that was so bad and so hard to watch for so much of this season, they wasted 3. At one point, all 3 guys were pitching Cy Young level. Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen. For them to be in this spot, and only the second team in MLB history, if they pull this off, to be 8 games under on August 10th? No, I wouldn't be mad at all. By the way, Twins blow 2-1. They're out of the inning.
It's funny because I was 69 was the Miracle Mets, right? Yeah. Because I thought 73. I was like, wait, it wasn't the 69 Mets? Wow. Good pull by you.
Oh no, it's Stats and Info. That is not me. That's Evan Jenkins.
Stats and Info. That's just Mike sitting on his back patio.
Yeah, exactly. David, ticket text, and I'll get to the people.
Lots of fun, Rico. I stopped listening in July, started again after the deadline to hear what the kids would do. Yes, this is fun. Mike, another reason Fangraph's potential percentages aren't accurate is it's based on a snapshot in time and not a moving average of the performance. Enjoy the ride, though.
Well, I'm with
Bob
you.
and Shelby.
Yeah, the Twins are hopeless.
Babs from a truck in South Lyon says, this is not a fun ride, especially if they don't make the playoffs. Waste of my time.
That's terrible. Wow. If that's your approach, I don't know why you watch sports, to be honest with you.
AC from Moreau says, it's worth it anytime you exceed expectations and gain experience. However, my expectations will be adjusted now come next year, including spending on some big bats.
This year, I said 85 wins. And I thought they'd fall short of the wild card by a few games. Now, they sure as hell didn't take the route that I thought they would take. The point I will make to you is there is no scenario where the expectation is not win the Central next year. There's nothing else. It's just like the Lions last year. You just missed. We're winning the North. Scott Harris and company's job is to win the Central next year, period. So, yeah, they have shown enough down the stretch here, Voodoo aside. Yeah. It's go time, man. The Twins made the playoffs last year and cut $30 million in payroll. You don't think they could use $30 million in relievers right now? $30 million in starting pitching?
Just $30 million in new blood.
Right, so the Twins, it seems like they're going on the cheap. The Guardians never spend. The White Sox are the worst team in bleeping baseball. Royals are going to be a little bit of a problem, clearly. But I'm just saying, like, it's okay to have expectations because of what they're doing now.
And see, I would even go a step further. Just in case, let's just say Kansas City does some miraculous stuff next year and they're just the hottest team in baseball. You know what? You're securely in that first wild card spot. If you cannot win the division, you're right there. You're in there. We don't have to worry about any games because you're in the playoffs.
Yes, all of that. Yeah, David, go ahead.
From Ryan, it's fun watching these guys have fun. They're hanging on the rail the entire game and celebrate every win like they won the World Series. This has definitely been worth it for me.
You know what, David? And it's funny, and it's no disrespect to the team, but based off what he said, it's almost like you're watching the Little League World Series where they're having fun. They're just out there and they believe, and you see that hot team come from nowhere, and yeah, they're just doing the silly stuff, and they're like big kids right now, and I think they're loose. They're ready to win because they don't feel the pressure.
Is it wrong that I wouldn't have any heartbreak if they miss it? That they've done enough? That their odds were so long anyways? Like, look, if they don't do it, it's probably just more of a byproduct of the Twins not going 1-9 in the last 10. Like, it's not going to be the Tigers' fault. They will have been one of the hottest teams in baseball. They will have established clearly a bullpen, maybe found a starter in Montero, and some of the kids will have a place here next year. Yeah. Like, that is a win. And if they finish, Rico, let's say they finish, I mean, not like, oh, I said 85 at the start of the year. Who cares what I said at the start of the year? But if they finished with 85 wins, I would never call that a failure.
No. Mike, the only thing that would upset me is if this team gets swept or loses 2 out of 3 to the White Sox. and that keeps them out.
That can't. That's an
No. That is right. That is the only thing
How
that can
dare
upset
you put
me.
that in the universe?
No, I'm not, Mike. I said that's the only thing that could upset me. Fangraphs has that at 0.000%.
Only thing that would upset me is Nick Marsh not playing Saturday. You've managed to accomplish that, so thanks.
That's not me.
Thanks a lot.
That's not me.
Whatever. Thanks to his kneecap or whatever's wrong. Damn it.
It's not me.
Aaron in Garden City says,
Just rumors.
Come on, Mike. Rico is better than the Twins bullpen. Put some respect on his name. Not his fault. He was blacklisted from the All-Star team at age 12.
Listen, the Twins bullpen is the equivalent of Tito Jackson. Cutscene. Dead.
Okay, I didn't know where you were going. Okay, all right, I get it.
What, talentless? That too.
That too, yeah. That's what I thought you were going.
He was the backbone of the Jacksons.
Sure he was.
Making a point. I don't think he was getting anybody out in the ninth, and sure as hell isn't today.
That's so wrong. What? Just do something. Tito slander. Man's dead. He just caught a stray.
Life moves on. What are you going to do?
I have a feeling this year's Tigers are going to be the 2022 Red Wings. Close, but just miss it.
See, the Red Wings broke you because you were in the pole position. You were the one with the 80% playoff odds. You were 9 points clear. And you ended up in a spot where you're sitting here, oh, please don't pull the goalie. No, put the goalie back. You're begging. And you're sitting here going, how does this dog bleep Voodoo team, Capitals, how are their goal differentials minus 483? How are they doing it? The Tigers are the Capitals.
Why do we have to rehash? We don't have to rehash this, okay?
But you know what, Kenny? The funny thing is,
did you just see Buffalo lobbed an offer sheet at Sider?
Sider just got signed, Mike.
I'm kidding.
He just got signed. Let me have my moment. Damn it.
Yeah, he was very excited in the break. He was. He was very happy.
Did he go full Benetti?
Yeah. Yeah. His son got signed.
You never go full Benetti, okay?
Not if you have decency.
I think you're right, Mike, because I think it's house money because fans aren't looking back as like, oh, well, if you would have just won this game, you'd have just won that game. They're just focused on the now. Whereas with the Wings, It was you blew this game. You went out to the desert. You couldn't beat one of the worst teams in the league. It was so many different things, the missed opportunities. Whereas now, it probably helped that they weren't on TV for a while. But
big moment going on right now. Kenny, you may want to take the commercial break and go watch this. Man on first, 2 outs. Twins are up 2-1. Manzardo's up for the Guards. He is killing this team this week, and he's 2 for 2 today with a home run. Here's your Voodoo.
Okay.
He goes deep while I'm doing a read or something. That's how the Voodoo works.
So we just break in with the Voodoo chant.
No, I don't think you have to. It's implied.
Oh, okay.
Blood necklaces.
Okay.
I think it's implied. 248-539-9797. Voodoo absolutely in place because nothing spells relief like Cole Irvin. One of the worst pitchers in baseball. Hey, it's football season. Time to elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC, where you can lease the 24 GMC Sierra Elevation Edition, $239 a month, $999 down, or the 24 Buick Envista, $249 a month, $1999 down. No employee discount required. You need something with your vehicle? No problem. Go to MoranExpress.com. You get that certified service. You get the loaner. You go about your day. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, little timeout. We've always got to touch the table, a little bit of football. I have a bad feeling the way Rico is fidgeting over there in his athleisure wear. This is going to be a Rico blitz. So be aware, David, there could be receipts. Hit the button.
Well, you know what? We
I
like
knew
this so much. We brought it back for another week, Mike. Not receipts, so to say, but I guess kind of a little bit of receipts because what we're going to do, top 10 quarterbacks in week 2 of the NFL.
And listen to what he says before you slander him on Ticket Text. This is a week-to-week performance of the week with some eye on overall performance for a season. So don't freak out when things change quickly.
Right.
All right, go ahead.
If a low-level quarterback has the game of his life.
Right. Number 10, Daniel Jones. Okay, on to number 9.
Daniel Jones actually made the honorable mention. Believe it or not.
Hey, did we win?
No.
Keep
but
going.
There are losing quarterbacks in the top 10. He was an honorable mention, but I thought you were going to be thinking I was taking a shot at you.
I would have. Now, who's number 10?
At number 10 is Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, 12 for 19, 185 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, but led his team in Detroit, hostile territory, and basically upset the Lions. They were almost a touchdown underdog. He came into Detroit to get it done. At number 9, here is a quarterback who did lose, but he put up big numbers. Brock Purdy, 28 of 36, 319 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, but they lose to Minnesota at Minnesota 23-17.
David, do you want to stop this freight train or no?
I think I'm good so far.
You good?
I think I'm good so far, yes.
Okay. Had Baker put up better numbers, I would have put him ahead. But he basically, I put him at 10 because he led the drive. He ran it in, got the touchdown. At 8, it's a name that just keeps popping up. Gardner Minshew.
He was great.
He was.
You know the Ravens giving up the most passing yards in the entire NFL?
I have not. I did not know that.
Crazy, right?
Wow, I guess that defense is not what I thought it was. 30 of 38, 276 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception in the upset win over the Baltimore Ravens, 26-23.
Yeah, he was excellent. What I like about it, too, as far as the ranking, man, you got to put the ball in the air 40 times in the National Football League. It's dangerous territory. He did a hell of a job.
At number 7, Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud, 23 of 36, 260 yards, 1 touchdown, beating the Bears 19-13.
Did it against a good defense. Had a couple splash plays, including the escape and a bullet down the sidelines to Nico Collins. Yeah, I like these a lot better. I wasn't there with you on Baker. I understand why. But, yeah, man, it was like an option quarterback. He threw it 18 times. But, yeah, CJ, I think we forget he's only in his second year.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part.
David, anything?
No.
He don't like Stroud. He ain't going to say a nice thing about it.
I do like Stroud. I'm good so far.
Okay.
Liar.
Number 6. It's another quarterback I think got robbed. Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, 23 of 36, 258 yards, 2 touchdowns in a loss to the Chiefs, 26-25.
I got to knock him for that fumble. I got to knock him for that. It was the difference in the game. I mean, that's a fumble 6. It's an innocuous play. There's no reason to fumble that football. That bothers me. He played well, and you're right, no Higgins. Chase has barely got his feet under him. They got a kid from Princeton as their third wide receiver.
Looked like they had the game locked away, 4th and 16, knocked it away. Wait, flag.
That fumble was brutal. Go ahead.
Number 5 will be Derek Carr. 11 of 16, 243 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception in the rout of the Cowboys, 44-19.
It's amazing they only threw the ball to 16 times because they got up by so much. They did it so early. First 2 passes of the game felt like they were both 60-yard touchdowns, the Shaheed and might have been Olave. It's just, yeah, man. Like, if the game were closer, he would have thrown 500 yards.
Right. they basically just almost got bored, took the foot off the gas, and said, we've done enough. I mean, the fact that they're scoring on every drive to start the season is incredible. I know it won't last, but jeez.
And I think that's why I would have him higher, because they're just so efficient right now. And it's because of what he's doing with that offense. I would have him higher. I would.
Okay. All right. At number 4, Sam Darnold, Minnesota Vikings. 17 of 26, 268 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception in the upset victory over the 49ers.
It really, now more than ever, has convinced me with some of these quarterback gurus. And whether it was Dave Canales with Baker, whether it's Kevin O'Connell here with Darnold, pick a guy. These QB gurus, their ability to identify guys off the scrap heap and have them produce. Sam Darnold's playing better football now than he's played in his entire 5-6 year NFL career. It's unbelievable. And you're right. He was facing a Niners defense. I hate Sam Darnold, but I'll allow it.
I mean, the 97-yard touchdown pass to Jefferson was, it was like they drew it up on the playground, just said, go deep, go past the safeties. I will get the ball to you, catches him in stride, and then he just jukes out the safety and runs it all the way in. Looking like the game they were going to get pinned in, and instead, 97-yard touchdown. Number 3, we go to Monday nights. Primetime Kirk Cousins.
That last drive. If you have a game-winning drive in the NFL, you're pretty much guaranteed to be one of the top 3 or 4 guys of the week, right?
Yeah.
And he made it look easy.
He did, and that was just it. 20 of 29, 241 yards, 2 touchdowns in the 22-21 victory Monday night over the Eagles. Just went down like a surgeon on the final drive, threw the ball to his receivers, and then they went out of bounds. Not necessarily over the middle of the field like we saw another quarterback do here in Detroit. He used the sideline to his advantage. They almost scored too early, I thought. I thought maybe you want to keep some of those guys in play, run it down about 30 seconds, and then get that final shot in. But Kirk Cousins at number 3.
Yeah, that drive not just saved the game, it saved probably their playoff chances. We all know what the 0-2 percentage is.
Especially with the Saints looking good, the Bucs looking good. That division does not look like the patsy we thought it was going to be. Panthers, well, they're the Panthers.
If it wasn't for the Panthers, you could almost say that may be the toughest division in football, at least right now. You guys want to take a guess who number 2 is?
Patrick Mahomes.
It can't be Mahomes. Mahomes didn't have one of the top 10 performances of the week.
I will tell you this. Mahomes is not in the top 10
Good.
list.
Now I respect this list.
Yes.
He didn't deserve it.
Yes.
At number 2, he was 33 of 44, 327 yards, and a touchdown in a win over New England, 23-20. Geno Smith.
All right. I know this is a win for you because you love Geno Smith, and that's fine. What Seattle's doing is wholly unsustainable. That offensive line is Rams bad.
Mm-hmm.
So enjoy it now.
Right.
And we can put Geno's plaque on the wall, and I won't slander him because this is your boy.
No. What is this? This is a week-to-week honor.
I know.
That's all.
Enjoy it.
I got to give the man his flowers because he went out there and he got it done. Because this next guy, he gets slandered all the time. At number 1, and he will be facing the Detroit Lions this weekend, Kyler Murray. Arizona Cardinals, 17 of 21, 266 yards, 3 touchdowns, and he also rushed for 59 yards in their win over the Rams.
I want to believe so badly he's figured it out, that he stopped being a jerk. We're not hearing about video games and attitude and playbooks and mandatory study hall. He's just playing. And they didn't lose the game against Buffalo because of him.
No.
They lost because Josh Allen went Superman.
Right.
They beat the Rams, and look, man, that offense, it is a real problem. So Lions have their work cut out for them in the first. Now, second half, something happens here.
Fourth quarter, they go brain dead. And it was funny, Mike, because I'm watching the game, and the whole time I'm thinking, I should probably bet the Rams money line. I should bet, but gladly I didn't. They finished, and that what was impressive to me is, the Cardinals don't know how to keep a lead, and the fact that, him coming out the week before kind of saying, well, Marvin Harrison, if he gets the ball, he gets the ball. If not,
And he got the ball.
And then it was almost like a point of emphasis, kind of like I think Laporta will be.
They have weapons. I mean, Trey McBride, Dortch, they got Marvin. They've got Michael Wilson and James Conner.
Conner.
I know he's 29, but still effective. The offense is entertaining, and Kyler seems to be with it this year. He's not all hopped up on G Fuel.
So, did I miss anything?
I don't think so.
No, I think that was good this week. I like it.
And you did not force me to erupt by putting Lamar on the list. So we're good.
I'm glad Mahomes isn't on the list.
Mahomes had according to this, now he wasn't even out. Daniel Jones would have been higher than Patrick Mahomes, just so you know.
You just warmed Big G's heart.
All right. That's your week 2 quarterback top 10 in the NFL, 97-1.
FanDuel giving you a chance to win Thursday Night Football with FanDuel Squares. It's the same as the Super Bowl Squares, except you don't have annoying Stoney pestering you for your money. And you get to pick your numbers, and the odds are listed. So you craft your squares for the game the way you see fit. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 wager. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Mo Sider has finally inked his deal with the Red Wings. He'll stay in the wing wheel for at least the next 7 seasons with an average annual value of $8.5 million. Camp began today in Traverse City as well. Here's Captain Dylan Larkin on what the team learned from last year's near playoff miss. Scoreboard watching continues. Right now, the bases are loaded for the Cleveland Guardians. They're down 2-1 in the bottom of the sixth inning. It's 2-2 now. They just tied things up. Michael Rocchio able to make it 2-2. The Guardians losing the lead a couple innings ago thanks to Manuel Margot, but things all knotted up. Once again, if the Guardians are able to win here today, that would tie up the Twins and the Tigers in the standings. The Tigers have the night off. They'll start a series with the Orioles tomorrow. Jim Bowden of The Athletic predicted today in an article that Ace Tarek Skubal will win the Cy Young this season. He also has A.J. Hinch third in the AL Manager of the Year category right now, behind two division mates in Stephen Vogt and Matt Quintero. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We have a Voodoo alert. I mean, it can't stop, won't stop. Twins botch an inning-ending double play ball.
Oops.
Into bases loaded, into sac fly, bleeder drop. It's Voodoo. Tie game, 2-2. The Tiger Voodoo now extends geographically to other cities. The blast radius of the Voodoo extends to the 216.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is what I've been trying to say for 2 weeks with this. It has less to do with you and more to do with the Twins. You could be playing this level of ball and still not meaningfully cut into the deficit if the Twins were a remotely close to 500 team. The Twins cannot win baseball games. Do you know what their answer was as their firemen in the middle of this game? A guy that was claimed off waivers 3 days ago with a 6 ERA from the Angels, Cole Irvin. He's trash.
Just don't badmouth me when I go in the next inning.
No, my point is the Twins' pen has been one of the 5 worst in baseball since your run started. You're going to be okay. But I had to tell Kenny, again, it's like watching a TV broadcast. It's all just moans and ecstasy. Breathe, dude. It's a sac fly. Kenny had a kid.
Oh, no. Oh, dude, he's glued to the set. The season can't end fast enough for the Twins.
It is over.
Right. They're just.
This might get to a point where the Tigers don't need the White Sox series.
Yeah.
Because this team can't win a baseball game.
You're right. All you got to do is take one game from the White Sox and you're in. I'll take that.
You know what? I'm in, guys.
Wait.
I'm in.
You're not going to be the lone holdout anymore?
I am in. I don't know what's going on, but it has to be the Voodoo.
It's Voodoo.
This is crazy.
It's that deal you made with the devil.
I'm
You're
doubling
playing
down.
blackjack. David, you're playing blackjack. Not only have you won 9 hands in a row, 4 of them have been blackjacks. That's what it took. Look, I'll say the power stat to you again, courtesy of Evan Jenkins, stats and research information. August 10th, this baseball team was 55-63. If you complete the trick to make the playoffs, you will be only the second team in history to do that. The other, the 1973 Mets. And let's face it, that's 50 years ago. It doesn't even count.
Right.
You'd be the only team in the history of real baseball. The 70s, you still had guys puffing heaters and working in the coal mine in the offseason.
Yeah, there was no interleague play. Yeah. Totally different baseball.
So it took Voodoo, and the Voodoo's real. And now, by the end of this day, the tiebreaker may be evaporated. So, Rico, why don't you ask him the question? I'm going to sit over here sad because Saturday night State's got no shot now that Nick Marsh ain't playing.
It's a rumor.
It's something you told me.
It's a rumor.
Well, you reported it as fact.
I did not.
David, he did. We got no shot. We're running triple
looking for the
option
news,
stuff.
Rico.
There is no
What's the
news.
news?
There is a rumor. The question I have for Tigers fans out there.
Do you believe in Voodoo?
Yeah, because the Voodoo is happening.
Would you sacrifice a chicken?
No, you don't have to sacrifice a chicken because the Twins, they're doing this all by themselves.
Oh, yeah.
You just have to keep winning.
Who's the guy you used to joke about? You had a loser uncle? Or was that a fictional character?
Oh, it was that Uncle Lenny dude.
Yeah. The Twins are Uncle Lenny, which essentially, well, I won't say it. I was going to say something else.
But for the Tigers fans out there, 248-539-9797, if for some reason the Tigers do not make the playoffs,
which isn't going to happen, you're going to clinch by Wednesday. You're going to be all set.
Was this ride worth it? This magical ride that they have now, the bandwagon is just growing and growing. Will it be worth it to you? If they don't make it, are you disappointed? Are you angry? Or are you just like me? Man, I loved it. It's fun. And I'm now looking forward to the next year because I'm expecting more.
Yes.
248-539-9797.
David, ticket text. We start the 3 o'clock hour, and we will get some college football in the mix. And tomorrow, Football Friday, Lions, tricky game out in the desert. Anytime you fly out west, it's a lively Arizona team. We're going to talk a lot about them. What do you got for us?
Absolutely 100% worth it. Anytime a home team is in a playoff conversation, doesn't matter whether you're chasing or holding a spot, it's always better than being completely out of it.
I'm with you there. If you were the Twins, that's where the heartbreak is. There's no heartbreak if the Tigers don't pull this off. It's been remarkable. But they've proven the time is going to be now, which means we get to come out of the darkness and we get to live again. I mean, it's been a decade of darkness. That's the win. And yeah, it'd be great to have a playoff series. And I hope for your guys' sake it happens. But I'm not going to be mad if they don't make it. And no, I'm not going to do what Cookies is going to do in the morning. Rick, if you would have got a bat. I'm tired. I'm too old. I don't care anymore. I'm done. Just don't care. I'm not going to have those arguments. Yes, you know I was team bat. Hats for bats.
Yeah, look, this was a fun ride. This was a magical ride. The voodoo is going on. And I thought about this last night. Like, in the event that, let's say, Fangraphs is right and I'm not, I'm okay.
But they're not right.
Right, but it's just one of those, like, I wouldn't be angry, because sometimes you're like, man, it would be so disappointing. How could you get this close? I'm okay if something weird happens and the Twins take a shower and just get all the stench off of them and decide, oh, yeah, we are a Major League Baseball team. And the Tigers don't make it. I'm good with that. But I think they're going to make it.
Me too.
You're all setting yourselves up for an epic heartache. Enjoy, though, from Steve. Oh, man.
Boy, Steve, you must be a ton of fun at parties. I tell you. Is that what you said on your wedding day?
Congratulations, honey. You're my silver medal. The
Right.
girl I really wanted to marry turned me down. So
Right. David's at his wedding, and he's going like, I'm going to get so many other women pregnant. I do. Like, what? What planet does a guy like Steve come from? Setting ourselves up for heartbreak. What, being engaged with a playoff chase?
But to some people out there, they don't want to be heartbroken. It took a while to get Kenny and David on our side.
I know.
Why? Well, but if they lose, then I'm going to be disappointed. I think they've reached the point now where you can't be disappointed with this team, no matter what.
I would agree with you. But,
What I just saw turned the corner for me. You have a easy double play, and they botch it, and they like
David.
Yes, I'm all in.
David, would you show me what happened in Seattle last night when they played the Yankees? That's voodoo, West Coast voodoo. Like, what the heck is going on? Runner on third, bat flies. He gets out of the way of the bat and runs to the dugout. It wasn't a foul ball.
So I'm going to share. Can I share something? And I'm going to have to do a light editorial for language purposes. So Cookies and you and Riggs, a little group text, and it's generally baseball related. Dog days of summer, and we joke around. So last night I did a straw poll, because I don't have Twitter. So this is my fun with these guys. So I said, hey fellas, Twins up 2-1 in the 7th. How will they lose tonight? This is before the voodoo. I said, choice A, another Duran meltdown, because he's been bad the last 7. Choice B, line drive off Thielbar's penis, I changed the word, into right, picked up by Buxton. Upon picking up baseball, ball explodes, both die, runner scores. Or choice C, Zeppelin crashes into left fielder, attempting to catch final out. Ball incinerated, umps confer with New York, Guardians win. 5 minutes later, they gave up that's the Twins. David, you at a certain point, you just stop going. You know, it's like an Ice Cube movie. You know it's going to suck. Don't be surprised. Like when you started watching Are We There Yet? You knew it was a bad movie.
Facts.
You knew. So, watch Iowa football. Disappointed, no offense. No.
Well, just this. Inning-ending double play.
But wait.
Nope.
Zeppelin.
How can we make this more difficult? Let me boot this.
Liner. Off sack. Into right. Ball explodes. Game over. 248-539-9797. It's tied at 2. Middle of the 7th in Cleveland. We'll keep you apprised. We'll get to your phone calls next. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. Best viewing experience, and it's built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas, right on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, let's get to the people. Get some college football later. 2-2, bottom 7, Twins Guardians. That's live now. Why is it relevant? Well, it's the tiebreaker. This is the game in hand that they have, and if they screw the pooch here, you're truly one game out. So, yeah, it's meaningful. Twins have a robust 3 hits. They've botched a double play to cough up the lead. They're basically twinning, and this is every reason you're in it. You playing well is only a piece of it. This team needed the free fall, and boy, they're doing it for you. They're paying us back for 09. Yeah. They're paying us back for Iserman. That's right.
Yeah, they're giving it away right now.
Let's go. Josh, 97.1. What's up, Josh? Josh?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Josh. What's going on?
I mean, big baseball guy, and so the ride's absolutely worth it. I think this team's elicited nothing but apathy up until probably last year's fake pennant chase in the AL Central when we finished second, which just sounds hilarious looking at the AL Central right now. But, 5 years ago, this team had a lineup with Brandon Dixon and Jacoby Jones. And 5 years from now, this lineup still might include Riley Green and Parker Meadows. And so the fact that you can feel anything, even if it does end up being disappointment, I just think it's a tremendous thing, and it's super exciting. And yeah, I'm here tracking Guardians Twins while at work on a Thursday afternoon in September, right?
Josh,
what are we doing?
Josh, your boss isn't listening, but just talk to Uncle Mike for a second. Your productivity is 0, isn't it?
It's probably like a March.
Yeah, man. Baseball is like my sport, and so this is just so much fun. It really is.
It is, but Josh, that's the big thing too. Is I wouldn't be able to be upset or sad or look. I would have to set up like a movie situation, like they go into the weekend up 2 on the Twins and get swept by the Sox.
Right.
I'd have to arrive at outer space stuff to feel remote anguish.
It's like the end of Moneyball, right, where they have that 20-game win streak, and then they get swept by the Twins or whatever in that first round, right? And you're just like, oh, well, what was it really for? But I don't know. It's still, I'm down for whatever happens these last 9 days.
You know why? Because next year, Josh, and hopefully you're still listening and calling the show, we're going to be able to talk about the expectation is win the Central. Like, be engaged in trade talks. Be engaged. Be buyers. Spend money. Sign Scooble. Like, yes, Josh, 100%.
I mean, put this in perspective. Coming off of a Lions loss, I think we've talked more Tigers this week. Like, the Lions, Super Bowl expectation. We've been wrapped up in this Detroit Tigers team and the Voodoo and the Magic and everything that's going on.
And it also helps realistically. And I'm not condemning football. I'm just saying, when the NFL season won't be over until February, it's September 19th.
Yeah.
It's okay. We can mix in some other stuff. We've been conditioned the last 10 years that the Tigers don't get talked about in September. And look, I want to talk a little college football, even though you killed Michigan State Saturday night because Nick Marsh isn't playing.
I did not do that. I did not do that.
Mm-hmm.
I did not do that.
And it's the red bandana game.
That is true. I like the Boston College uniforms.
Factually, they're 4-6 in red bandana games. It's not some big advantage for them.
It's kind of like Notre Dame and the green uniforms. They really don't win in them.
I like that. I do like that. Good for you. 248-539-9797. Go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. It's my first time calling. I just wanted to say I'm really happy, but I've been listening to you guys for years, but I just wanted to say I'm with the other guy.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah,
we're listening. Go ahead.
What's up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you guys could hear me. But yeah, I just want to say I'm with the other guy, and I'm really excited. I think if we do make the playoffs, it's obviously crazy. Like, no one thought 4 months ago that we would even be having this conversation. But I like to look to the future, and I'm looking at the Scott Harris thing with more positivity now, too. So I think he might be onto something. I don't know for sure. We don't know for sure, but I'm definitely excited, and I think the ride has been amazing regardless.
So, Matt, the Harris thing is love-hate for me because I can say long view, he will put you in a better spot as an organization on a developmental level. I got to put you on hold. You got a lot of car noise there. I apologize. On a developmental level, player identification, I don't question any of that. What I don't like is I have a very bad feeling, and I want to be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, and I hope I start being wrong this winter, that they're going to operate like a small market team. And I'm not here for it. And we can get into arguments, and you can tell me about the Tampa Bay Rays, or you can tell me about the Oakland A's under Billy Beane, who, by the way, didn't win anything. I know, here's what it is. It's like 9 of the last 10 World Series champs have a top 10 payroll. There's just a way that it's got to get done. And I don't view my city as a small market town.
Yeah,
I don't. So I got to wait. Long view, do I think he will do really well with evaluation? Yes, that's his calling card. But I need to see.
I know. Let's just stay focused.
And that's why I'm not being negative. I'm just rolling.
Don't make me walleye.
By the way, Twins bullpen imploding. We don't have a Zeppelin. We don't have an exploding baseball, and we don't have a line drive off genitalia. But what we do have are bullpen walks. First and second, 1 out, bottom 7. Guardians. Naylor at the dish. What?
No, I'm just trying to think, should we predict how this thing crashes?
Zeppelin.
I'm going to go baseball exploding.
Anything's possible. Yeah. What's the movie where he hits the ball so hard it unravels? And they can't throw the guy out at first. The ball literally unravels and they pick it up and it's just, is it The Natural? Is that the one with Roy Hobbs?
Yes.
He picks up the baseball and it's just all thread. That's about to happen in Cleveland. What if they hit the ball and it's threads, but inside the ball unravels and you see hidden is like a little devil, Little Caesars figurine. The Twins pen, the gift that keeps on giving. Let's go.
They just span the crowd and it's the girl from The Ring sitting in outfield all by herself.
Let's go to Austin. 97.1. Austin, how are you today?
Doing well, gentlemen. Hey, this has been fun. I'm not a huge baseball guy, but I married into a giant baseball family, and so now I'm the guy who's FaceTiming my mother-in-law in the bottom of the 9th last night because she doesn't have Bally Sports, and we're loving it, and it's fun. And you talk about like that feeling of chasing something right now. It's like you guys were talking a little bit about, we're flip-flopping between the NFL and baseball right now. It's like, think about how we were feeling once the Lions picked up steam last year. I mean, it's kind of a similar feeling. And, thinking about, you just mentioned, is Detroit going to be a big town in terms of, are we going to spend money? I think the rest of the United States and different leagues are looking at Detroit going, all right, this is a place where we want to spend money now because they're starting to figure this out. And this place is not just literally on fire anymore.
Listen, if you're willing to spend, the players will come. I mean, look at the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, the Green Bay Packers, which is a hellhole city. The Giants had an all-pro safety in Xavier McKinney in the prime of his career, and he decided, I'm taking my talents to Green Bay. Like, you spend the money, the players will come. The only league that doesn't happen is the NBA. Any other league, show me the money.
That's a whole nother ball of wax. I don't even want to get into that.
I know.
But you think, and there's a little part of this too, though. Just like in terms of like what professional sports are doing right now, in terms of getting on the bandwagon of what the rest of the country is doing right now in some respects, is small town feel, or like not what you expected town feel. It's in right now, and people just want something like that to believe in. And for the last 2 years in football, and now like kind of watching baseball, people are like, I want to see Detroit do it. I want to see.
Well, no, hey, listen, you know what, too, Austin? We paid our dues. We had the worst winning percentage of any four-sport town in America over the last 10 years at a .375 win percentage. We paid our dues. We suffered. Why can't we have nice things? And you know what? It shouldn't just be the Lions. All these franchises owe. They all contributed to that nonsense. Yep. Now, you want me to let the Pistons off the hook because they just don't count and nobody cares about them? Fine enough. But the Wings, the Tigers, and the Lions, they owe. They're in your debt.
I throw the Pistons in there as well. We'll see what happens.
I was trying to be nice, but you want me to be mean.
No, it's not being nice, Mike. It's not being nice. I mean, there wasn't that long ago we were talking about the Tigers this way.
There's no voodoo. Guardians couldn't get it done in the 7th. We're going to the 8th, tied at 2.
It makes the voodoo even special when it happens.
Extra innings voodoo?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you right now, FanDuel just updated live odds, -145 on that Zeppelin.
That's when it becomes heartbreaking.
And it's not even going to be like the Zeppelin crashing into Durin in extras. It's just going to be the tip of the Zeppelin. Yeah. Like a directed shot. And they're just going to rule. We got to get out of here. Stadium's on fire. Guardians win.
Yeah. I'm just saying, slow rolling ball down to second, and he just totally misses it.
Got any other devastating injury updates from State you could offer me?
I don't know what you're talking about, Mike. What does it matter? You don't watch the team anyway.
Yes, I do.
You don't like them.
No.
You don't like them. You cashed out because college football.
No.
Because I ruined college football for you.
First of all, I'm not like several hosts at this place. I actually watch games. Second of all, they're still my school. I love to hate them. Third of all, just because I don't have the maniacal passion I once had doesn't mean I wasn't looking forward to a Saturday evening game that they actually had a shot in, which I won't get in the month of October unless we're playing Iowa. That's all.
I thought I ruined it for you.
You have ruined a lot.
Okay. I got to work harder.
He said it. No.
I want you miserable on Saturdays. Xfinity.
Sorry.
Are you done?
Yeah.
All right. Xfinity gives me a chance to be. Okay. Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go all summer long and still watch all my great shows and sports. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up on the latest football action to start the season. You too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. We all know it's football season, and with Xfinity, I get the outer market scores and stats, latest injury updates, and the latest scores for the baseball playoff chase. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, very simple. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
from the WWJ 24-Hour Traffic Center, sponsored by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Pretty serious accident along eastbound M59 after Rochester. All of the lanes are closed off. This includes the entrance ramp. Because of this accident, of course,
David, some of the ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. Twins, a hapless top of the 8th. Game time. Bottom of the 8th. This is where the Twins cough it up and the Guardians take the lead. This is the Zeppelin inning. What do the ticket texts have to say? What's going on here?
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Rico. You're making me aware of the Tigers. Plus 410 to make the playoffs a couple of days ago. And more importantly, the Twins' stinking and pending implosion. Got me at plus 370s when I took it, and now I've been listening to Double D nightly. It is voodoo.
It is voodoo, but that's, again, I'll continue to say it. That's what sports is. How did the Giants with a backup quarterback with a terrible 1970s mustache go into San Francisco, beat a team that was supposed to three-peat, and then win a Super Bowl over the Bills who were dominant? Sports. How does NC State make a run in the NCAA tournament and win it all? Sports.
Was that the Norwood game?
Yes, it was. Wide right. Hate to see it.
Lost so much money.
But you just that's the whole thing. Rich Strike, 82-1 in the Kentucky Derby. People forgot he was even in the race, and then he had a .0. He was the Detroit Tigers in the stretch drive. He needed absolute perfection. One false move or misstep, Rich Strike doesn't get up to win the race. It's sports.
Was that the horse that one got scratched, so he took the spot?
Yes, and the jockey basically drove him like a Buick.
Because I remember
over the place.
We did the Derby draft, and it's just like, all right, well, whoever this horse is, I'll take him. And that ended up being the horse that won.
But that's why we like sports. There has to be a space for it. But can you, you know what it is, Rico? I've done this for so long. And by nature, I try to be pragmatic. Like, I have a way I want things, but when we are at a point in sports where everything is dissected to such a level, it's like, are we allowed to even just watch games anymore? Yeah. I don't want, I love people that are trying to be, Lee Harvey truthers here. Oh, well, this is why. No. There is no this is why it's happening. There was no precursor. There was nothing suggestive of this when you were 10 games out, 8 games under 500, and just sold at the deadline. Nothing. But it's sports, and you just let it happen. And it's happening in real time.
And because I think there was no expectation for this team, you can have fun with this. This wasn't a team where, you know what, it was World Series or bust, and right now we're angry, and these guys better make the playoffs. There's no expectation. So I think that's what's allowing me to just say, if the Tigers tank, which they won't, but if they do, I'm fine with this because you brought entertainment to me. You brought voodoo and you made this fun.
Let's go to CJ, 97.1. Hi, CJ. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, CJ. What's up?
Hey, so I wanted to call in because I agree with the point that you were bringing up right before you guys went to break, that how can I have fun during all this, when I can't trust Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch to write the checks at the end of the day? Because how I see it is we're going to make the playoffs, and then they're going to be content with the team that we have and not feel the need to spend. And then, we're going to go into next year making zero progress.
All right, look, if it plays out that way, I'll be right there with you. I'll be standing at your side for the vigil that'll kill my ability to root for this team. But I can't do that today. I hear you loud and clear, CJ. And what Benetti came on our airwaves and did with the morning show scared the bejesus out of me. But I can't believe I'm saying it. I have to let it play out. I'm living for today.
You do.
We'll do the angry show together. I'll bet you lead off on that show if they don't spend money. I promise you. But I can't do it today,
I appreciate
CJ.
that. Thank you.
We got to roll. You know what I mean? We got to just here and now. If I told you August 10th, the Tigers could be one game out of the playoffs, you'd be like, okay, Mike's on that rock. Like something's wrong here.
The ooh-wee.
Yeah, Mike, is this a cry for help? Let's go to Mo. He'll get the final word. We'll do a little football. We'll get back with the Tigers. Keep you posted on this Cleveland game as well. Mo, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, what's going on? First time caller, long time listener.
Well, Mo,
and
welcome.
I fully believe. Yeah, thank you. I fully believe in the Tigers. I'm going to work tomorrow in all gray with my scuba jersey on, and I believe in the Voodoo.
Yeah, there's nothing not to believe in. You've come this far. For people, look, I was easily like, okay, let's say it was 10 days into the run. And I'm like, yeah, great, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not going to keep up. But when you get to this point, you can't say it's not going to keep up because it's kept up.
Absolutely.
And you just roll with it. And you try to have a good time with it. And
you don't try to explain it. You just have
yeah,
fun
absolutely.
with it.
I went to 3 games this year, and until I bought my scuba jersey, the day I bought my scuba jersey, we won.
See?
I can't remember what game that was, but because we was drinking down there. But
well,
it was a teardrop for all the haters.
And Mo, did it come with a little vial of blood too?
Did you get the Voodoo
No,
necklace?
it didn't. It didn't, but I went to the doctor the next day, and they took blood.
Okay, good enough.
Thank you, Mo. Fantastic. You wear that jersey tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
You know what's interesting?
Yeah.
You're going to have a Sunday without the Lions. That last game of the season.
Oh, yeah.
Lions play Monday night.
I do.
Mo could be down there with his daiquiri. You could close out the season. You imagine if they need that game? If that game is of consequence. What that place will be like on a Sunday afternoon, and the Lions aren't playing.
Packed house. Oh, yeah.
Probably the first one of the year. 248-539-97.
We should go to that game.
I'm all set. Dude, baseball's brutally boring live. It's got to be TV.
Did you get to hang out with me?
Like I said, brutally boring.
Wow.
Have a daiquiri with me. Come on, man.
Yeah,
No.
Hey, you slick back hair Kenny. It's fun.
Kenny, if they make the playoffs, I will pay for all your daiquiris.
Mike, slick back hair Kenny. I've experienced it in baseball and football. You got to experience it.
I don't need to experience it.
Oh, he's a different person.
Yeah,
he takes the hat off. Oh, yeah.
I feel this sense of happiness somehow that this place somehow doesn't give me.
Boop, bop, bop, beep, bop, boop. 248-539-9797. David, any by the way, we are through the 8th. Nothing on the board. Twins, I think it's 12 or 13 straight Twins have been set down. They can't hit. They got 3 hits on a day, but it's 2-2, top 9. Oh, yeah. Keep you posted. David, any ticket text you want to get to?
Yeah, I like this one. Last night I tested a theory. I parlayed Tigers, Guardians, and Yanks money line to see if the voodoo is real. It's real, people.
It's real. I wonder, I'm not going to do this math, but man, you probably could have retired if you just bet against the Twins on a nightly basis since August 10th.
Oh, you're right.
Because there have got to be some nights in there they've been losing to absolute dog water. Plus 210, plus 270, plus 180.
You're right.
Damn it. Oh, well. Hungry House serves up delicious flavor all football season long and pennant chase season. 3 delicious deals. Draw up the perfect play for your whole team, whether it's Thursday Night Football tonight or maybe it's Tigers and O's this weekend. $10, $20, $30 Howie deals. They got you. Large pepperoni duo, $10. 2 medium 1-topping pizzas and a Howie bread, $20. Or 2 large 2-topping pizzas, 3 cheese Howie bread, and a 2-liter of Pepsi for $30. Howie's has got you covered. 8 flavored crusts, all the deals. Go and get it. Make it happen for the sports solstice. HungryHowies.com. Find that game-changing deal and become the MVP of your dinner table tonight. All right, take a little break. Let's get some football in the mix. David, music.
So we are going into week 4 of the college football season, or, maybe week 5 if you believe week 0 is
Well,
real.
Enrico ruined it.
He ruined it. How did he ruin it this time?
MSU's not going to have their best player on Saturday night.
Aiden Childs be playing.
Okay. Well, since we're talking about best players, let's talk about some updated Heisman betting odds here. This is all according to ESPN Bet. So last week, Cam Ward, who is still the leader, was at plus 800. He is at plus 550 now.
I mean, they don't play anybody.
Correct.
The ACC's terrible. They have a ton of talent. He's flashy, highlights. I don't have a problem with it. I think they're a playoff team. I've said that since the summer. Why would I change now? Sneaky game this weekend, though.
Really?
At South Florida. Introduce yourself to Byron Brown.
Okay.
Just sneaky. That's all.
Because the way I'm looking at it, Mike, I was actually going to ask you, is this one where for the rest of the season they just kind of pad his stats and leave him in the game?
The Jaden Daniels plan?
Yeah, where he throws for 4 touchdowns even though they're up by 35 points.
I think he's got the highlight reel and the flash and the sizzle. And let's face it, the Heisman, it's useless. It's just a popularity contest.
Yes.
Well, speaking of that, this next one will tell you exactly that it's a popularity contest. There's been movement on Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning.
Okay. Hand me your money for Arch Manning for Heisman, and I'll just take care of it for you.
Exactly.
You're out of your mind.
Quinn Ewers was plus 500 going into last week. He's now plus 1,800 with it, which is tied for 8th.
No. The answer's no.
Arch Manning was last week 150 to 1. He's now at plus 1,600, moved ahead of Quinn Ewers to 7th.
They're just stealing people's money.
Yeah.
As long as Ewers isn't out for the year, out for 3-4 weeks, you're fine. It's a ridiculous bet.
That's just that Texas oil money right there. That's it.
Popularity contest.
No, because David, I don't think there's ever been a college player that people want to be great, not good, but great than Arch Manning because of the pedigree.
So this next one is a mention that I just want to say maybe you want to consider this one based on the pace he's on. And I laugh at the numbers here because it's no way he does this. This is not a video game. But last week, Ashton Genty, plus 3,500, bet ESPN, and now he's at plus 2,200. But here's the pace that he's on because everyone wants to see, okay, what is he doing? Well, Barry Sanders won the Heisman Trophy. He had a 1988 record of rushing for 2,628 yards and 37 touchdowns. Currently, Genty is on pace to rush for 2,754 yards and 54 touchdowns. Not going to happen.
David, it's video game numbers. The problem is, unfortunately, they didn't beat Oregon.
They didn't need to. They lost 37-34.
But I'm saying to win the Heisman, he had to have that game-winning 80-yard run with no time left, and then that would be his Heisman moment.
I'm not going to fight you. We're not going to get into a knockdown drag-out. Could not disagree with you more. If they've got Boise State in the playoff and this kid's got damn near 2,000 rushing yards, he's won the Heisman Trophy. He's the best running back in America.
No, Mike, he should, but as you know, it goes to a quarterback. And they're going to look, well, you're a small school. You didn't play anybody. I'm with you. I understand it, but it's a lot of the Heisman voters are
idiots who don't watch football.
I was going to say lazy, but sure. That works
what's
too.
the difference, really?
Well, your conversation there is leading me into my exact next point here. It's about Travis Hunter. Because I was reading so many articles this week regarding the Heisman, and people are wondering, well, why isn't he high? Why isn't he up there on this list? And my question to you is, does winning matter when you're doing what he's doing?
To me,
when
it
he
does.
is second nationally in receptions, second receiving touchdowns, 7th in receiving yards, and we all know what he does, the cornerback position. Does winning matter?
For me, it doesn't. For me, if you are that guy, but you just happen to be stuck on a bad team, but you still push through and you still put up the numbers knowing your team is not going to win, I look at that and I'm like, yes, because I like him right now. I would probably have him in the 10 to watch right now. So I like what he's doing out there. Plus, like you said, he's doing it on defense as well, getting interceptions. Yes, I like him.
And Mike, you think winning does matter, even what he's doing.
Yeah, we're basically oil and water this segment.
Got you.
That's okay.
Got you. Understood. Let's get to some championship odds, the things that have changed, teams that we should talk about, because something changed significantly with Tennessee. Tennessee was at plus 115 to make the playoff last week. The current odds is minus 200 to make the playoffs. Here's another shift, though, regarding Tennessee. And
You better be careful this weekend.
Yes, I agree.
That's the SEC debut
I
at
agree.
night for Oklahoma. Be careful. I'm just saying, they look great against Kent State.
Is that a cash to ticket tease?
I am offering, Rico, you know college football.
Yeah.
Be careful. Young QB. He's flashy. He's fun. NC State ain't no good, and I got news for you. This ain't Kent State. Just be careful.
No, you're right. You're right about that.
Be careful now.
But here's something that relates to Kenny because Georgia's now involved in this. It was another shift between Georgia, Tennessee. Georgia had a 70% chance to beat Tennessee for last week's game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're dropped to 54% chance of beating Tennessee.
I'm going to stand by this. The game that Georgia will lose, I've been saying this since summer, and Kenny hates it. I'd like to welcome you to Vaught Hemingway Stadium in the Grove. You're losing to Ole Miss. And then they're going to burn Oxford to the ground. It'll be a party that'll be felt for 10 years.
Not Bama.
No.
But Ole Miss. See, Kenny, I don't know what happened. I'm going to write this off as Georgia just had a bad day at the office, and they will straighten everything out, and they're going to be okay, and they're going to end up winning the whole thing.
Yes, but they'll lose to Ole Miss.
Really? Okay.
It irks Kenny when I say it, too. I love it.
It does.
It'll be okay,
It
buddy.
does.
Nice 13-12 win over Kentucky.
And then one last thing here. It involves the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Everyone talks about this. We talked about their schedule leading up into the season and how they were probably going to be 7-0 going into the Ohio State game. Well, right now, because of what they've done to make the playoff, their odds are at plus 700. Would that be something you would lay your money on right now for them to make that playoff?
You know what? It's one of those, David. I put a little bit on it. I need to see what happens when they go up against Illinois. It's going to be a step up in competition. But yes, I wouldn't break the bank. But if you want that Jim Costa value pick, yeah, I could see that, especially if last week's Oregon doesn't show back up again and they go back to struggling against teams. They could somehow end up in Indy and really not play anybody.
Oil and water continues. Absolutely not.
You don't think they can get that third Big Ten spot?
No. I think they're cute. I think they're fun. They're not explosive. It's still a freshman QB. I can't. I think reality will set in for them. They're going to win 7-8 games, but I can't get them to 10-2 and get them in there. Not me. Would I like it? Sure. And then we get to watch more of the creepy Raiola wannabe Mahomes show. Oh, look, I got plastic surgery to look like him next. I mean, basically, it's the last thing missing. Does the same pregame warm-up, same numbers, same calisthenics.
Right. Makes his girlfriend dress up like Britney. Like, okay, you
take
need
it
to
easy.
stop.
He's doing that now, too?
No, I said if he does.
Oh, I'm like, oh, dear.
No, I said if he does, that's when it's like, okay, we're going to just get you some help.
Noted.
So,
and that's an interesting way to end the college football blitz.
From the WWJ 24-Hour Traffic Center, sponsored by NECA, IBEW Local 58. A crash has completely closed down eastbound M59 at Rochester Road. It's an overturned semi-truck. Thanks to my Cordell traffic cameras, I am watching it all unfold super slow from about Crooks Road. You got all hands on deck with this one. You can either take South Boulevard to Auburn Road to DeQuinder Road to get back onto M59 there. Of course, I'll keep you posted. Malfunctioning traffic signals along M59 at Romeo Plank Road. Traffic is super slow. East and westbound M59. Then there's the crash along northbound US 23 just after Thompson Road. Super slow from about Loring Road across that area. Put the expertise and skill of NECA signatory contractors and IBEW electricians to work on your commercial, public, industrial, or residential construction project. Productivity and innovation matter. Learn more at poweringmichigansfuture.com. I'm Val Berry with traffic.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The Tigers have the night off, but by afternoon's end, they could end up tied with Minnesota with a Twins loss. The Guardians have stranded 10 runners on base against the Twins today. The game is in extras right now. Runners on second and third after a Willie Castro sac fly. 2-2, top of the 10th. We'll check that all day long. The Lions play the Cardinals Sunday. Defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn says Arizona looks a bit familiar. Alex Anzalone is on track to return this week after his concussion, but Glenn also echoed the thoughts of the head coach yesterday that the team has trust in Jack Campbell should he have to step in Anzalone's place. Tigers' number 7 prospect, according to MLB Pipeline, Jaden Ham, has picked up Midwest League Pitcher of the Year honors. He was an unranked farmhand coming into the season. Jordan Love practiced for the first time since week 1 yesterday. He was back out there today as well and in limited capacity. Coach Matt LaFleur said they'll give him until kickoff for 90 minutes. As for when the decision will be made if he can go in the game this week. The PGA ruling today that LIV Golf players are eligible to play in the PGA Championship and Ryder Cup. This is not the first time they've greenlighted such a decision. Brooks Koepka also played in the Ryder Cup last season. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We're going to test the voodoo. Right now, top of the 10th, Twins have the bases loaded, 1 out. Carlos Correa's up. Why is it important? Correa can't run. Okay, guys, I'm not watching.
2 outs now. 2 outs.
What did he do?
Popped up to the catcher.
What I was going to say is that was your double play ball. He can't run. He's been battling plantar fasciitis for 2 months. So but that is voodoo, if you think about it. Bases loaded, 1 out. All Correa's got to do is put the ball in play. It's a run. Infield pop-up, that's voodoo. I'm counting it as voodoo. Any break the Tigers need, they get.
It was a first baseman, actually, but yeah, infield pop-up.
Kenny. Pop up to the catcher. Pop up to Rico.
He's out.
He's out.
Yeah.
You ain't tagging and scoring. So it'll be Byron Buxton, who's a windmill. 0 for 4 with 3 Ks today. Bases loaded, 2 outs. So my guess, he strikes out on 3 pitches. Voodoo. Literally nothing has gone wrong for the Detroit Tigers in a month. Why would it start now? Let's see. This is the extra game. They lose this, you're 1 game out.
And this is the test of Voodoo. Bases loaded, 1 out. Batter got hit. Yeah, all you got to do is just.
How about Voodoo last night? Remember, Twins were up 4-2 in the 10th. They had the bases loaded. They clown card their way to losing that. So we'll see. David, couple of ticket texts. I know based on what's going on in Cleveland, we'll stick with it for a minute. But I do want to get a little college football in the mix. And then we'll bring back the Tigers. We did over 2 hours of it. We'll definitely continue.
I'm all in. I actually watched a full 9-inning baseball game yesterday. After the play, when Young cut himself in half to get around that tag, I yelled out Voodoo. My wife thought I was nuts. Vic in a school pickup line.
Yeah, that slide to home was, you don't see that every day. So, yeah, Voodoo.
I'm loving this end of the season playoff chase and do think they are odds to be the number 2 wild card.
Okay, see, this
Oh, my.
I'm not doing this. I'll leave it alone.
Fly out to right, inning over.
There you go, Voodoo. It's like the Tigers have hit 10 straight hands of blackjack. And I have said this for 2 weeks. The Twins do not want to play baseball for money anymore. They are as flat and lifeless and sloppy. And I mean, I'm not expecting you guys to watch. I do. They don't do anything right. Their at-bats are lazy. They can't field the ball. Yeah. And their pitching staff, injuries or otherwise, their pitching staff is morbid. The bullpen is one of the worst in baseball since August 10th. Guys, you can absolutely do this because the Twins have not stopped being the worst team in baseball, not named the White Sox, and you're not slowing down. And even if you do slow down, I still think you can get in because the Twins are not winning baseball games. That's the thing that people don't want to discuss is like, yes, you picked up the pace and played really well, but without the Twins free falling, this is not possible. Well, they've fallen. They're bleeding out. Rico, you've watched some of this game with me today. They don't look like a team that wants to be here. They want to go to the golf course.
Yeah, I think their season is over. They know it's over. They want the season to be done today, and no, it's like they're limping to the finish line.
This will kill them. This will be the third. Hold on. So they lost the lead, bottom of the 8th in the opener on the Manzardo 2-run home run. Clase closed them out. They win game 2. Last night, they lose in extras after blowing the lead in the 7th, get a 2-run lead in the 10th, only to lose it. And then today, get ahead 2-1, blow that lead in the 6th, and then bases loaded in the 10th, 1 out. If they lose here in this fashion, headed to Boston, how would there be anything left in the tank for that team?
Yeah, I don't think they recover. I think that this is the one where it's just going to be that quiet plane ride. I don't know what we're going to do, guys.
The Twins are toast, guys. Like, Fangraphs can keep their projections. I feel like our show, at least the last 2 weeks, has been more accurate. Like, right here, right now, isn't it more believable than not? You're making it. I mean, I had a buddy of mine who works in baseball, like a big boy job in the sport, and he's like, I can't believe you, of all people, are not using math right now. He's like, you're killing me. I go, not going to say his name. I go, math doesn't apply when one team ain't interested in playing. Weird. Weird.
Mike, I think they're interested. I just think their spirit is broken. They don't believe they can win. And sometimes when the bad luck keeps happening, it's mental. And you strand the bases loaded and you can't produce a run. Why? Because you don't believe that you can get this thing done anymore.
Also, choice B is in play, Kenny. When I talked about the liner off of Thielbar's crotch into right exploding baseball, Thielbar's pitching for the Twins. It's all coming up aces, brother. The only thing we're missing is the Zeppelin taking out Buxton, and they call the game. Guardians win. David, give me a few ticket texts. What do you got?
I will be screaming Voodoo at the game on Tuesday against the Rays. Paul in Dearborn. Someone else says, Tigers fan here. Thank you guys for giving us some meaningful games and scoreboard watching in September. Of course, I'm hoping we make the playoffs, but if we don't, it has been an unexpected ride. Go Tigers.
Let me ask the question of the people, though, as we sit here right today. I mean, I am making a dangerous assumption, I guess, that the Twins are going to lose. I mean, right now, Guardians are up, man on second, nobody out. It's extras. Don't you feel for the first time, it is more likely than not you're getting in? 248-539-9797. Only you can answer the question. But I don't think the Twins are all of a sudden going to go 6-4 in the last 10 games. No. So that means you don't have to do what? You don't really have to be that good in order to make it. And if they lose here in the next few minutes and you're one out, the Twins could easily go 3-7 in their last 10.
Yeah. As easy as the
You
Tigers
could go 5-5 and make the playoffs.
Yes. Mike, this team is so tight and so wound up. They're pressing. And every game they're going to press even more and more. And you're right. And they're just going to keep finding new ways to lose and saying, how is this happening? Because it's just them. They don't believe in themselves. This season can't end fast enough for them.
People really fired up. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, David.
If you can't take heartbreak, sports isn't for you. Sports are 80% disappointment. Only one team wins it all. I am all in.
I don't understand why you'd be heartbroken. This team has given you something that is intergalactic. It's not like the Wings, who were in the command position 9 points ahead. You were dead. You were left on the side of the road. If anything, they've shown you Core's here. They're going to be okay. And next year we get to have real expectations. I'm not going to be heartbroken.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and do some cartwheel, but it's okay, man. They showed us a lot. And Chris Fetter's a witch. Confirmed.
Bingo.
He's unbelievable.
He is your Ben Johnson. He is that guy that you have to keep on the staff no matter what.
Just got to keep him. 248-539-9797. All right, being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. It's that simple. Get a great night's rest on a great mattress from Serta. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. So all it took was a commercial break, and the Twins go full Twins. They go from leaving the bases loaded with 1 out and extras to losing in the bottom of the 10th in Twinsian fashion. Their game in hand is gone. You are 1 game out. And guys, Rico and I are on the same page. They lost 3 of 4 to the Guardians in the most excruciating manner possible. I don't think they have anything left in the tank. And you're only 1 out. But the bigger story is I will be shocked if the Twins do better than 3-7 in their last 10. They are done. They do not want to play baseball for money. They want to go home. They want to go golfing. They look completely zombied. So I want to ask you the question. Now, we're waiting for a live Fangraphs update. But we told you yesterday 51%. I mean, today I'm up to 66.6. You're making the playoffs. It's as much about who you're chasing as it is what you're doing. I don't think you're going to do worse than 6-4 in the last 10. Hell, at this point, might be surprised if it's worse than 7-3. Let's say you lose 2 or 3 to the Orioles, Rico. But you take 2 of 3 against Tampa, sweep the Sox, right?
Okay.
All right. 6-4, right?
Yeah.
No. Whoa.
Boy.
No. 1-2, 3-3, 6-3 in the last 9. You have 9 games left?
Yeah,
Is that
9
math
games.
right?
Yep, 9 games.
6-3. What's Minnesota going to do?
Tank.
Is Minnesota really going to be able to go 5-5 in their 10?
No. Mike, that's a team that doesn't believe they can win a game anymore.
That's why I think Fangraphs can blow it out their ass.
I mean,
how are you not getting in?
Yeah, we've all been around and seen sports, and you know when your team is hot and believes they're going to win, and then there's times where you know they have no shot, they don't believe in themselves, and it's just, all right, we just got to play this game because it's league mandated. Like, I mean, different sport. It's the Carolina Panthers. They know we're going to lose. We got to play this game because we want our checks. We like money. That's the Twins. We have to play. It's on our schedule. And I bet you in their clubhouse, they probably have some kind of betting pool. How will we lose tonight? How will we lose? I'm going to say we'll have the bases loaded with 1 out and not score. Check. And then we'll lose in the bottom of the 10th. Check. I win.
So you've got 9 left. Here's the Twins, what they have left. Knowing what you know, watching this team the last couple of days, I've watched them the last few weeks. I'm telling you, that's why I've been like, I'm not some optimistic guy, but I've been more optimistic than Fangraphs for weeks. Here's the 9 for them. 3 at Boston, 3 at home against Miami, 3 at home against Baltimore. In their 9 games, how many games are they winning?
Give me again. 3 at
Boston.
1.
Okay. Home against the Marlins.
Maybe 2.
Okay. And home against the O's.
1.
4 and 5. If the Twins go 4 and 5 and you're 1 game behind, do the math. 5 and 4.
Yeah.
Think about it. The Twins have now allowed you to not even be that good the last 9 games. And the reality is, I don't expect the Tigers to go 5 and 4. The expectation would be you could lose 2 of 3 to the O's, win 2 of 3 against Tampa, right?
Yeah.
Sweep the Sox 6 and 3. You're in the playoffs.
Here's the thing, too. Because of today's game, I know technically it's not. You're in control of your own destiny, Detroit. You just win games. You don't worry about them. You don't. The scoreboard watching, yes, you can, but you just go out there and you win your games because they are falling fast. Where, to me, it seems like the Tigers are in control of their own destiny. I know technically it's not true, people, but that's what it feels like because the Twins, they don't want to be here. They're ready for vacation.
And
they're ready to go
golfing. The
golfing.
whole point is that it's never, when you're in a late season chase, it can't just be about you. And if you're going to make a miraculous run, you need a lot of help. The Tigers have gotten an immense amount of help because the Twins, this is one of the great free falls you're ever going to see. I mean, it truly is next to impossible to blow, 10-game separation in a month. Yeah. It's just not plausible unless you practice your very own, Olympic luge run off a cliff. That's what Minnesota's done. So here they are. If Minnesota catches fire, you're right. Pressure remains high. This is not a team that looks capable of that. I'd love to hear from you guys. Moments ago, Twins lost the extra game. You're one game out.
Because even though I know they've been doing it, Mike, from here on out, Minnesota is now scoreboard watching every Tigers game. What are the Tigers doing? Is Detroit winning? Where they didn't have to before. It's like, so long as we win, they're behind us. They're right next to you.
248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. Corey's in Livonia, 97. Hi, Corey.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Corey?
So I've got two things. Number one, as I was telling Kenny, it's one of those things where 3/4 of this season, you look at it as this. To me, it was an unmitigated disaster. It's a failure. Harris was making all the wrong moves. I was getting so fed up, and now I'm walking around my work going, I can't believe we might be in the playoffs. It's like, how is this possible? I feel like I'm in bizarro land with Jerry here. It's crazy. But, Rico, I was going to ask you, doesn't this feel like 1987, where we made a mad dash against Toronto and ended up winning on the last day? Don't you get that feeling?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Was that the Doyle-Alexander trade? No.
That was Doyle-Alexander. That was Frank Tanana pitching a 1-0 shutout in the last game.
Yeah.
Scott Lusader Scott Lusader, Hall of Famer. He was a key cog. You had players that it's like, how are you in baseball? And that's kind of, you look at some of our guys and it's like, yeah, you're young, but there are players that's like, how are you in baseball and you're doing this?
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know, the more I watch it, the more I think, God, this is 87 all over again.
The Twins have gone 10-20 in their last 30 games. That's impossible for a team that at one point was tied with the Guardians for first place. Yeah. That's what it took. You wanted to know how you're here, Corey? That's how. Because you'd be spinning your wheels. Yeah, of course it is. And again, I don't know what's more amazing. It's probably the Tigers doing it the way they've done it, but both are amazing. How hot you've gotten and how ridiculously comically bad the Twins have been. And the synergy of the two is how you end up here. Yeah. So here was the power stat we led the show with. This is what I think you're about to do. You were 55-63 on August 10th. You had a 0.3% chance at the playoffs. Since that date, you've done what you've done. Twins have done what they've done. How rare is this? In the history of baseball, that's 140 plus years. In the history of baseball, you are going to be only the second team to make it, being 8 games under 500 on August 10th or more. The 73 Mets are the other. That's how rare it is. That's how crazy it is. So, yeah, you don't have to understand it. Because things that happen twice in 140 years aren't meant to be understood.
No. You just go with it. Yeah. Jeez, I was 4.
When, in 1870?
No. It was this rookie named Ty Cobb. I said, you have to watch that one.
Let me before you go to the caller, let me say this because people are texting in because you keep saying they're one game back. The Twins have the tiebreaker.
Right.
So that's what he's referencing, people. They have the tiebreaker. People are just confused on why you're saying that.
So, for example,
for those people that don't know,
both teams finish 5-4, the Twins still go because they won the tiebreaker. But what I'm saying is, if you're the Tigers, I now look at this a different way. Go out here, we win, we control our own destiny. The Twins will screw this up. Don't worry about them anymore. Let's just go play ball.
It's mid-September, and we're talking baseball, not football or the draft. Am I in the right city? That is from Jason. Oh, that win from Cleveland was better than...
I got to give it up. That's pretty funny. I like that. That's good. Thanksgiving.
I tweeted something about hockey like 2 or 3 days ago, completely unrelated to football and Thanksgiving.
First of all, log out
Okay, thank you for that. But also, I got like 8 comments on it. 4 of them were Thanksgiving. Just the word Thanksgiving to let you know the popularity of that drop.
Thanksgiving.
I'll be disappointed if they don't make the wild card at this point. But Voodoo.
It is Voodoo. That's not an insult. Just call it what it is.
Yeah.
The Giants have 2 Super Bowls based on Voodoo. Go back and look at the 07 run by my football team. Last team to get in the playoffs, a 500 football team that was ass. On the road at Tampa, on the road at Dallas, on the road in Green Bay and Brett Favre's coronation. And your reward, take on the greatest team ever built, the New England Patriots. It's Voodoo. You don't explain it. Average ass Eli Manning.
You
Voodoo.
just hoist a trophy. Have the parade.
David Tyree's gumball helmet. Voodoo. You just roll with it.
That was the 17-0 Patriots?
I believe so, yes. Yeah. I get them confused. There's so many great Patriot teams.
That's it. I'm buying a Jabu Dow and a bottle of rum.
It's Jobu.
Well, maybe trademark, so we may need Jabu.
Why couldn't they just...
The off-brand.
Right. What the hell? Let me see.
They got Big Mac. We got the Big Mick.
Hold on. Hold on here. Hold on. Hold on a minute. We can buy this. Oh, guys, we got to do this. They sell a 10-inch high commemorative Joe Boo doll, and he's got the joint in his mouth, too. We should get one for the studio, and we'll put an Old English D on there.
Okay. I'm in.
You can buy this?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's Joe Boo, officially licensed Major League movie replica figure.
Voodoo.
Voodoo.
Who knew? Voodoo.
Jobu.
Jobu.
I mean, man, it'd be it's not against it. I gotta tell you. All right, I'm just saying. I mean, you're pot committed now. People want to rap. The Guardians have finished the Twins. They're Mo Green at the barbershop. It's over. So, you comfortable saying you're getting in now? Let's talk about it. 97.1.
Hey guys, listen up. Are you ready to build a beautiful deck to your home, or you're just sick and tired of power washing and staining and sealing your current deck? Well, you need to do what I did recently, and you need to hire Koi Construction to design and build one for you. And I could not be happier with my new deck, especially on days like this. Koi Construction, a Trex Pro Platinum dealer, is a family-owned and operated deck building company that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus, it's on quality and craftsmanship, and has made them one of the very best in the industry. And get this, they love to work year-round. Rico, what does that mean? It means, you know what? If you want to get a deck built this winter, you can. So if that's the case, you want it ready for the spring, call Koi Construction right now, because unlike most deck building companies, Koi Construction routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months. But there's limited slots available, so call them today to secure your spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space for your backyard or a cozy retreat, Koi's experienced team can help you bring your vision to life. So call Koi Construction today and get your project started. You will not regret it.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Sometimes scoreboard watching is fun. Tom Hamilton on the call on the Guardians Radio Network. 3-2 the final score, and the Tigers are now tied with the Twins in the standings. Minnesota does own the tiebreaker. The Tigers begin a series with the Orioles tomorrow. They also walked it off against San Fran today. The Dodgers can officially clinch a playoff berth today as well. Jack Flaherty is on the mound in 15 starts since his trade from Detroit to L.A. Flaherty has a .283 ERA in 15 starts. Alex Anzalone, who's been recovering from a concussion, returned to Lions practice today. Offensive lineman Graham Glasgow joined him. Terrion Arnold, Iffy Melifonwu, and Ennis Rakestraw all missed. The Red Wings have finally come to terms with Mo Seider. It's a 7-year deal worth an average annual value of $8.5 million. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Don't worry, David. I'm refreshing that Fangraphs trash bin site. Can't wait to see what their playoff odds are. If this isn't like 75%,
it's got to at least be 50 now.
They need a new supercomputer. But we're asking the question. You know, Rico and I have been on a different way. Oh, my God. You know what? Fangraphs, go to hell. Do you know what the updated playoff odds for the Tigers are? This computer is on cocaine.
What was it before?
I'm going to guess 42.
I was going to say 41.
I'm going to guess 32.
It was 36 pregame.
Oh, 39.
42.7.
Oh, okay.
In what world do the Tigers only have a 42% shot of doing this?
Wow.
This shows you computers can't understand the Twins. That's what this is. You know what?
Because you know what?
F Fangraphs.
Because
that's the message.
In a computer's world, this is not really happening. No team can be this bad. So there will be a correction. No, seriously, because the computer's thinking logically. You can't be this bad, Minnesota.
They can't win.
You'll fix this, and you'll win 7 of your last 9 games. That's what's going to happen. It's not.
I would be more stunned at that than the Tigers' run.
Yeah.
If the Twins in their last 9 went 6-3 or 7-2, I would be flabbergasted. 5-4, maybe. 4-5, probably. 3-6, maybe.
The computer is saying,
I want to punch Fangraphs in the face.
This team will correct itself. Nobody can be this bad. That's why that number is that way.
Until you see the Twins play, man, you haven't lived. All right, to the people, shall we? Yep. Let's go to Tyler, 97.1. Tyler, thanks for your patience. What's going on, buddy?
How you doing?
Good,
Hey.
Ty. What's up?
Well, one, Voodoo. The Voodoo is real. The Voodoo is real. And 2, the league messed up, dude. They let the Tigers heat up. So, I mean, we got the league on notice, and we're coming in hot. And what my real question was, like, we're a young team. What team that's coasting into the playoffs right now, you know, has a decent lead on their division and they're going to coast on in? What team wants to play this team right now?
I don't know. Jesus, I don't know. You want me to call my buddy with the Yankees? I mean, like, I'd be careful acting like people are scared of you. I think it's baseball. Baseball's weird. I don't know that anybody wants to play anybody.
I get where Tyler is coming from because you're going to probably start off game 1 with Scooble. They're playing playoff-type baseball now where they're scratching and finding runs. So if you can go out there and you can start your series off 1-0, pressure is now on that home team.
Then bet them to
I
win
might
the World
put
Series.
Scooble starting the second game.
Oh, all right, we're doing playoff rotations with 9 games to go.
Let's
But
calm
Tyler's
down.
That is game elimination or game winner.
Tyler's taking me back to like 06 when we were trying to line up the rotations. Yeah, man. No, I mean, Ty, I'll
Need
tell
that
you.
extra day.
Yeah, look, there are ways you could do this. There is one. All right, Tyler, here, I'm going to have some fun with you. All right? So I listened to this discussion in the mornings. They could technically, the way this lines up, Scooble would be set to pitch the finale. What if you don't need the finale? Well, now Tyler would get his wish. We could set Scooble up to pitch the opener.
Right.
You could. There's.
Well, I'm thinking he would be the opener. Tyler said maybe have him for game 2.
Yeah, but if you need that last game and your season's on the
then
line,
he
no,
definitely pitches.
you're starting him.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're not putting Bo Brisky out there.
No.
I mean Nolan Ryan.
But
yeah. no diss to Tyler. I can't do playoff rotations. Like, we got 9 games left.
Let's get there first.
Plus
We'll have that talk in a week. How about that? Because by then, I think the Twins have probably lost 5 games.
There's actually a shot they don't need that last game.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a shot they don't need the last 2.
So we can go down to the game on Sunday with Kenny.
No, not in this lifetime or the next.
Come on, Mike.
No, absolutely not.
I'm calling the wife. I think it's time for the baby. I'm excited right now. Woohoo!
There's your breaking news.
I quit. David, you realize if you have one more, you got to drive a minivan? Come on.
I'm already about to drive one.
That's okay. Let's go to Todd in Ann Arbor, and I'd like to apologize for David's remarks. Todd, what's up, buddy?
Apology accepted. Hey, that last caller kind of stole my thunder, but I was thinking if I am the team that's looking to face the bottom wild card team in the playoffs, I'm getting my voodoo doll out, and I'm trying to put a hex on the Tigers because I would much rather get Minnesota limping in than the Tigers on the streak they're on now.
Well, that part I agree with. I mean, Minnesota looks dead on arrival. I totally agree. And there's no contest between Twins and Tigers who you'd rather play. Now, that I don't disagree with. All I'm saying is, can we get to a spot where we're in and look at the matchup and figure out, you know, like Tyler already had his ALDS playoff tickets.
He did. So do you guys remember when Joel Zamaya, what his walkout song was when he used to come on?
No, I don't. No. I can't BS you. I don't remember.
They used to turn down the lights in the Comerica Park. They had fire shooting across the video screens, and they played Jimi Hendrix's Voodoo Child. That's what they need to do for the next 9 games.
Well, listen, our radio show refers to it as Voodoo. I don't know if it's a movement yet, but I wouldn't be against it, Todd. I mean, it is. This is the part of sports that it's the unknown. It's just that you keep the space open because things happen in sports that aren't supposed to happen. It's not about being played on paper, and sometimes it's just what it is. It's crazy. It really is. Wow. Just looking at the White Sox record is stunning. Sorry. I was looking at the Fangraph site, and you're looking at, you know, I mean, obviously 80, 77, 76, 74, 36.
Come on, the White Sox, they're holding the reservation. They're waiting for the Twins to show up.
I mean, they're only a robust 26 games worse than the Angels.
Hey, Minnesota, come on. Steak's getting cold. Come on. In your season.
Honestly, if the season was another month long, the Sox might catch them. 248-539-9797. All baseball. Happy to do it. Again, the Guardians in extras. Twins lose. Again, you're 1 game out. The tiebreaker, yes, the Twins have it, but you're 1 game out. 9 games to go. 1 team in history has turned this trick. We're comfortable saying you're going to be the second. I want to know if you guys are. To hell with Fangraphs. I want someone. Maybe I'm going to call my buddy. I want someone, because he's a math whiz. I want someone to make the case how it's a 42.7% chance that this team makes the playoffs. How? You are showing that you are not you're not implementing the human factor.
But that's just it. It's a computer. It's supposed to not be that. It's not supposed to be influenced by anything, just numbers. And numbers say no team can be this bad for this long.
Twins, hold my beer. 97.1. All right, we've talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Bottom line, you want to get a deck built, enjoy an afternoon like this, got you covered. Hey, Minnesota Twins are going to have plenty of afternoons to enjoy soon enough. Call Northville Lumber, get yourself a deck. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot, and they'll intro you to a Trex Certified Pro. Get it built, save money while you're doing it, and the product in stock all the time. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, little timeout. We've always got to touch the table, a little bit of football. I have a bad feeling the way Rico is fidgeting over there in his athleisure wear. This is going to be a Rico blitz.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Right before Patrick Kane's media availability today, news broke that Mo Sider had inked a 7-year deal to remain in Detroit. He said everyone is relieved that him and Raymond are locked up. The Guardians walked off the Twins this afternoon 3-2. That means the Tigers are tied with Minnesota because the Twins won the season series. They're still technically in as of now. Detroit off until tomorrow. They'll start a series with the Orioles. Jason Beck posted on X that Tarek Skubal is lined up to start again next Tuesday with the Rays. Then his next start would be in the finale against the White Sox on Sunday. The Big Ten basketball schedule was released today. Michigan and Michigan State will match up in the final game of each team's regular season on March 9th. The first matchup just a couple weeks before on February 21st. Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani just stole his 50th base. That means he's just 2 homers shy of a 50-50 season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock, beautiful Thursday afternoon. I'll catch you up to speed, and then we're going right to the phones. And a lot of people want to talk because while you were at work, the Guardians did us another favor, a.k.a. the Twins. The Twins have turned into the piñata of the sport in the last month. It is what has been necessary, along with you playing well, to get here. Their game in hand, well, now they got something else in their hand. The game is gone, and you're 1 game out. You're tied in the standings, but they have the tiebreaker. But you're 1 game out, 9 to go. So to give you an idea of what you're about to do and why Rico and I always get so annoyed when you get Bunsen and Beaker professors trying to figure it all out. There's nothing to figure out with this. It's voodoo. It's simple. In the history of the sport, only 1 team has been at least 8 games under 500 on August 10th and made the playoffs. The 1973 Mets. You're about to be number 2. We have sat here and we've had 3 weeks straight of shows where we're like, Fangraphs, I don't think has given this team enough of a shake.
Yeah.
And then I jumped on 2 weeks ago after I started watching the Twins more regularly, spinning the dish, as they say. And, you and I have talked, and I've tried to say it to the listener, guys, I'm not sure the Twins got anything left. Now, this week, you got to see it firsthand today, which was a delight. The look on your face was like, you know what they look like? They look like when on Inside the NBA and they put the graphic up of Gone Fishing.
Yes.
The Twins already are making golf plans. If there's a way to lose a game, they're finding it. Their bullpen is bottom 5 in the sport. They can't hit. Correa can't run with the plantar fasciitis. Bottom line, 9 to go, you're 1 out. I don't want to hear Fangraphs now saying 42%. That feels woefully low. And we talked before the break, 9 games. If the Tigers go 6-3, okay, well, are the Twins going 6-3 in their last 9? Aren't they 9-21 their last 30?
Yeah.
Okay. If the Twins go 5-4, you're absolutely capable of going 6-3, even if you lose 2 out of 3 against the Orioles, which they're not playing good baseball. They're all kinds of banged up, multiple right-handed bats missing. So I'm just asking. David has now come to our side. We have no doubters on the show. I'm okay. Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Who cares? The whole right or wrong stuff, who gives a damn? What are you, 12? For me, it's, I think they're making it. I'm weirdly, cosmically confident. But I want to know where people are at with it. Rico's in, I'm in, Kenny's in, David finally joined. The Twins are in a complete free fall. So I think you're going to make history. 248-539-9797. And what did I miss? Talk to me.
No, you didn't miss anything because watching this team, and I think for Fangraphs, Mike, the computer doesn't think that the Twins will keep this up. Law of averages are kicking in. The computer is trying to be, it won't have that human element, the bias, so to say. We do because we're watching Minnesota gag. And the computer doesn't understand what that means. They're saying they're going to correct this thing in the last 9 games. Computer, let me stop you. It's not going to happen. Tigers are going to be in. And I know technically they're not in control of their own destiny, but I do see it as now, if you're Detroit, go win games and everything takes care of itself.
And
Plain
you've got
simple.
2 of the last 9 are going to have Scooble on the mound.
Yeah.
So, for me, especially the way the Twins are losing, these are gut-wrenching losses. Yeah, I'm okay with you saying it, because if you go 6-3, I have no faith that the Minnesota Twins go 6-3. None.
Right.
Not with what I've watched the last few weeks.
No.
Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, what's going on? I love the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up a scenario. So Tigers play the White Sox the last 3 games. We got that. So we can very capable win those 3. On the other side, though, we got the Orioles who play the Twins. So if you're the Orioles and you have the chance to play the Tigers eventually or the Twins, after that first wild card game, who do you take? Do you put your B team in if you're the manager, or do you try to go for the win?
I think it's always a dangerous game when you try to tempt fate and set up who you're playing, etc. I think you play to win the games.
Yeah.
And I know they're 4 back of the Yankees, 4.5 back. That's probably done. But I think you just play the games. Chris, I just think it's dicey. Play and win.
I just love talking baseball in mid-September. This is awesome.
I know. And look, there's a shot you could get this thing done. You don't even need the last game against the Sox, and you could bump Scooble to game 1 of the playoffs.
And that's what you're hoping.
That'd be nice.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Make history and get to tinker with the rotation. Just saying.
Yeah.
Go to Nick, 97.1. What's up, Nick?
Yeah! Burn, Twinkies, burn! This is pure Voodoo, baby. You do not question it. You do not doubt it. You trust it implicitly because you simply cannot explain what is happening here. I mean, I'm listening to the game on the radio, and, Willie Castro threw to a base where nobody was covering. They had bases loaded with, nobody out in the 10th inning. They couldn't score. Why? Voodoo. I mean, we as a fan base all have a responsibility to feed into the mystical forces at play here, and we can do that by spreading only positive vibes. I mean, the statue you're talking about, Mike, I heard you bring up Joe Boo yesterday. Talking about the big blue voodoo crew. And I was like, you know what? I should go buy a Joe Boo statue, which I did. I bought the exact statue that you just described yesterday. So me buying that statue, I believe, helped us win yesterday.
We were thinking
and I
of
think
one.
everyone else should buy that exact same statue.
We were thinking for the studio, potentially. But I know Doug wouldn't find it respectful or fun. So we didn't want to create a rift.
Doug.
All righty then. No, so I mean, but Nick, you believe they're getting in, right? You're.
Oh yeah. So this is you lose that game, and that's ridiculous. It just feels like this is going to happen. You can't explain. It's going to happen.
It's a lot like James Franklin losing an unspeakable top 10 game, isn't it?
Okay, look. He's not. Just like they're going to just like the Tigers are going to get in. We're not going to go lose to USC this year. We're going to beat USC, and we're going to go 11-1. It's going to be the 11-1 Express. It's not going to happen.
For your health and sanity, I want that for you. Yeah. I want Penn State to be okay for you because we do worry about you. David's no, but you can get a chair to the spine. David, please.
I don't care the situation. Kenta Maeda better not touch a baseball until next year. Don't ruin the voodoo.
He will pitch, and he will be unhittable. It is written in the stars. It is the blood oath you made with Satan.
Someone says simply, we are on to Baltimore.
That's right. Okay. Go win tomorrow. Yeah. The good part, Baltimore played today. Cross-country flight, no day off. You go in fresh as a daisy. I'm just trying to give you some vibes.
No, you don't have to. The vibes are already there.
They're immaculate.
I mean, here's the funny thing. We were sitting there talking in the break. Is it a bad thing they had the day off, or did you want to just keep playing because you're winning baseball? You don't want to disturb everything that's happening and all the good karma. You just want to get out there day after day and just keep playing. It's going to happen.
Hats for bats. David.
Imagine being the Tigers fan who was in a coma since the beginning of August. They are in for quite a surprise when they wake up, Kevin in Lansing.
No, Tigers fan in a coma since August is thinking, I'm still in the coma. I have not awoke.
This is a dream.
Yep. You know what? You almost had me. I'm still asleep.
Oh, Mr. Negative. It's been great, but Baltimore will sweep them. That is from Joe. Okay.
I don't know. Okay, what? You know what? Not worth addressing. I'll leave it alone. There's just nothing from an evidence standpoint that would suggest that. Could it happen? I guess. When's the last time the Tigers got swept?
Can't even remember off the top of my head.
I mean, when's the last time they lost 2 in a row?
I mean, yeah, you're probably going back to maybe June.
No, 2 in a row?
No, swept. I'm thinking.
I'm just making a point to you. Like, I'm as cynical as anybody, but I also watch the games. So you see what's happening. There's an energy here. There's a belief. It's the opposite of what you're watching with the Twins, where it's almost resignation. I just can't say that to my listeners and not feel like I'm lying to them. Like, where would that? Why would anyone be negative right now with this team? Right. Negative when you're 55 and 63? Yeah. Negative now? That doesn't make any sense. Unless you just don't like baseball.
Or you're just afraid that you're going to get hurt.
No. Okay.
No, that's that person, not you, that person.
Yes. Now, personal growth. Here's Rico. I might go a day without screwing up the order, David. This is big. This is big.
Okay.
Even though you screwed me by telling me Marsh ain't playing Saturday night.
I did not say that.
There's going to be 2 chairs.
I did not say that. Are you done?
One for that guy's medulla oblongata and one for you.
Why? What did I do?
Nick Marsh, Saturday night. If he doesn't suit up, we're not friends anymore.
Not my problem. Specs at LTU. Let me help you out here. Just in case Mike decides to leave, I'm going to need a new host. Specs at LTU can help you get prepared. You want a career in radio, TV, graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. It is very simple. You head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. What does that mean? It means with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to get the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? You want that career in radio, TV, or you're a graphic design artist? Specs at LTU is the place for you. We just need you to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Hey, companies out there advertising BOGO on AC and furnaces. Come on now, nothing's free. That's ridiculous. Unless it's betting against the Twins. Fair deal. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. Save up to $2,000 and great same-day service. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. Tigers pull within one game. Records are even, but the Twins have the tiebreaker. The difference is you have a pulse. They don't. 9 games left. We've been way ahead of the Fangraphs thing the last couple of weeks. I just, if you don't believe they're making it, just tell us why. If it's fear of being hurt, stop. You're making history with what you're doing. There's only been one team in Major League history to pull this off. To be as bad as you were on August 10th and still make the playoffs. It's the 73 Mets. And I'm not sure that counts because it's 1973. I mean, give me a break. This is all gravy. And it is. It's voodoo. And we have tinkered with the idea of Joe Boo's rum for the studio. We can buy the figurine, Kenny.
I say we get it. And if we have to, we move it out for the midday show and we bring it back in here.
Yeah, Doug would be like, that's not respectful.
Because the morning show would probably embrace it. I think Doug would embrace it.
I don't think so.
Gator would.
No, because they do that jinx stuff where they're like, ooh, I can't look at it because it'll cost us to lose. And I'm like,
they actually believe they have some type of effect on the game.
Yeah, right. Let's go to Bill, 97.1. Billy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, it's destiny. It's destiny. I'm telling you, I'm 66 years old, man. I grew up on the East Coast, and I've seen this before, and it's a beautiful thing. I remember the 73 Mets. I'm sitting in the caddy yard. I'm 15 years old. I'm looking at the Daily News, and the Mets are in last place, but they're only like 8 or 9 games out of first. And I go, wait a second. They got the best starting pitchers in baseball, Seaver, Jerry Kuzman, John Matlack, Gary Gentry, and they got a great closer in Tug McGraw. I'm like, there's no reason why they can't come back and win this thing. And if it wasn't for Willie Mays playing center field against the A's, they would have won the World Series. They lost in the 7th game. But I'm telling you, this is destiny. I've seen it before. Mm-hmm. It reminds me also a little bit about the 78 Yankees, the way 15 and a half games back. The Red Sox, once you get that momentum and you get going, the team starts believing. They believe they walk on water. And I started looking at this team. I've been following them all season. You know, I remember when they were 6-1, and then they slumped, and they beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3, and had those great comeback wins. And then that grand slam against the Padres was unbelievable. To me, that will be the game that everyone will look back on.
Do you know the one that AJ cites? Hinch has said this, as he cites the Williamsport game as the turning point.
Yes.
Really?
Yep. Yes. I remember. I know. It was awesome. What's in 2 things. One is they've beaten quality teams like the Yankees, like the Dodgers, and number 2, this bullpen is insane.
It's unhittable.
They're insane. I mean, the lineup is a joke. I mean, you look at it. Our best hitter is batting .265, and you know he's got good power. But but this bullpen is elite.
Oh, it's the best in baseball. I think they flashed a stat the other night on the broadcast, Bill. I think it was something of like the last 2 weeks, it's a .71 whip. I got to look up what their strand rate is. Literally, it doesn't matter if these dudes are coming in the game bases loaded, 1 out. Yeah. They're out of it in 1 pitch. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. See, for me,
it's unbelievable.
Bill, for me, it's going to be. I'm with you. It's that Padre game. The walk off.
Parker Meadows.
Yeah.
3-0 in the 9th. Suarez on the mound. 2 outs. There are a couple of moments. Here's the thing. They're doing this where they lost back-to-back Scooble starts against the Rockies and the A's. And they're still doing this.
Yeah.
And to Bill's point, it's a two-way street. I continue to say it. You get that momentum and you get that belief. Well, what happens when you're the team who is getting hit by a bus or has the dark cloud over your head? I think the Twins, they're gripping. They don't have life.
I think you put it best. It's that NBA tonight that gone fishing. They're there. They're in the hats. They're on their vacation already.
See, Rico, you mentioned the Parker Meadows Grand Slam.
Yeah.
Well, ironically enough, we lost 2 straight before that to the Padres.
Yeah, you're about to get swept out of town.
That was the last time, and then that saved their season pretty much if you look at it.
But, I mean, David, in the end, the thought that on August 10th you would make a run with essentially a 0% chance of making the playoffs and one starting pitcher, and you would make a run where I'm not convinced, David, that they don't lock this thing up a day or two early. No, I'm being serious. It's not hyperbolic. I'm being serious with you. The Twins can't win games. Now they're going to Fenway. I know the Sox are 500, 76, or whatever the hell it is. I think they have the same amount. I think they have a 0-run differential, 715 for, 715 against. Who are they beating? Right. The only team I'd feel like they would beat consistently be the White Sox right now.
I'll say this. If the Tigers actually gain the advantage over the Twins, they're never giving it back.
No.
At that point, you're right. You could have had this thing already sewn up before you get to that final game that Skubal does not have to pitch.
And you know who the Twins can blame? Ownership. Made the playoffs last year and shed $32 million in payroll. Nice job, guys.
Yeah.
Nice. Way to invest in your ball club. That's good. That's great. That's why you have Cole Irwin on the mound as a fireman in the 153rd game of the year. You idiots. 248-539-9797. I mean, think about it. You make the playoffs, you shave $32 million in payroll. Yeah. That's how you reward fans and your players. And then you wonder why you don't have a bullpen. Or how Joe Ryan's death, not literally, but injury-wise, oh my God, our pitching staff's bad. I don't get why these owners aren't serious about their business.
Because they're going to make money regardless.
Deflator. 248-539.
It's true.
Let me go to Barry, 97.1. Barry, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, man. How you guys doing?
Good, Barry. What's up?
I tell you what, I don't know why I have Sirius Radio because all I do is listen to you guys anyhow. So,
well, thank you. It's very nice.
I know you guys are fixated on the Twins, but right now the Tigers are 2 back of Kansas City. And I'm a little bit afraid of the Mariners because they have kind of an easy schedule the rest of the season. What happens if there's a 3-way tie between the Twins, Mariners, and the Tigers?
I believe you lose the 3-way tie. I believe. I can double check.
Because we kind of own the Mariners this year.
Yeah, you had the sweep that I think got their manager fired. Yeah. But, I mean, Barry, here's the reality. They're 3 games out. I know they're currently playing the Yankees. I think it's 3-2 right now. I'm not going to worry. And, Barry, the reason we're fixated on the Twins is simple. It's the target right in front of us. And unlike any of these other teams, I know, over a 8 or 10 or 12-game sample, Baltimore's been bad. Barry, Twins have been bad for 30 games. So let's just, that's the target. Reality is if you play the way you need to play, you're getting in. End of story. And I'm not going to worry about who's behind this.
Right.
Because there's no one playing better than you in the last month. I just wouldn't worry about it. 248-539-9797. NFL Week 3 is here. Jets, Pats tonight. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. You place your first $5 wager. Build an SGP tonight for the game. Ramondre Stevenson anytime, TD. How about this one? You like his rushing total? Jets have allowed 11 runs of over 10 yards this year. League worst. Do whatever the hell you like. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. No trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the WWJ 24-Hour Traffic Center, sponsored by Bill Brown Ford, watching the biggest slowdown of the day, they've decided to completely close down eastbound M59 at Rochester Road. This is an overturned cement truck Thanks to my Cordell traffic cameras, I am still watching crews work this scene. You guys are being forced off as well. The backup traffic extensive, slow from about Crooks Road. Now either South Boulevard or Auburn Road to DeQuinder. Back onto M59 is your better bet to get around that stretch. Northbound M5 to Staff to 12 Mile Road. You got an accident blocking out the left shoulder there. Then there's westbound I-94 at 96. Right shoulder is blocked by an accident, super slow from just before 75. Tipster Doug says bring along your patience across that stretch. Drive away in your next Ford vehicle from the winning team at Bill Brown Ford. Bill Brown Ford, proud to be your Ford dealer for over 100 years. Visit BillBrownFord.com today. Number one Ford dealer is based on Ford's new total retail sales report for 2023. I'm Val Berry with traffic.
You look at reviews for roofing companies, you're going to see a ton of negatives. Didn't stick to their timeline, terrible communication, they did a half-assed job. You're not going to see it with Victor's because you get a project manager. He's got two gigs. One, make sure you're happy, and two, guarantee a perfect installation of that roof. Or Victor's, we'll get rid of them. It's that simple. You're not 100% happy, they're going to make it right. With Victor's, you're going to get the best roofing experience in the game, backed by hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google and a AAA rating from the Better Business Bureau. Victor's offering a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Call today. Set up that free 21-point roof inspection. Call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or book that appointment online anytime at victors.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans, 80-73. That's the Tigers and Twins record after Minnesota lost in walk-off fashion to the Guardians this afternoon. The Tigers are looking to make their first playoff appearance in 10 years. That was against Baltimore, the team that they play next. Still a TBA starter for the Tigers tomorrow, but they'll send Reese Olson to the mound on Saturday. Jim Bowden of The Athletic predicted today in an article that ace Tarek Skubal will win the Cy Young this season. He also has A.J. Hinch third in the AL Manager of the Year category, behind two division mates, Stephen Vogt and Matt Quintero. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson said today that out of 6 runs in the red zone last week, only 2 were efficient plays for Detroit. One resulted in a 6-yard gain and the other a score from the 1-yard line. After practicing in a limited capacity yesterday with his back ailment, Kirby Joseph participated in full today. Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw both missed. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, take a little break. Let's get some football in the mix. David, music.